Welcome, tentative orc. Hate waiting for cards in the mail to come in. How goes your day? I don't mind cards. I don't mind waiting on cards. I guess, well, it's like, I guess the difference would be, are you waiting on cards because you specifically need them for, like, tournaments that you're regularly attending? Like, right now I'm not attending any tournaments, so I guess it's not that bad for me as far as waiting for them. As far as my day goes, it's alright so far. Hmm. Fixing up the starter kit, because I wind up... There's a lot of cards that I wind up adding like pretty much all the time. I'd rather just be able to just add the starter kit as one package rather than having to keep copying stuff over a whole bunch. Action. That's probably Google, on the other hand, that needs to get updated. Got a couple of cards in for my group hug deck, still trying to figure out how to make it work. Well, if you're trying to figure out how to make a deck work, you have come to the right place. Should hopefully work. I'd submit it, but I'm in the middle of getting ready for a bike ride, and you've already got my budget Oops All Spells deck. That's fine, you can add it as well, if you want. Did you do some off-stream again? I did not. No, so it's all new stuff today. Alright, let's get going. Alright, welcome once again to building your EDH decks, either critiquing ones you've already built or taking suggestions for ones that I haven't built already and adding them to this wheel, at which point we will spin, see which one we get, and go ahead. And with enough preamble on the stream out of the way already, let's just get going. Red Tron Storm Critique requested by Bijan. All right. So commander is Herigast Erupting Nullkite. 9, emerge for 8. When you cast, you may exile your hand. If you do, draw 3. Flying, each creature spell you cast has emerge. The emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. And they have written a explanation up here. Also, do we have types and tags? Yes, we do. All right. This deck wants to have a big turn by emerging creatures that give mana or draw cards. Unfortunately, the deck was kind of boring to play against, so I added more red damage enchantments. Let me know what else I can do to make a Tron Storm deck more fun to play against. Tags are in. Also keep in mind, Emerge does not pay for red mana. So you may cast a spell by sacking a creature and paying the Emerge cost reduced by that creature's mana value. Alright, so the first thing I would say is that if you're trying to make a red Storm deck, I think there's better commanders that you can pick than Herigast, like Bergi, and would immediately come to my mind as the pick. It's a commander that you can cast in the command zone that immediately just starts giving you mana. Or on the flip side, on the Horn side, you can start getting cards with it. So I would think if I was going to build mono red Storm, Bergi is the commander I'd pick. There's also the newest Urabrask, which is kind of like Bergi, except it only triggers off of instants and sorceries and not just any spell. That's another one I would consider. But if we're specifically going with Herigast, so let's see what we've got. We've got 31 lands, all right. A bunch of colorless stuff as well, including like all the Urzatrons. Icosynth. I would not run this Hideaway land, because again, lands entering tapped are just awful. I don't think I would even bother with Ramanop Ruins, unless you've got some sort of like combo loop that allows you to keep recurring and using it over and over. I would not bother with this. Prismatic Vista. Planar Nexus, Vendor's Fair, Great Furnace, Fomori. Razi Temple, Darksteel Citadel. But I noticed you have Darksteel Citadel but not Treasure Vault. Is that just because you ran out of space for more lands? I also find the idea of Arena of Glory here pretty dubious, considering you only have 9 actual mountains in your deck. And I don't feel like Herigast is really something you need to give haste to. So I would feel inclined to cut this And Fomori Vault is honestly not very good. Probably that. I don't really understand why you're running Prismatic Vista either. Like, and then the fact that you're running Vista is also confusing because then you're not running any of the other fetches. So yeah, I would be skeptical of a lot of these land choices. I also wonder, you have a lot of colorless lands, like a lot. So the only lands that actually straight up produce red that are not Talon Gates because you have to filter it are one of them that enters tapped. And so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14, 15. So less than slightly less than half your lands actually produce red, which I would also think would be a big problem. I get the temptation to like have the Urzatron stuff, but I think this stuff is going to come together so infrequently. The Labyrinth is also not very good. I would cut out a lot of these colorless lands and just try to run more mono red lands. Let's see. So the next types and tags. So basically, we're trying to reduce the cost of expensive stuff, but Emerge isn't really a way to cheat on card. Like, it's only a way to cheat on the next one, because you still have to pay for an expensive creature at least the first time around. So what are we doing here? We've got... Oh, you actually have more than 31 lands, because it wasn't counting the modals. Azul's Fury, Pinnacle Monk, Shatterskull, Stoken's Thundering Eruption. Yeah, I just would not bother with, like, Eruption or Pinnacle Monk in this deck. It doesn't look like you really have that much to recur. I don't know, maybe it's fine. Anytime I look at a mono red deck, I immediately think, why aren't we just running Blood Moon and those kinds of effects? Because they're so, like, basically free. But I understand if, you know, your local game, like your local meta game doesn't like stacks. So what else we have? Affinity cards, you've got these ones, but not Myr Enforcer. Just Frogmere and Sojourner's Companion, but not the other one. Also no Frogmite, and no... There's the Halo Hopper that has Convoke. You don't have that either. Alright, some haste. There's about 10 billion better ways of giving haste than Crashing Drawbridge, especially in red. You could play Mass Hysteria, you could play Ashling's Prerogative. Cantripping. Okay, so presumably these are all creatures that when they enter or die or something, you get a card off of them. Burners and Kozilek, Atsushi, Circuit Mender, Clockwork Fox, Lone Shell, Filigree Familiar, Hoarding Dragon, Imperial Recruiter, Junk Diver, Kozilek. Myr Retriever, Ruin Grinder, Ruin Servitor, Dancing Oracle, Scrap Trawler, Sky Scanner, Solemn Simulacrum, Workshop Assistant. Okay, so basically the idea is we get Herigast in play, we get another creature in play, and then we just start emerging these guys one after another, although you can never emerge colored mana, right? You can emerge... So the emerge, does it make the ones that are just straight up colorless basically free if you start looping them? So like, let's say I had Herigast plus Junk Diver, Myr Retriever, or something like that, or Workshop Assistant. Could I just start looping them? It looks like that's the case. In which case, I would imagine the main game plan here would be to find some looping artifacts and then have a card like Impact Tremors and just start damaging everybody. Let's see. Well, having looked over all your creatures now, I'm really bewildered why you have haste. Like, why do you care about haste at all? Alright, rituals. It's Sushi Cathodian, Coal Stoker, Emrakul's Hatcher, Patron of the Arts. When it enters or dies, create a treasure. So you make one less than it makes. Priest of Urabrask, Suchi Cave Guard. You know there's other ones besides just these two, right? And then, let's see, some ramp. Nowhere near enough ramp. The fact that you want to cast your... Yes, I understand your stuff has Emerge, but your 8 mana commander with Emerge, and you also need a bunch of other expensive stuff, way too little ramp. Way too little. Then we've got Tutors with Hoarding Dragon, Imperial Recruiter, Mentor's First Sanctum, Ugin, and then Storm Card Draw. Synoptic Spider, Azur's Monument, Scrap Trawler, Skull Clamp, Sunbird's Invocation, Weatherlight completed. Storm Mana, Invocation, Skittering Processor. Whenever you sack an on-token, whenever you cast a colorless spell, whenever you sack an artifact, and then Burgi. Okay. Removal, Warstorm, Terror, Kozilek. Yeah, I would not classify Annihilator or countering stuff as removal. Fool's Fury, and then cost reduction, Cloud Key, Foundry, Inspector, Azeroth's Helm Awakening, Joyra's Familiar, Planar Gate. Creature spells you cast cost up to 2 less, and Semblance Anvil. I notice you don't have Ugin the Ineffable in here, which just straight up makes all of your colorless cards cost 2 less. Like, if you're already willing to play a card like Planar Gate, that would seem to be pretty easy to include as well. The goal is to get like 10 ETB triggers in 1 turn-ish or more. Free colorless, especially with cost reduction. I think it was for some of the mana creatures. All right, so... because Ugin can be attacked, does that really matter in your deck? Ugin also immediately makes either a blocker or kills something. All right, let's think about this. Oh, win cons. I didn't even look at these. Angerous Marauders, so it doubles all your permanents, or doubles all your damage, rather. City on Fire, Devilish Valet, Empty the Warrens, Fiendish Duo. If source you control would deal damage to opponent, deals double it. Impact Tremors, yeah, there we go. Porphyros, Roaming Throne. Why Roaming Throne? So you can get double triggers here. Roaming Throne does not actually work with this. I mean, yes, technically it works, but you have to exile your hand twice, so you still only draw 3. It's actually worse for you because it means you might potentially exile important things. Sulfim is non-combat damage, which basically only applies to like Impact and Porphyros. Stalking Vengeance, well, some other things like Warstorm Surge as well, and then Stalking Vengeance. There's another one that I've liked in the past that, like, considering how expensive your mana is here, I think it's called Vicious Shadows. It's a 7 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature dies, you may have Vicious Shadow deal damage to target player equal to the number of cards in their hand. This is another interesting one that you might consider if you're going this route. Roaming Throne with Storm mana is Storm card draw triggers. Yeah, but it's only for the specific type that you choose, right? So, where's Roaming Throne? Choose a creature type. It's only of the chosen type, so you're choosing what? Eldrazi? So, you can double up on your Eldrazi triggers, which is Kozilek, and like you have 2 or so other ones. I think for Herigast, you want to be much more all-in on comboing as fast as possible, and you're obviously not against doing that because you've got like Junk Diver and Workshop Assistant and all those cards. So the main things I would think is that I wouldn't really care about like having double damage or any of that stuff because who cares? You're just going to deal infinite by looping creatures anyway. You can choose Burgi or the Spider. What type is Burgi? Burgi's a god something, right? Or is it just a god? It's just a god. And the Spider is a spider? Presumably? Yeah, it is a spider. Okay. All right. I'm going to spend a good amount of time on this, so let's just do it. Okay. Add my starter kit, add my Actually, given how much colorless is going to be in this deck, Ruby Medallion's maybe not important. I don't know. I'll reevaluate later. Ruby Medallion. Then we're going to want fast mana. Then we're going to want the colorless lands as well. We're going to cut a lot of that. And did I add the one color mana base in here? No, I didn't. One color mana base. And ramp. Definitely want to protect Herigast because our like none of our deck works without it being in play, so we got to protect it. And then, all right, let's just fix a bunch of this right off the bat. So cut this. Lotus Petal, I'm not interested in that. Okay, this. Simian Spirit Guide, no. And then we're not going to have instants and sorceries given what we're doing. So Stormkiln out, and then this one out. And then let's get rid of card draw. That's fine. Counters are fine. Removal is fine. Ugin. Affable. All right. Way too many lands, obviously. We're going to cut mostly the colorless stuff, so... we don't need to do any of this at instant speed. I might reevaluate that, but... probably fine. Don't need Gaia Reach. We can get rid of this. Almost certainly not a Nykthos deck, so let's get rid of that. Yeah, let's add stacks too. Abstergo, get rid of that. Get rid of Delta, Vista, Arn. I don't really care about First Strike. Shinka can go. Talon Gate. Yeah, that can go. All right, what's our land count? 28 after all that, but we're way too low on red. Oh, and Flooded Strand, get rid of that. Okay, so if we... and then we're needing to cut this. We're going to cut most of the stacks cards. Rod. Okay, which lands are absolutely not necessary? Blast Zone, Underdark Rift could probably get out of here. Age, Gardens. Let's 7 lands to activate this. This could probably go too. I guess Eldrazi Temple if the Eldrazi are part of combos that are necessary. But we can get rid of Shrine. And then I'm not going to bother with Shatter Skull Smashing either. That can go. I want to keep Sanctum. Planar Nexus. The Urza lands are eating up a lot, but it's possibly fine to have them. Horizon of Progress. Get that out of here. All right. So that leaves us with all this. Command Beacon. Like, you can get rid of that too. That leaves this, and then we're going to need to add a bunch of mountains to the deck. I guess I can add From the Ashes back. But I don't particularly want Winter Moon in here. Remember, fast mana is better as creatures. If you have 1, 3, or 4 mana creature, you can always cast your commander next turn. Yeah, that's correct as well. Priest of Urabrask is maybe something I'm going to want. I'm not sure. Curse Totem. It depends on if we get creatures with activated abilities. I think we probably won't have any, but it's We always got to check. All right. And then that leaves us with Facebreaker, and I imagine this deck is probably not going to be good at attacking with a bunch of things, so we can cut that. Grim and Vault, I don't want unless I can untap them, which would mean adding keys to the deck. Keys are okay. Definitely have map in here. Mox Amber actually doesn't tap for any mana, so we get rid of that one. Get rid of... Probably Grim and Mana Vault can go. I'll revisit that later if it actually turns out that they're okay. Cost reducer effects, yeah, those as well. Format, EDH, ID, red. Less to cast. And then we want that card. All the cost reducer effects are going to be artifacts, so let's just make this simpler. Actually, I can search this up here. Card type, artifact, Oracle, less to cast, color identity, red. Search. Okay, so we've got Cloud Key, Boundary. Red creatures cost less, but not all creatures. So not that one. Helm, Joyruz, and we're not going to bother with metal medallions. Pay up to 2 less than required whenever casting an instant or enchantment. Not what we're doing. Yeah, Planar Gate was one you had. Let's add that. And then Semblance Anvil can imprint artifacts, I think, right? So, Semblance Anvil, and then we're good. Okay. Back here. And then let me switch back to your deck. We can grab the URL so I can do a compare. And that way, I can just easily grab the cards that I actually want. So, Dunk Diver. Oh yeah, Palladium Mer would probably be good. But I want Worn Power Stone. That's another maybe. Scrap Trawler certainly is going to be used in some sort of combo. Let's see, we can get the affinity stuff in here. I don't think I want all these big Eldrazi though. So there's this one. Affinity for artifacts. Artifact creatures spells have affinity for artifacts. Okay, add that one. Recruiter. Yeah, we're going to want that. Workshop. This one's the one that wheels, right? Yeah. Iron Mer, sure. Whatever, another non-token. I don't think we actually need the spider, but I might come back to that. Cathodian. Bullstoker. Okay, Crime Novelist. Doesn't Crime Novelist go infinite with animation module? I don't need 8. Clamp, Mer Retriever. And then there's this one. More affinity. Here's our dies, make a treasure. I don't know why we're running all of the, like, why you're running all of these. Surely we can win off of just looping a few of them. Main things I want to know are, so let's see, all of them have the template of what? It's like when it dies, do something. Where are they? When dies, return another artifact. When dies, return artifact. When dies, return an artifact. Okay. When card name dies, return. All right, so it's those 3. I don't think there's any more. Yeah, it looks like it's just those 3. Construct, Bird. We've got 11 mountains. Yeah, there's no way we can justify playing the Urza lands. There's just like... Yeah, there's no shot. Alright, so let's get rid of all of them. Means I also don't want the cave. We got Citadel, Treasure Vault, Furnace. Okay. Next, and that means I don't need map anymore. I was scared of that. Ruby Medallion can go too. Yeah, we're not going to use that. So get that out of here. Arcane is in the color identity of the commander. Okay. All right, so I want to know what are the actual combos with Herigast so that I know what to have in here. Is there really only one? It's all of the... Wait, do you seriously need all of these to do it? Jeez. Refresh, we're at 88 cards. All right, just show me the combos in the deck, period, if that's the case. So find my combos, clear the deck list, paste the URL, submit. Submit. Are we broken? There we go. Okay, so what is the actual combo here? It's Herigast plus Mer Retriever, Junk Diver, Workshop Assistant, and Glaring Fleshraker. Mer Retriever's in your hand, Junk Diver's in your graveyard, all of the other permanents are on the battlefield. Cast Mer Retriever for a merge by paying 0 and sack Workshop Assistant. Glaring Fleshraker's ability triggers and Workshop triggers. Resolve Glaring Fleshraker trigger, create a spawn. Resolve Workshop, return Junk Diver to hand. When Mer Retriever enters the battlefield, Glaring Fleshraker's second ability triggers, dealing 1 damage to each opponent. Activate Eldrazi spawn, cast Junk Diver for a Mer. Okay, very, very complicated. Why do you need all 3 of these and not just 2 of them? All right, well. You get infinite... colorless mana and damage? Oh, Glaring Fleshraker has a second ability. Okay. So there's that, and then what else do we have? Ash Nods plus combine all this stuff. Yeah, that seems to make sense. Ash Nods. This deck really, really folds to Null Rod, so I'm going to add Vandal Blast. We got Ash Nods, Ash Nods, Ash Nods, Ash Nods. KCI, that's another one that I figured would be in here. KCI, Blasting Station. I guess we should have Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder in this deck, probably. And then, let's see. Grinding Station. Oh yeah, if we can win with Blasting or Grinding, I guess we just use Grinding, not Blasting. Grinding Station. If we already have Grinding Station in our deck, we can also do the whole Breach LED thing. Actually, wait, no, that doesn't quite work. Well, let's just go through a whole deck, but then we still have to have enough left over to actually combo kill. No, that's actually fine. Yeah, so Underworld Breach, and then we're going to need Lion's Eye. Or no, we don't need Lion's Eye. We just need something that costs 0. That we can keep casting from the graveyard over and over. So I guess Lotus Petal would be a better fit, and that's the case. Okay, grinding. Sensei's top plus Foundry plus Bergie plus one other thing. Oh, you have the horn side. Okay. Yeah, sure. Sensei's divining top. Grinding, grinding, grinding. Top goes with a bunch of things. Ashnod's altar again. Grinning Ignis plus Bergie plus Helm to make infinite red. Yeah, Grinning Ignis. And then the other ones are pretty bad, so I'm not going to bother with those. Okay. Now the deck has a lot less ways to cycle through all the cards. How do we keep the Emerge train going if the odds are not in our favor? Well, we'll get to that. So, I mean, we don't need all of these mono ones, right? Like Coal Stoker, Cathodian. We don't actually need any of that. Because all the combos involve the ones that rotate into each other, right? Like the Junk Diver, Mer Retriever, and Workshop Assistant. Like those are all of the ones that actually matter in these combos, or Scrap Trawler. None of the, like, the mono ones matter at all. Okay. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need this. This is a combo card. And then Golem is also a combo card. And then we do not need the Affinity Dude. When every second on token, create a... Oh, so he wasn't even involved in any of those combos? Really? Skittering Processor. No combos. All right, well, get out of here. This dude is, of course, important. And then Frogmere's not. All right. So what is our deck count right now? We have 93, so we need to probably make cuts, plus add some card draw. So this is a lot of combo cards. So the main question is, which ones of these are redundant that we can just axe? Let me redo this. Appreciate the insight on Mothman. Wasn't on to explain a lot of the pseudo-infinites in the deck, but a lot of the suggestions worked well while playtesting on Moto. Well, you're welcome, Sean Eldridge. Come on. All right, refresh. There we go. Okay, so the main thing... Doesn't Crime Novelist go infinite with... with Animation Module? Crime Novelist. Yeah, Animation Module plus Ashnods. Yeah. And Animation Module is also Sagable. That's why I like that one. Animation Module. Low combos. What's the actual result when you do that? It's infinite red sack trigger. Yeah, okay. We have Treasonous Ogre. We do. That's good. Thicker Goblin, of course. Yeah, lands are good. Ramp we might cut down a little on, although we have to keep in mind two of these are Ugin and Planar Gate, so... And we have, like, Joyr's Familiar is another one. Okay, Welder... Recruiter... So we're going to need to make a grid of all the overlaps. Because we have 23 different combo variations, but a lot of them are just basically the same cards. So, not calculator. Let's do text notepad. All right, so... I just want to know if any of these are redundant. So, Junk Diver, Workshop Assistant, and Mer Retriever are all basically the same card, and a lot of them work with each other. We can group all of those together, and then... There's the ones that involve Ashnod's Altar, there's the ones that involve Crime Novelist. So all of those are requirements. And there's KCI, which is swapped out for Ashnods. So it's basically Ashnods or KCI. So preferably, I wouldn't want more than like 2 of anyone that serves the same function. But a lot of these involve each other. There's also a lot of these that are just 4-card combos, which is quite extensive. Okay, a lot of these are also just the same like loops over and over. There's the Glaring Fleshraker combo. And then we've got Breach Grinding Station. How does Opal get you there? If you control 3 more artifacts, activate Opal. Activate... Oh, yeah. So we don't actually need Lotus Petal. Okay. Get out of here. And then we have... So those are redundant. So then Mycosynth Golem is subbing in for... Which one? Because there's Mer Retriever, Workshop, Grinding Station, right? It's probably fine to have it as well. Then we've got the Scrap Trawler loops. Then there's Top Cost Reducer and Bergie are all independent. This is the Gritting Ignis one. I think we can not bother with the Ignis one, probably. It only works in one of the 2 combos, and it only works with one specific cost reducer as opposed to multiple of them. So let's get rid of Ignis. And I'm also interested in the previous deck. If I paste your list in here, since you have different card spreads, will I find combos that I don't have? Oh yeah, Mystic Forge. Why do we not have that? Animation module, Blasting Station. That's just redundant with Grinding Station. Experimental Frenzy is another good one. All right. So clear this, add your URL in, and what are the combos in your deck that I don't have? So you only have 1 combo in the whole deck, and then the other potential ones are cards that I added. Okay, so we can end that, come back here. I think some of the non-creature ones are maybe easier to remove. That is possible as well. So Frenzy is essentially a card draw spell in the right deck, but in this deck specifically, it's a combo card. And that and Mystic Forge will greatly help in terms of being able to keep going, because one of the problems this deck is going to have is getting into loops that then can't actually pay off. So I'm thinking that with Mystic Forge now in the deck, that gives me enough reasons to play the keys that I didn't have before. So Voltaic Key, Manifold Key, and that means we can put back Vault and Grim Monolith. So Mono Vault, Grim Monolith. And then the main thing, so basically we've got like all the things that we need, right? We've got protection, we've got fast mana, we've got tons of different combo pieces, most of which are artifacts. And then we've got all of our ramp and cost reduction for those things. Our lands are solid. We've got a little bit of stacks to mess up the opponent. And then, let's see. I don't think I actually want this Eldrazi Temple just for the 1 Eldrazi card that we have. I mean, we also have Herigast, I guess, too. Yeah, never mind. We do want Eldrazi Temple. And then, yeah, we need a little bit of removal just in case. And so the main thing that we're missing, Rao, is just card draw, right? We just need ways of filtering into more stuff. So mainly we're going to look for card draw in red. So what do I actually have access to in terms of card draw? Basically everything already. All right, what about red? Red's pretty limited. It just has like Wheel of Fortune and yeah, there's stuff like Canoptics, but how about whenever draw? Yeah, Clamp, this one, Sword, we don't want that. Mind's Eye depends on opponents. We don't really want to just shuffle through our decks. And then there's Canoptic Spider. Non-token artifact creature or vehicle enters. Yeah, okay, so we want Canoptic. And we're going to pretty quickly run out of options. Because I don't really want all the, like, cycling ones. I don't see the relevance in that. Whenever you cast a non-creature, rummage. Okay, don't want that. Wait, it also reduces the cost of non-creature spells? We may actually want that then if we can combine both of them. Because it is sort of like a more expensive Joyra's Familiar, but yeah, Artist's Talent. The spider is good, right? Yeah. Weatherlight completed. What is the relevance of that one? As long as it has 4 Pheresis counters on it, it's a creature. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a Pheresis counter on it, then draw a card if it has 7 or more Pheresis counters on it. So you have to have your creatures die 7 times before this starts triggering. So the only time this actually works is when you're already combo looping, basically. Now this is cast, admittedly. Well, actually this works as well with the loops, because the loops all involve putting the card back in your hand and then casting it again. So yeah, Artist Talent is perfect for this deck. It lets us rummage stuff, which we can also get the, like, some of the combos involve getting stuff back from the graveyard anyway. So that's helpful. And then the second mode allows us to loop. Now, the other big one is actually winning the game. So one of the combos obviously involves, where is it? Flesh Raker. And then there's other ways we can win with, like, Grinding Station, but a lot of the loops here are only, like, just making infinite mana, for example. So we probably want Blasting Station as well. Preferably, there's Blasting Station, there's also, like, Impact Tremors. Preferably, I would like the card to be an artifact creature. That way we can get it back with all the Workshop Assistant cards, but it's also a creature, so we can emerge it for cheaper. So that's really, like, the main one I'm looking for there. So what I want is an artifact creature that specifically says whenever, and then I want it to say either deals or loses. Let's see, Psychosis Crawler triggers when you draw, but the loops don't necessarily involve drawing. It just needs to trigger when we either sack stuff, cast stuff, or have stuff enter. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, no. Molten Gatekeeper, there we go. It's a creature and it's an artifact, and it's perfect for what we're trying to do. So, Molten Gatekeeper. I think that's going to be the only one. There's a ton of other creatures that do the same thing, but they're not also artifacts. Yeah. Now, more importantly, so drawing cards is Canoptic Spider, and that's basically it. And then I think the only thing is that I would prefer to have more card draw if I could find it. Let's see what EDH Rec has to say. Herigast. And there's potentially some, like, big artifact creatures. Yeah, I don't really care about casting, like, Artisan of Kozilek or any of that stuff. Whenever you cast this, when you cast a spell for each opponent, gain control of up to 1 target, so it just threatens stuff. Yeah, okay. Solemn Felden. Sneak Attack is kind of interesting. If all we're trying to do is, like, combo, the problem is we'll run out of red mana, right? Actually, we won't run out if we have Crime Novelist. So no, because we have to cast them, right? We have to cast them in order to get the loop going. Because we have to emerge the creature so that it dies and comes back. So sneak attacking them actually doesn't help. It only helps in getting, like, the first one onto the table, and that's it. Yeah, alright. Priest of Eurobrask is also not necessary. I like the Sticker Goblin, though, because it generates more than what we pay for it. Thanks for the Hazizen review. I made some adjustments. You're welcome, Martin. Alright, Cursed Mirror. Oh, that's interesting. Because it's either a Mono Rock or it can be like the second copy of like Workshop Assistant and whatnot. That's actually perfect. Cursed Mirror. I did see Sculpting Seal earlier as one potential option, but I didn't think that that alone was that valuable, because we normally don't need to double up on stuff, although there is a combo involving Sculpting Seal and Scrap Trawler, but I don't think we need that. But you know what? Maybe it's fine if we can just keep getting it back. Wait, these only get back... Oh, no, they get back artifacts. It doesn't have to be a creature. So Sculpting Steel. Yeah. You're basically never playing this unless it's a combo card, right? So we can just classify that under combo. There's Palladium Mirror. Yeah, we don't need Ruin Grinder. Do I have Iron Mirror in here? Yes. And then there's like Kozilek, but we don't need all this big stuff. Jaxus is interesting, but we don't need it. Terror of the Peak's another combo card, right? If another creature enters, deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target. But we don't need this because we've already got Molten Gatekeeper. I would play a second one if this was not 5 mana. Sandstone Oracle is also pretty good in the deck as an artifact creature. It draws cards. We want that. So that's pretty good too. I don't really care about these dudes. Like, whatever. Like, yeah, okay, sure. I guess you can cycle them for free, but what does that matter? You're only drawing one. You're drawing one card, so you're just replacing themselves. Okay, so Kiki combo was pretty prevalent in these ones. Yeah, Cathodian, same deal. Don't need that. Spells with value 7+ are reduced by 1. Don't need that. Yeah, just add mana. Not necessary. This one, you get less mana back than what you pay for it, so that doesn't seem great. Spawn Gang Commander. So we can't reduce the cost of the red. Alright, what else? Eldritch Immunity. Target you control gains protection from each color until end of turn. That would be a way to protect Herigast. And we are already playing Bolt Bend and Ricochet Trap. Sure. Eldritch Immunity. Okay, what else? Not of this world. Oh, it's power 7 or greater, and Herigast is 6, so yeah, this doesn't work. No, Desecrate. And yeah, we have Jessica's Will. I don't really care about this one. Oh wait, no, this one's each player may discard their hand, draw cards equal to the greatest mana value of the commander, and our guy's, what, 9? That's potentially valuable as well. Imposing Grandeur. And I don't think we need Mana Geyser, but... yeah, I don't think we need Mana Geyser. Alright, down here for artifacts, there's Mimic Vat, don't care about that. Forsaken Monument, whenever you tap permanent for colorless, add additional colorless. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you gain 2 colorless creatures. Okay, so mainly the mono one. I know you can go infinite with this with Basalt Monolith. That's mainly the thing you use it for. I don't think we need that either. Alright, triggered ability would trigger whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it, choose new targets. The triggered ability of a colorless spell you control, or another colorless permanent you control triggers that ability, triggers additional time. So all of our combos already work without this, so this just is like a value card, essentially. For 6 mana, which is quite a lot. I don't think we need that either. There's Ugin. Speaking of, most of our stuff is colorless, right? Like, how many actual colored permanents do we have? So, Goblin, Sticker, but we don't care because we've already used it. Then there's Fergie, Crime Novelist, Engineer and Welder, which don't, strictly speaking, need to be in play. And then Imperial Recruiter already got the value. Then there's Magus of the Moon, Molten Gatekeeper, and Treasonous Ogre, which we could also not need. So it's basically like 4 there, and then enchantments. If we're playing Breach, we're winning the same turn. Then that's Frenzy, Blood Moon, and Talent. So 7 permanents. I feel like we can easily own Cursed Mirror also. So 8, Cursed Mirror, whatever. 7, effectively. Which means we can easily run Dust and Ugin. Ugin, let's right. As very solid sweepers to clean, like asymmetrical sweepers, basically. And there's Duretti. And then anything I missed in the lands that is pretty important. Not really. Okay. So we're definitely over budget. What's our actual card count right now? We're at 108. So, strictly speaking, I don't think we can cut any of our combo pieces, right? And then obviously I don't want to cut like the card draw spells, but hypothetically we could. How many things get clamped in this deck? Obviously anything that we're emerging. And maybe that alone's enough. Alright, we've got Bolt Bend, Ricochet Trap. Do we need Welder? I don't think so. Get rid of Welder. Ugin the Ineffable only kills color permanents, right? That's 1 or more colors, yeah. What else can get gone? I feel like there's gotta be combos that are redundant with each other. I just haven't, like... I'd have to make a matrix of all the... Alright, I guess Sculpting Steel and Cursed Mirror basically do the same thing. So, we technically don't need both. Let's take Sculpting Steel out, and then I don't know if Mycosynth Golem is redundant with anything. And then there's Blasting Station, which is a combo card, as is Gatekeeper. I think they're sort of the same thing, right? One sacking. Now let's not mess with that. Okay. Ramp. So 29, but that's not really accurate because some of them are more expensive on, let's say Joyra's is 4, and then the keys sort of count. Well, the keys basically count. So Joyra, Planar Gate, Ugin, those are all the expensive ones, and then there's the 3 mana ones in like Semblance Anvil. But still, overall, it does mean we kind of have like more ramp than we need, so problem is, which ones do we cut? Because I don't want to cut any of the 2 mana rocks, and I don't want to cut cost reducers. I guess Joyra's familiar. I get that there are combos that involve having the cost of our stuff reduced, but we already have Foundry and... like, there's multiple things that reduce costs. There's Foundry, there's Semblance Anvil, there's Helm of Awakening. It is a creature, though, which means we can get it in cheaper. I cut Palladium Myrrh. And let's see. Sol Ring, Semblance. Gate is really expensive. And pretty redundant. Yeah, let's get rid of Gate. And then what else? Key, Vault, Familiar, Iron Myrrh. So technically, since we're emerging stuff, I should not have 2 mana rocks when I can play 2 mana creatures that do the same thing. So let me fix that. CMC equals 2. Add tap ability. I guess they all add colorless. Plague, Milliken. I don't want to mill. So actually, no, I do want to mill. So, Plague Myrrh, Milliken, is it with 2 L's? Yeah. What's the other ones? Hedron Crawler, and Monacan. And then we'll swap those for some of the 2 mana rocks that are not creatures. So, what are the worst ones? Let's get rid of Helm of Awakening, since Cloud Key's already doing the same thing, and it's not symmetrical, so it doesn't help our opponents as well. And then we can get rid of... so let's see, red isn't as important as it normally would be. Liquid Metal Torque, no, I want to keep that. Mind Stone's also good. We can get rid of Thought Vessel. Maybe cut some non-creature ones since the artifacts are bad when they're drawn later. Yeah. The deck looks difficult to pilot. It is difficult to pilot. You're trying to set up 4-card combos. Chalice. Fire Diamond. I don't want to get rid of the colored one. It's just way too much ramp, though. So let's get rid of... Alright, let's get rid of Chalice. Let's get rid of... Rim. Liquid Metal Torque only matters when we specifically have it and Vandal Blast, and we need to blow up something that's not an artifact. But that actually can come up, so... I want to get rid of that. Maybe we get rid of all the keys, and then we just keep Mana Vault and not Grim Monolith. That would free up a lot of space. I think I'm good with that. Right, key, Grim Monolith out, and then stick Mana Vault in the deck, but otherwise we're good. And we're still at 25. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. I'm kind of dubious on Semblance Anvil because it's 2 cards in order to actually start getting the cost reduction. And we don't actually care about reducing the costs of anything by more than 1, since all the ones that reduce them by 1 alone are enough to combo already. I think we can get rid of Semblance Anvil. That means we got 1 more card to cut. And my leading contenders at the moment are Imposing Grandeur, something else that's a ramp spell. Maybe Eldritch Immunity, like maybe that's 1 too many protection cards. Some combo piece that is redundant that I'm not considering. Yeah, I'll get rid of Eldritch Immunity. Actually, so between the two, Bolt Bend Swerve. So this is better when you have Herigast out, but when you don't have Herigast out, you can still cast Eldritch Immunity as opposed to Bolt Bend, although if you don't have Herigast out, a lot of your combos don't work. Alright, I'll put this in the considerations pile as well. Alright, are we good? It looks like we're good. So, main deal is Herigast with a bunch of combo stuff. And I'm not going to go through all those combos again. You can go over to Commander Spellbook and look it up if you want. But a lot of them, they're basically all like 3 or 4 card combos, sometimes including the Commander. And we've got some fast mana, we got some protection, we've got Goblin Engineer as a way to go grab stuff. Specifically, a lot of the combos involve Workshop Assistant and Friends and their ability to loop with each other. And then the main payoffs are either Flesh Raker, Molten Gatekeeper, or Blasting Station, or Grinding Station. Those are the actual payoff cards that kill our opponents. And we've got a lot of cost reducers. We can also use Cursed Mirror as one of the Workshop Assistant cards if we're missing one of them. Little stacks with our Moons and Ashes and Cursed Totem. We have 16 Mountains. I don't think we actually want to play Ruination, so that's fine. Then we got all our card draw to keep going. Some removal. This deck has a really hard time against what? Null Rod, because a bunch of the combos involve activating artifacts, so you do need cards like Vandal Blast in order to get rid of them. I think that's the end of it, though. And we're running more mana creatures that are rocks instead of plain rocks because we want Emerge-related things to be easier. So why not play the creatures? All right. I think that's the end of that. So let's paste this into the chat. Herigast. Here's the link to the deck. Whew. I do enjoy these. Like, I think if I had looked at Herigast alone, in fact, I have looked at Herigast on my own and thought, like, I don't know what to do with that, but having these be requests, like critique requests or whatever, is what forces me to actually have to take a second look at them and actually build around them. Do you think this deck is interesting, personally? Yeah. I mean, it might get tedious because the deck is always comboing, although it's not always comboing in the exact same way, so it's not like you're always going, I'm just going to Underworld Breach and do this thing, or I'm just going to cast Thassa's Oracle and then Consult. So you do have to, you're comboing, but you have lots of different combos, and it's kind of like a puzzle that you have to put together, and a lot of them are not easy. It's not card A, card B, win. It's like card A, B, C, and I need my commander, and then I need to loop this stuff. You also have to protect it. There's a lot of setup to do ahead of time, especially with like the cost reducer cards. But I think it looks interesting. Easy modifications for the deck would be I'm guessing, like, if anyone looked at this deck and had objections to it, I'm guessing the main objections for people who would want to potentially play this deck are going to be, I don't like stacks, in which case... Oh, I need to get rid of Curse Totem, don't I? Actually, do any of my creatures actually have active... Oh, yeah, I need to get rid of Curse Totem because I have all these artifact guys. All right. So let's get rid of that, and then I'll put Eldritch Immunity back in the deck. So if you don't like stacks, you can just cut all these stacks cards. It's easy. It's only 3 cards in the whole deck, and they're not necessary. Another objection I see people making is, I don't want to do all these combos, in which case, sure. You can easily pivot to, like, cutting most or all of the combos and just running the value cards, like Filigree Familiar and whatnot, and then just play your, you know, huge Eldrazi creatures or whatever. That's another objection that I can see. And then the last objection is obviously going to be the price. Note that an enormous part of that is Mishra's Workshop down here. So, I mean, you could just cut that, and that alone will already take a huge chunk off of this. What are, in your opinion, the most difficult decks to play in Commander? I only know your modern ones from your videos, Lantern, Scales, and Belcher. Oh, so like a specific commander, not a type? I don't know that I could name a specific commander off the top of my head that would be super difficult to run. No, that's not true. I can. I think the most difficult ones to run are the ones where basically there's a couple of different ones. One is stacks decks, where stacks decks that are very heavily invested in stacks, and specifically stacks that is not just Mana Denial, where the stacks is Null Rod, Rule of Law, players can't activate players can't activate blah, players can't cast a certain type of thing, where you need to be able to understand in a pod which of your stacks pieces matter in the matchup and who is more of a threat and when they're more of a threat. So you can go prioritize certain stacks pieces over other stacks pieces. Other decks that are really difficult to pilot are ones where they're combo decks, but they're not easy combo decks. They're not like, here's Thoracle Consult, that, you know, that's easy. I play Thoracle, trigger on the stack, cast Demonic Consultation. Do you have a counterspell? If not, you lose, right? Those ones are easy. The more difficult ones are the ones that are more along the lines of Herigast, where they involve very complicated loops, especially anything that requires a lot of prep work in advance, or which requires a lot of, like, sequencing things correctly. So off the top of my head, some really, really difficult decks to pilot, I think, are probably the Gitrog monster. That one has, like, incredibly complicated loops that involve basically, like, milling your whole library and then shuffling everything back and then grabbing certain cards and milling it again and constantly, like, dredging stuff over and over and over, hitting an Eldrazi, shuffling the deck, dredging again, in order to, like, set up specific lines. There's Circu Demir Lobotomist as essentially Lantern Control in EDH. That's going to be another really hard one to pilot. Jadzy Storm is the most difficult commander I've ever played, especially when you say yes to every trigger. Jadzy Storm. Renzo combo. Let me pull up the bookmarks. I added this one to my bookmarks, right? Yeah, okay. Bookmarks. EDH decks. All right, which ones of these would I consider to be the most difficult ones to pilot? Arami is surprisingly difficult to pilot. There's a lot of setup involved in figuring out, like, okay, how I need to prioritize milling these cards now so that on 2 turns from now I can cast this thing and reanimate it with Arami to get the value. What's another big one? I don't know if Zedru and Blim are difficult to play. They are really funny, and they don't involve, like, win-on-the-spot combos, so you do have to figure out which hot potatoes you can gift to people that will cause the most damage. What else? Yeah, Circu, Lantern Control, Commander. Probably one of the hardest. Flubs isn't hard, but it's a deck where you're going to brick a lot, so it's figuring out how to mitigate bricking. What else? Magna might be a little difficult just in terms of you have to have the right setup. Maryland is difficult in terms of figuring out the timing, but other than that, it's not really that hard. Momervig is somewhat difficult. You have to juggle colors and figure out how you... what order to put things in order to get the cards that you need. Turbo ad nauseum storm decks like Rogsai might be difficult just in terms of figuring out what hands are good to keep so that you know, like, okay, I'm going to keep this so that I can storm this way, and then that's how I'm going to win. Zavala has that same type of problem as well, which is that it's difficult to assess which hands are keepable. And there's also decks like Zavala where sometimes you just have to keep a hand and hope you draw the thing you need. I mentioned the Gitrog already. Chaos deck kind of just falls outside the purview of this discussion. I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that's it. And on the flip side, best optimized decks for people starting Magic but want to play with more experienced friends and keep up. The best decks to start with if you're brand new are monocolor decks, because that way you don't have to worry about balancing colors. So, like, potentially getting color screwed is just something that's not an issue. You just take that issue off the table. Also, what you want is pretty straightforward decks that don't involve a lot of complicated stuff. So the best, like, beginner-friendly deck, I think, is Krenko. Monocolor, and it's very obvious what you do. Play Krenko, make a bunch of tokens, attack people. That's it. It's not a deck like Selvala, for example, where, okay, Selvala is also a monocolor deck, but you have to know, like, you need turn 1 ramp so that you can play turn 2 Selvala. You need these specific cards so that you can cast Pump or big creatures to draw so you can make mana, and then you need to untap it, and then you need to go find these specific combos. Like, combo decks are terrible for beginning players because they don't know what all the combos are. So, usually, like, very straightforward decks that involve mostly just attacking people to death. Or Adeline mono-white tokens. Sure, like, beatdown decks, but white decks usually will have stacks cards to mitigate what the opponents are able to do, and that becomes more complicated because now the new player has to understand, like, What is stacks? Why is it important? Which stacks cards should I play? When should I play them? The best ones are the ones where it's just, I play ramp, I play my commander, or just beat down creatures, I attack my opponent, that's it. And then once they get to know the game more, now they can start delving into more complicated things. But if it's like, you're a brand new player, I'm going to hand you this 100-card deck. You might know, like, the rules, but you don't know every single card or how EDH works, threat assessment, etc. You just want them to have a fun time, and just saying, like, activate Krenko, make a bunch of goblins, that's a fun time. So aside from Krenko, Krenko's like the one that I would recommend, but aside from Krenko, let me look up the decks and sort them by color. Something like Tatyova might be a deck that's pretty easy as well. It's just like play lands, draw cards. Don't really need to know much more than that. God Eternal Oketra. Just cast your god, cast creatures, make 4/4s, beat people down. Probably stay away from anything blue for a new player. I think those would be like the main ones. Now, of course, better than simple, more important than the deck is simple enough for them to understand is the deck fun? Because if your deck is too simple, then the player might be like, this is boring, and not want to come back and play again. So it's more incumbent upon you to understand, like, what is the new player actually like? Because you could say, oh, Krenko's simple fun, but if they don't like Krenko-type decks, then they're not going to have fun playing that game anyway. So then you may just be like, okay, well, here's a more complicated deck that's more your style and something you'll actually come back to. But again, I would try to say, in general, you want fewer colors, easier, more linear strategies that don't involve a lot of moving pieces, uncomplicated decisions, mostly just cast my spell, and then that spell generates value or kills the opponent, as opposed to, I need to sequence all these cantrips and make decisions on what cards to choose, and figure out when I need to counter stuff. Like, counter spells, more complicated than removal, would be another thing. I like handing new players Rurikthar. That's another good one. Just cast Rurikthar and start burning everybody out. All right. On to the next one. Hey, Etyman finally came up. So, Etyman on Archidect wants me to critique his decks, multiple, I think. So let's look up Archidect. And it's Etyman. I remember him specifically mentioning Life is Beautiful as the deck. I don't know if we want to go through the other ones. It says he has 10. View all. Nope, it's seemingly just 3. Okay. Well, let's take a look at this. So, what was the way that you fixed the view order on Archidect again? It's like, go to deck filters and then categorize by... No, we already have it by categories. All right, yeah. Oh, are there tags? No, there's no tags. Or categories multiple? There we go. Whoa, what is going on with all these grayed out cards? Does that just indicate it's in multiple categories? That looks pretty terrible. I'm going to switch back to regular categories. All right. So, Etyman's decks, this is Lathiel, the Bounteous Dawn, 4 mana 2/2, Unicorn Lifelink. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life this turn, distribute up to that many +1 counters among any number of other target creatures. So, obviously, we want to gain a bunch of life. and then the payoff is getting counters. So presumably, we're a beatdown deck. We're a life gain / beatdown deck. And then since we're adding counters, we're gonna want things that enhance counters. So harden scales effects, proliferate. I assume that's what's gonna be in here. So let's take a look. First thing I always look at is the mana base. We have 33 lands. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. I like that. Oh, well, I was going to say that I like that there's not a bunch of basics, but never mind, there are. So 7 forests and 9 plains. And also any green deck is almost always going to skew towards, way more towards green because of the ramp cards. And the fact that green's ramp cards can fetch out the other color. Otherwise, the lands look reasonably fine. I don't know why Selesnya Sanctuary's in here. Again, don't play tap lands. But it seems mostly fine. Alright. +1 counters. Conclave Mentor, Hardened Scales, Ozzyfish the Shattered Spire. By the way, pro tip, guys, I really prefer Moxfield over Architect. I think the user interface looks better. I think it's easier to create decks, sort them, etc. I think Architect sucks. Like, this is really bad, especially trying to look over the deck and it keeps slipping and sliding the cards all around while I'm hovering over them. Anyway. Reluctant Role Model, Ozzyfish. Okay, sure. Then Enablers. Battle Priest, so you gain lifelink. Envoy of Ancestors is the other one that gives lifelink. And then Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Weather the Storm. Swing Enabler. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Creatures you control gain lifelink until end of turn. I don't think you want that. I think you just want the cheapest possible method of giving all of your board lifelink. And then just have your creatures naturally be big enough that you can get through, or have your creatures have evasion. Champion of Landhole. Creatures with power less than it can't block it. Whenever another creature in this battlefield under control, put a +1 counter on Champion of Landhole. I think Champion of Landhole is terrible. I don't understand why anyone runs it. Duskshell Crawler. Enters, put a counter on something. Each creature controlled with +1 counter has trample. I mean, I understand why you have this here, but again, I think there's just way better things you can be doing as +1 counter synergies. Guide of Souls. Okay, sure. But as far as... So, Guide of Souls only applies to the creatures you're playing, which I guess Lathiel's each end step. It doesn't even have to be your end step. So I would definitely want to prioritize the Soul Warden cards that apply to all creatures entering as opposed to only your ones. Yes, I understand this thing generates energy and then you can put counters on the thing, but that's pretty slow in EDH. I would at the very least like to see this played in addition to all the Soul Wardens, which are Soul Wardens, Soul's Assistant, and then I think those are both of the ones that cost 2 or cost 1, and then all the other ones cost 2 after that. Loyal Unicorn. Beginning of combat, if you control your commander, prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. Other creatures you control gain vigilance until end of turn. That's more reasonable. More reasonable than your dudes have trample. Each creature with a +1 counter on it has trample. Again, definitely don't need that. So then we've got this. Interaction. 10 pieces of interaction, which, as you may know from seeing what I play, is like a lot more removal than I think you need, but let's just take a look at it. Beast Within, Seiju, Generous Gift, Path to Exile, Reprieve Solitude, Stroke of Midnight, Swords, Titanic Brawl for some reason, and Walking Ballista. Okay, fights cards are garbage. Don't run them. Aside from that, I think this is also just generally too much removal. I really don't like Path to Exile. And Boseiju, Generous Gift, and Stroke of Midnight seems like a lot. And especially because... So your commander cares about putting counters on stuff. I would much rather see creature versions of removal. So Loran of the Third Path, Skyclave Apparition. I want to see those cards more so than these cards. So I would want to cut probably Beast Within, Generous Gift, Path to Exile. I don't think Solitude's good either, and Titanic Brawl. And then I would want to see like Loran, Skyclave, Night of Autumn would be fine choices. Night of Autumn, Rex Sage, like those type of cards. Let's see what else. Token Makers, Crested Sunmare, and Alenda's Hierophant, okay. Or Ashes of the Abhorrent. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or activate abilities cards of graveyards. Whenever a creature dies, you gain 1 life. I would not care about anything that's going to trigger on creatures dying, because in your Selesnya life gain beatdown deck, I don't imagine you've got sack outlets to start, like, triggering this a whole bunch, so I think this is probably not going to do much. This card basically just says, stacks out the Underworld Breach player, and that's it. Authority of the Consuls was a little more reasonable. Oh, you do have Essence Warden. Oh, so you do have Soul Wardens. They're just not categorized here. Okay. So Essence Warden, Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant. Yeah, got it. Life Gift. Whenever land comes into play, you may gain 1 life. Spike Feeder. If you don't have... Well, I was going to say if you don't have Archangel of Thune, but never mind. This actually is good with Lathiel, but I guess I would also want Archangel of Thune in this deck. Sunscorch Regent. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, put a +1 counter on Sunscorch, and you gain 1 life. So a huge card that you're missing here is Roots of Life. So I actually have Dina as a deck. Dina Soul Steeper. Admittedly, it's in a different color, but I have some life gain stuff in this deck, and I'll come back to that. I'll see what else is in this deck before I come back to that, but I want to compare. Creatures. Angel Vitality. I really think this card's not good. You're just gaining 1 more life than you would otherwise in each instance, which is not that helpful, and the creature itself is a 4/4 for 3, which is fine. Is Sarah Ascendant in here? Yes, it is. Okay. Prosperous Innkeeper. Ranger of Eos. Rock's Faith Mender. If you gain life, you gain twice as much. Sure. Sarah. Trellisar. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on just this one guy. I would not. And Scry. I probably wouldn't want Trellisara. Cathedral Acolyte. Each creature with a counter on it has Ward 1. Put a +1 counter on target creature at the end of the battlefield this turn. If you're just using this as a protection effect, I guess it's fine. Clever Concealment. Alright, so phase out everything. Whenever you're dealt damage, you may create that many 1/1 soldier tokens. Okay, you've completely lost me here. I don't know why Darien is in the deck. This is an effect that you can't control. And also, you're the beatdown deck, which means I would think that it would be less likely for you to be the one that's getting attacked. Also, you have a bunch of life gain effects, which means you don't even care if you get attacked. Jaya's Gift. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control. It gains Reach, Trample, Hexproof, and Indestructible until end of turn. Okay, there's about 10 million better protection spells that you could run here other than 2 mana, right off the top of my head. Spells in Selesnya that are 1 mana instants that protect your creature. Legolas Quick Reflexes, Royal Treatment, Snakeskin Veil, Veil of Summer, sort of, Surge of Salvation, Blacksmith Skill, Gladriel's Dismissal, Ivar Stand, Tamio Safekeeping. Like, I would run any of those over this. 1 mana, better than 2. Greaves, that's fine. Runetail Kitsune. When you have 30 or more life, flip it, and then it flips into what now? Is there no flip this over option? Flip card. Prevent all damage that be dealt to creatures you control. So you play this and it instantly flips over into an enchantment that says prevent all damage to your creatures. That's not even as good as Dolmen Gate, which is basically the same thing except 2 mana. All right, card draw: Archivist of Ogma, Dusk Legion Duelist, Enduring Innocence, Esper Sentinel, Call, Cutzel, Lifeblood Hydra, don't like that. Minas Tirith, don't like that. Momentous Fall. How big are your creatures really? It seems like you're more go wide than go tall. I don't like this. And if you're gonna play this effect, play Life's Legacy. Runic Armasaur. I don't think this card, like, practically ever triggers. Splendor Mare. Also bad. Gaffer. Great Henge. Well of Lost Dreams. Well Rested. Comes untap, put counters on it, and gain life. Draw a card. Okay, and then ramp. You only have 9 ramp spells. Again, that's too little. And none of them are mana dorks. Which, again, your commander puts counters on stuff. Like, Get some Monodorks in here. Any effect that you have in your deck where your commander is putting counters on your creatures, if you can have a creature version of the effect, play that instead of the spell. Then we've got Damning Verdict as an asymmetrical sweeper, and then a Johnny. If you have at least 15 more life than your starting life total, exile this planeswalker and each artifact and creature your opponents control. Okay, sure. Threats Undetected. That's not a good tutor. Graveyard. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain 1. If you gain 5 or more life, solve the case, and then sack creatures in your graveyard can be cast from the graveyard. Okay. Celestine, Cosmic Rebirth, Evolution Witness, Healing Technique. Turn target card from your graveyard. Gain life equal to that card's mana value. I would not play this either. Just because cards... So here's the thing. Just because cards have life gain stapled onto them doesn't mean that they're suddenly better than cards that are cheaper and do the same thing. Even though your commander triggers off a life gain. And then here's your apparently considering board, in which you've decided not to play Drannith Magistrate, and other than that, the rest of the... Yeah, you even have Tamiyo Safekeeping over here, and you've opted not to play that either. Let's see. There is another white mana, 2 mana creature that gains life and has another relevant ability that I would want to have in this deck. There's basically additional Soul Warden effects on 2 that are actually good. Monodorks. There's other just like tiny life gain stuff, like small creatures that just have lifelink and are actually pretty good that you're not running. I would want to see those. Wait, you have a sideboard and a maybe board. Uh-huh. What's over here? Grace, Pridemate, Akroma's Will. I would play Akroma's Will over Bond of Discipline. Wow, this is a lot of maybe boards. Wow. So much. I mean, I agree that... Oh, you do have Life's Legacy over here. Yeah, swap Momentous Fall for this. And then... I agree that you shouldn't play most of these. Blind Obedience I would actually want in this deck. And what else? You even have Llanowar Elves here and have opted not to play it. And that's aside from Birds, Absence Pilgrim, etc. 2 Cringe. Gaia's Cradle, Heliod. Cleric Class. Well, this card's not good either. Archangel of Thune 2 times. Extreme Cringe. Savannah. So basically just anything that you think is too good, although most of these are not actually that good. What card is this? The One Ring, okay. And then Test of Endurance. I noticed, oh yeah, Felidar Sovereign. I was going to say that's missing, but it isn't. So is Heliod only 2 Cringe because you're playing Ballista? Because if I was only going to play one of the 2, I would definitely want Heliod over Ballista in this deck. Okay, so apart from all the notes that I've already made, some advice for life gain cards that you're just egregiously missing for some reason. Let me show visual spoilers. So life gain specific, obviously ignore any of the black cards here. So there's stuff like Golem's Heart. Whenever a player casts an artifact, gain 1 life. There's also Druid Class. You have Essence Warden already. Jodi Offshoot and Kazandu Nectar Pot are cards I have here. Although, to be fair, some of these are cards I probably wouldn't bother with if I had access to white and better life-gaining effects. Power Leech is a really good one. Basically, whenever an opponent activates an artifact, gain 1. And Roots of Life, you choose islands or swamps. Whenever a land of the chosen type that an opponent controls is tapped, you gain 1. This is specifically better in this deck, in my deck, because I can choose swamps and play Urborg, where you don't have that option, but it's still probably worth playing. Just pick islands or swamps, whichever's the most in your pod, and then you can do this. And then Thought Leech is whenever an island an opponent controls becomes tapped, gain 1 life. Prism Ring, choose a color. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen color, you gain 1. Whenever a non-basic land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, you gain 1. So these are some like other options to consider. And then as far as the 2 mana life gaining card that I was mentioning, if I can go find that. ID, green and white, CMC equals 2, type creature, ever gain. So yeah, Suture Priest is one of them, but not that one. Where is... Yeah, Distinguished Conjurer is whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain 1, and then you can pay 5 tap, exile another target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So if you've got some ETB effects later in the game, you can use this. I don't remember if you have Archivist of Ogma or not, but that should be in your deck. And then... aside from that, I would also just look at the cards that are like 3 mana and lower creatures that just have lifelink that are good. So you already have Serra Ascendant, but and you're refusing to play Heliod. You already have that guy. Stuff like Ocelot Pride is decent. Speaker of the Heavens, since you're a life gain deck. There's not a lot of good ones, though, to be fair. I think you have Enduring Innocence. I don't remember. And then also, apart from that, there's also just spells that gain you a bunch of life. So I know that you have Weather the Storm, but there's other ones that gain a lot of life. So specifically for 2 or less, and then we're going to want instant or sorcery. Gain life. So I don't know why you're not playing Tamiyo's Safekeeping, but you can do that. There's also, if I can find them, the stuff like Revitalize, where you just gain life, draw card, are pretty decent because at least you're reusing the card. But in terms of like gaining the most life possible, you obviously already have Weather the Storm, but then there is stuff like Chaplain's Blessing, Rest for the Wary, Feed the Clan. There's another one at 1 mana, if I can find it. Life Goes On, yeah, to gain 8 if something died, or you just gain 4 normally. Those might be also like cards worth considering as one-off effects. Heroes Reunion, 2 for 7 life. So I would consider all of those as well. You want to compare, I have this deck on my Mox Field as well. Well, let's go look. Is it called Lathiel? Yeah, okay. Is it tagged? No. Oh, wait, no, it's sort of tagged. That's another thing. If your deck is on Archidect, then I can't use the compare feature on Moxfield to compare the deck and see which cards you have and don't have. Let's see. Yeah, Blossoming Bog Beast is another good one. What else? There's Night of Autumn. That like should absolutely be in your deck. Oracle of Nectars. That seems not great, but I understand why it's in here. Seems pretty close. All right. So with that done, what are these here? So we've already spent a lot of time looking at your deck, Etyman. I don't know about these ones. This is Sasaya. Reveal your hand. If you have 7 or more land cards, flip it, and then it becomes what now? So if you have 7 or more land, or no, 7 or more lands in your hand, that sounds like an incredibly difficult condition to meet. But if you meet it, whenever land you control is tapped for mana, add 1 mana, that type your mana pool for each other land you control with the same name. Okay, so you're gonna want basically like almost all basic forests, yeah. And just tons and tons of ways to go fetch lands into your hand, basically. I would specifically want cards that fetch multiple lands and not just one. And it's also awkward that they're in your hand and you're not just putting them onto the battlefield to ramp. You probably want a mix of both. And then obviously lots and lots of landfall and things like exploration that let you put multiple lands into play at once. It's hard to tell based on how the deck is sorted, but it doesn't look like you have enough ramp as usual, or your ramp is at least mostly solidified into the 3 mana stuff that goes and fetches like lands into your hand. And then you just have like cards that I find bewildering, like Sands of Delirium. Target player mills X. Like, why? What's the point? Do you have mass land reanimation? Like, even if that's the case, then Sands is still not good. There's a ton of cards in green that will mill you in a way that's a lot more cost-effective than Sands of Delirium. And again, that's if you've got Splendid Reclamation, which do you? No, you don't even have it. So yeah, then I really don't understand why Sands of Delirium is in here. And Staff of Domination, to me, is always a card that's basically just generate infinite mana, do this thing. Not usually ever worth it if you're not comboing with it. So I would imagine there has to be a combo in here that I'm not looking at, or that I'm not seeing. And I just generally would not want to play cards like Gatecreeper Vine that just go grab 1 land and put it into my hand. I would want to grab multiple lands. Or I'd want to have, like, 1 land goes into play, 1 land goes into my hand. So, oddly enough, Cultivate effects. How do you get a deck review? Just insert your username that you have on Moxfield or Architect or whatever into the chat and say which deck you want to have reviewed. I also think with a card like Sasaya that this commander is just in general never going to be good because the condition is so hard to meet and you have to play so many suboptimal cards in order to actually satisfy that condition. And then as for the rest of your cards here, like, I feel that if you're trying to have it be every single land is the same name, your lands should basically just be Forest, Boseiju, Cavern of Souls, and then that's it. Maybe Ancient Tomb. I wouldn't bother with Glacial or Reliquary Tower. Yeah, it looks like most of your ramp is over here in Sorceries. Although even then, I don't think you have enough of it, but it is what it is. All right, I'm not going to give this one as in-depth of a look. And then finally, you have Go Wide equipment. I've already done an equipment. I've done a review on Brunor for somebody else that was an equipment deck, and I've got what's her name? Adrian Rograk. Arden Rograk, yeah. Like, all of the same comments that I'm going to have about equipment decks are basically going to apply to every single equipment deck, regardless of which commander is in it. It's typically the advice that I'm going to give for equipment decks, aside from the general advice of, like, play more ramp, don't play all these basic lands that all my viewers are submitting, is you don't need to play, like, tons and tons of equipment. Like, 30 plus equipment is not necessary and is, in fact, probably diluting your deck down. In general, I see people playing also a lot of bad equipment and also leaving out equipment that's actually good. So, for example, Sword of Feast and Famine is not even over here. Oh, it's too cringe, apparently. And Sword of Fire and Ice is apparently also too cringe. You don't have Commander's Plate as one thing. Oh, I guess you can't equip Commander's Plate to Nahiri. But you have tons of other creatures that you could equip it to. Well, regardless, this just seems like an egregiously huge amount of equipment. Is Sunforger in here? It is. I'm going to have the same comments about the Sunforger package as I had on the last deck. So if you want, you can go back and look at that one, or just go find my Arden Rograk deck and look at what's in there. Anyway, we have another request. Jaya, Critique, Guttler. All right. Shuffle, 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 and let's spin the wheel. Man in the Mirror. Critique by Dyrota. The Man in the Mirror, Omnath Locus of Creation. Well, sir, you're in luck. I already have an Omnath Locus of Creation deck. Anyway, coming back over here. The real commander is Mirror March. Curve is based around Birthing Pod. Okay, so is it tagged? It is not. So when there's no tags available, I'll usually look at it based on type. So 36, 37 lands with MDFCs. You have 3, 4, 6, 9 basic lands. That seems like a lot. Even if you want to run Prismatic Vista so that you have another fetch land for Omnath, I don't think you need any more than one of each basic. And then don't play the bad ones. Like Terramorphic Expanse is so terrible. Just don't even bother with that one. With Omnath, you get to run all 10 regular fetches plus Prismatic Vista. That's good enough. And if you are really intent on playing even more fetches after that, then where's Fabled Passage? Because that's a better card than Evolving Wilds. Regardless, also way, 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 way too many Triomes. And you even have the Tri-lands that are not fetchable, which is also awful. Like, get rid of these tap lands. I would pick 1, maybe 2 Triomes at max to play. And then I would just figure out what are my most colors, which it looks like it's non-red. If I sort this by color, it's 9, 18, 5, although some of this is multicolor as well. 2 of them are red and then a bunch of green. So yeah, I'd play like Spara's Headquarters and then maybe also a red one, red, green, and blue. So what's that, Ketria? Anyway, moving back to types. We have Renin 6. Aether Channeler is not good, cut that card. Agent of Treachery. Okay, so you said you're doing Mirror March stuff, right? Let's just go find that first of all. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, flip a coin until you lose a flip. For each flip you won, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Those tokens gain haste. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, please tell me you have the coin flipping stuff in here if that's the case. Where are your artifacts? Oh, thank goodness, Krark's Thumb. I think there's a few other coin flipping cards besides Krark's Thumb, although I can't think of what they are off the top of my head. But at least you got that. And there's Greater Ormancy, Flame Shadow, Estrid's Invocation, Dual Nature, Copy Enchantment, Aura Shards, Sterling Grove, Virtue of Knowledge, okay. Sundial and Watcher over here as considerations. Enlightened, Intuition, Long-Term Plans. If you're playing Intuition, are you also playing Savin's Wreck? Apparently not. I'll just trust that your Birthing Pod chain is good enough. I'm not going to look at every single creature on the curve. Anyway, as for this, so I assume you're playing a bunch of ETB trigger creatures that can go off of Mirror March. So I would want to see Academy Rector as one thing of being able to cheat Mirror March out, which I am not seeing here. You have Idyllic Tutor, Mythos of Aluna, Open the Way, Plea, and Tragic. And then once again, it appears that you have like almost no ramp. You've got Soul Ring. I assume some of these cards are ramp. Wood Elves, Sakura Tribolder, but it looks like mostly you don't have it. And in particular, I would want to see lots and lots of ramp that fetches lands. So I want to see Farscape, Nature's Lore 3 visits, like all that stuff. Of which I don't see any of those either. I missed Tavern Scoundrel in the coin deck. Anyways, then we've got Aether Channeler, Agent, Avenger, Clever Impersonator, Clifftop Lookout, Cloud Blazer, Coiling Oracle, Craterhoof, Deadeye Navigator, Elishnorn, Mom, Atali, Ewit, Ethereal Usher, Transmute for 3. Okay, so this is to transmute for Mirror March. Gotcha. Farhaven, Glasspool Mimic, God Eternal Ronus, Old Knight Commander, Harmonic, Inferno Titan. Wait, but you're running legendaries that get copied? I mean, in some cases I'd be fine with that, like a Tali, but in the case of like Ronus, I would not. Inferno Ixodron, that seems terrible. Like, really bad. Colonian Hydra, Mooncrest Cleric, Muldrifter, Battlesphere, Omnath, Primeval Herald. Go search for basics. Prison Reef. Yeah, sure. Sakashima, Skyclave, Solemn, Soul Herder, Terror, Thassa, Ragtusk, Timely, Titan of Industry, Topiary Stomper, Tribute Mage, Wood Elves. Okay. If I understand this correctly, it's not really an Omnath deck. It's really a try to get Mirror March into play deck, and you've just chosen Omnath as your commander because I guess you either wanted the colors or because Omnath can ramp you to 8 or 8 to 9 depending on what you're at, so it's like easier to cast Mirror March. It itself is also a commander with an ETB trigger, so it kind of makes sense. So if the whole plan is get Mirror March out as fast as possible, then so aside from the general critique I have already, which is like fix your mana, no tap lands, too many basics, play all the fetches if you don't have them, don't play terrible tap lands, cut it down to like 1 or 2 triomes. Aside from all of that, and like you also need more ramp and more ramp that specifically finds lands. I could get behind having like 2 triomes and more than 1 basic forest if you have more ramp cards. So like if you were also playing, so you have Tribe Elder in here, right? But if you're also playing like Rampant Growth, Into the North, etc., then you could play more basics. I would want most of those basics to be green though. Now, aside from all of that, if the plan is get Mirror March into play, you don't have really ways of doing that. There's Mirror March itself, and then you've got Idyllic Tutor and Enlightened Tutor to go fetch it, but you don't have an Academy Rector to go fetch it. You don't have just any other ways of fetching it. I guess you have Moonblessed Cleric, right? That's a way to fetch it. You also, you have no interaction at all. You've got a Tragic Arrogance and Ixodron, technically. And then you have no removal and no counter spells. How are you expecting to resolve Mirror March? Like, genuine question. You cast this 6 mana Mirror March, somebody counters it. What do you do? You cast a 6 mana Mirror March, somebody Nature's claims it. What do you do? It seems like you're just out of luck, and you don't really have anything you can do after that. I would definitely want... Well, you do have Greater Ormancy and Sterling Grove to protect it, but you don't have anti-counter spells. So I would really want to see either your own counter spells or things that make your stuff uncounterable, like Destiny Spinner. That seems like an obvious inclusion in this deck if you're trying to cheat Mirror March into play, or not cheat it, if you're trying to cast it without it getting countered, or Grand Abolisher, like things that are going to make it so that you can resolve Mirror March. And then the other thing is you just have this like random assortment of creatures. So like, first of all, if you're just trying to get value off of the Mirror March by having all these ETB guys, 40 is so many. You don't need this many. But on top of that, you just have a bunch of ones that are like just bad, that are not even good. Like you have random Clever Impersonator to copy the Mirror March, sure, but then you've got like Avenger, you have there's cheaper ways to do this than Cloud Blazer. Like Mole Drifter evoking is fine. Boiling Oracle is iffy but acceptable, I guess. But then you've got like Farhaven Elf and Wood Elves is fine, but like Aether Chandler's bad. I don't know why that's in here. Gold Knight Commander is not good. I don't know why this is Harmonic Sliver as opposed, I guess, yeah, why is this Harmonic Sliver instead of just Knight of Autumn? Inferno Titan, Ixodron is like actually anti what you're trying to do. Battle Sphere. 4 mana is too much to just play a thing that ramps you. So I really have to question a lot of these choices, like Solemn Simulacrum. I don't understand what the point of blinking the stuff is. Like, okay, yeah, you get another shot at the Mirror Marches. So, I feel like if you're going through all the trouble of casting this 6-mana enchantment that has to resolve, the first thing you play, you really want that to be like, boom, here's a huge amount of value. As opposed to then trying to get more and more of it. Brag Tusk is not good. You already have other witnesses, right? Like, you already have regular Eternal Witness, so why do you also need Timeless Witness? Titan of Industry is another, like, big expensive one. Tribute Mage fetches a 2-mana artifact, so that fetches Krark's Thumb, but then it has the issue, so if you have Mirror March in play already, then the Tribute Mage can only fetch one thing in your deck. Additional copies of the Tribute Mage don't do anything. Also, if you already have Krark's Thumb in your hand, then Tribute Mage is just a dead card. When I have little synergies like that, I would like to have at least one other thing that Tribute Mage can fetch so that it's not dead in the circumstances where you're copying it or where you already have Krark's Thumb. I think those are the main ones. You also have just like a lot of things that do the same thing. So like Thassa and Soul Hoarder both do the same thing. So if you're going to play them, like, you need both. Can't you just play one and isn't that enough? But if you're not going to restrict yourself to just one copy of anything, then why do you have Crater Hoof, but you don't have Moonshaker Cavalry, which is like the same thing as Crater Hoof? So just a lot of inexplicable stuff like that is basically what I want to bring up. Timeless Witness is part of the Intuition package. Yeah, my main issue is what to cut for more interaction while still caring about Birthing Pod lines. Well, for Birthing Pod, you only need one creature on each mana value. So, yeah, sometimes you'll have that creature in your hand and you won't be able to go up the chain, but you really don't need more than one. So a lot of this stuff I think you can cut. And again, like 40 is so many. So many. There's just other cards over here also that I'm like... So you're running like these copy enchantment effects so that you can get more Mirror Marches, which to me is also like, first of all, I feel like the first Mirror March should be good enough. But if you're trying to get multiple Mirror Marches, like how many of them do you need before you don't need any more of them? So again, it feels like Copy Enchantment, Esther's Invocation, Mirror Maid, like why do you need all 3 of them? I feel like you could get away with just playing one of them and that would be good enough. Or like you have both Greater Oromancy and Sterling Grove. That might be an exception because you absolutely want your Mirror March to not get killed. Anyways, that's everything I have to say about this one. So I was bringing up my Omnath deck, but I guess that doesn't matter because we're, despite, like, other than the commander, the decks basically have nothing in common. So let's just, there's no reason to have a point of comparison there. Hopefully that was helpful. Also, is Omnath the best commander you can have for Mirror March? Let's see. Is a commander... So, we want our commander to be multiple colors. Is there any color in your deck? So, your deck has to be at least red. And preferably all these other colors. And then, presumably, you want your commander to have a enter the battlefield trigger, right? Let's do descending color order. Do you get all the copies at once? Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, flip a coin until you lose. For each flip you won, create a token. So you make all the tokens, you make them all and then legend rule them all out, right? So Reaper King would kind of be an interesting one where you can vindicate a whole bunch of times, although I still think Omnath's probably better than that. Let's see. Yeah. ID equals... Yeah, Omnath is probably the best option. I was thinking of making it a Marina deck, potentially. You can flicker her for the top 7 enchantments. I still think Omnath is probably better. It's probably just better. Although Marina allowing you to potentially find the Mirror March is one thing, but only in the top 7 is pretty bad unless you're playing a lot more enchantments. But yeah, I would probably just stick with Omnath. I have a build request, a budget Crom and Kamal deck, which I can lend out to a beginner. Oh, a build request. Crom, Kamal, budget, beginner, friendly. I can't promise you that I'll build it budget, but I will at least make comments on, like, okay, here's how you downgrade it to budget. Or maybe I'll build it as budget first. No, I'll do it the opposite way. Okay. You can see on my page, I have a version called Man in the Mirror Enchantments that goes in that direction. Omnath was really just for the colors and value. But I think it fits nicely because it lets you get the mana that you need to go Mirror March plus interaction of some kind so that Mirror March can get through. Plus, it also has an ETB trigger, and it's in the colors that you need. All right. Spin the wheel. Teysa WIP for between $250 and $350 critique by Chris98. All right, sorry, which one is it? Teysa? Teysa Whip. Well, Moxfield says it's 540, but okay. So I believe when Chris commented on this, they essentially said they wanted the deck to be between this price range. Although, again, Moxfield is wrong a lot of the time. Like, a lot of the prices listed may be higher than what they actually are. It'll count the price on, like, bulk commons and uncommons and even basic lands. Regardless... Okay, so you've got some stuff tagged and then a bunch of untagged lands. So let's take a look at the... So, okay, it's Teysa Orzhov Scion. 3 mana, 2/3, sack 3 white creatures, exile target creature. Whenever another black creature you control dies, create a 1/1 white spirit token. So I would think that the idea here would be play lots of recurable black creatures. So cards like Gravecrawler, Reassembling Skeleton, etc., along with sack outlets, so that you can just keep sacking and getting them back over and over and over to keep generating more tokens. I would also think, yeah, you would want cards like Mondrak that can make additional tokens so that you don't have to sack as many times. The creatures also don't have to be non-tokens, so you could play cards like Bitter Blossom and whatnot. In the description, no. Okay. So, how many lands are there, first of all? There are 35 lands with MDFCs. Okay. I cannot imagine that there are enough good MDFCs to justify that. So, same as always. Too many basics. A bunch of lands that are not good because they enter tapped, or they just flat out suck, like Fetid Heath. You know, Demolition Field, I don't understand why that's in here. Castle Ardenvale, no. If you're ever at a point in the game where the best thing you have to do is activate Castle Ardenvale to make a 1/1, you have basically lost the game. I would rather play a land that's actually good and not a land that is 5 mana, a de facto 5 mana, because you have to tap it in order to make a 1/1. And it applies the same way. Like, Aganjo is really bad. You know, check lands are bad. The surveil lands are not good either. Like, you know, get rid of most of that. All right, moving on. Types and tags. So we've got combo cards: Alter Dementia, Blasting Station, Darkest Hour. All creatures are black, like that. Mondrak, Pitiless Plunder, Reassembling Skeleton, and Teysa Karlov. If a creature dying, double the triggers. All right, I'm just going to assume that all of these combos work. That, like, this actually functions, regardless of whichever combo cards they are. Looking at them, they look like they work. I assume Reassembling Skeleton is the cheapest creature, like the cheapest activation cost that you can have to keep getting a creature back. I know there's other ones, like Gravecrawler would be technically cheaper to keep recasting, but then you'd need a zombie in play. There's also... There's the one where you can cast it from your graveyard if you've gained life this turn, but again, you'd need to have gained life. Darkest Hour seems great. So the main things that I would be thinking about are... I'm not exactly sure how these combos work, but if the sack outlets... So obviously Alter Dimension, Blasting Station can be kill conditions, because you can ping or mill opponents to death. Unless... So if that's what they're here for, that's fine. However, if these are only here to be sack outlets, then these should be cards like Ashnod's Altar, Viscera Seer, etc. Graveyard Hate, I do not think you need dedicated Graveyard Hate in EDH anymore. There was a time when one of the best things you could do was reanimating creatures, like entombing Jin-Gitaxias or whatever, and then reanimating it. I think that time is long gone. So unless your local metagame in particular has reanimation decks, I don't think you ever need to main deck Graveyard Hate in a way that isn't like... And also, if you're going to play Graveyard Hate, I would play... I think the first card on my mind would be something like Nile Spellbomb, where it at least cycles, as opposed to Bajuka Bog. Or playing a mediocre land in order to have this terrible creature that can hit graveyards. Another thing is, once again, because your deck cares about creatures and sacking creatures, I would want more of the spell effects that I have to be creatures. I see over here you've got Grave Pact, which means, again, I want like the maximum number of creatures that I can get. So I'm looking here and I'm seeing spells like, you know, Generous Gift and Anguish Unmaking, when really you could chain the same kind of effect with Loran, with Skyclave Apparition, and then you would have those as creatures. Then let's see, there's Sack Fodder, Bastion, Bitter Blossom, Castle, Doom Traveler, Garrison, Cat Hunted Witness. I don't think I would want any of these one-ofs, like any of these creatures that say when it dies, make a single token. I think I would want stuff that makes multiple tokens, either like more than one or that can repeatedly make tokens. So stuff like Bitter Blossom. Oligarch, Indebted Spirit, unless there's some kind of reanimation loop that I'm not seeing where you can keep rotating these creatures back and forth. Campbell, but not the good one. But okay, I guess it's based on tokens. Marionette Apprentice, Ophiomancer, Orzhov Enforcer, Reassembling Skeleton, Skrelv's Hive, Tithe Taker. I also feel like this is probably too many of these effects. 15 seems like a lot. Also, you don't have the best one, Orcish Bowmaster's on here. Then you've got Diabolic Intent, Tutor, Enlightened Tutor, Moonblessed Cleric. But no Vamp Tutor. Multiple token payoffs. So you've got Mondrak, but you don't have Anointed Procession. I would probably just run both. Here's Yawgmoth. Do you have Skull Clamp? Because I would really want that. I guess we'll see. Okay, yeah, you do have Skull Clamp. Draining effects. Bastion, Blood Artist, Cruel Celebrant, Campbell, Zulaport. Okay, this is another one where this is way too much. First of all, Marionette is a draining effect, so I don't know why that's not classified under here. But secondly, you don't need 5. Like, 1 or 2 is good enough. Austere Command, Dusk Dawn, Battle of Bywater. I like the Dusk Dawn and Battle of Bywater because obviously it's most of the time going to be an asymmetrical effect. What I don't like is Austere Command. So if you're specifically looking to hit artifacts and enchantments and not just creatures, there are better ways of doing this, including cards like Cleansing Nova, for one thing, which is 1 mana cheaper than this. You've got protection spells, which again, these should mostly be in the form of creatures. So Giver, Mother, Skrelv, I would want all of those. Again, they are creatures and therefore you can sack them. Therefore, you can Skull Clamp them, etc. Repeatable sack outlet. Altar, Bartolome, Carrion Feeder, Cartel Aristocrat, Fanatical Devotion, Viscera Seer, Worn Soul Trader, and Yawgmoth. Again, this is way too many. You don't need this many redundant copies of this same effect. So Altar is part of your combo, Yawgmoth draws cards, and then Viscera Seer is the most efficient out of all of these, and I think that's probably good enough right there. If you were going to have a 4th one, as far as I can tell, regenerating stuff is not relevant, so... Although I guess this one's an enchantment, and therefore you can fetch it off of Enlightened Tutor, so if that's the reason you have it, that's fine. If it wasn't that one, I would probably just pick the next cheapest one as Carrion Feeder. Stacks is Lisa and Tithe Taker, but you're missing like all the good stacks. Again, you're a white-black deck. You do not have access to counter spells, and you are also trying to combo. So certain pieces of your combo are obviously going to make it so that you can't run certain stacks cards. Like obviously you can't run Stony Silence because part of your combos involve artifacts. However, I think there's probably plenty of stacks that you could play in this deck. In particular, I don't see that this deck is really going to have a problem running against Rule of Law effects, so I would want Rule of Law creatures in here. Burn, Blasting Station, Corpse Knight. Again, you've got cards like all over the place. Wire, Drain, and Burn, like different categories. Ellis, Ilkor, Mirkwood, Bats. Yeah, it's way too much. Draw spells. All right, Corrupted Conviction, Deadly Dispute, Grim, Land Tax. Not a draw spell, but sure, I get what you mean. Midnight Reaper, Morbid Opportunist, Night's Whisper, Skull Clamp, Takazia's Village Rites, War Room, Welcoming. Okay, so I don't like the Village Rites type cards, or even Night's Whisper, because you're not really getting that many cards off of the card that you're playing. I would much rather have cards that either draw a whole bunch all at once, or they draw multiple cards, you know, throughout the game. So obviously, like Skull Clamp and Yawgmoth are great, but even cards like Welcoming Vampire, Takazia's Welcome, like I would want those cards more than I'd want cards like Corrupted Conviction. Also, I noticed that none of your lands are sack lands. There are 3 different lands that I can think of that stack creatures, the best one being Phyrexian Tower, and you don't have it. Ramp, way too little. Way too little. Reanimation, Dusk Dawn, Hall, Lisa, Resummoning Skeleton, Savins, Sun Titan, and Takanuma. Okay, I don't really know that I would consider all of these reanimation, but sure. And then Token Makers is another category. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about this. Also, like, I just get this gut feeling that there's probably a better combo that you can execute with Teysa, so let's look that up. Teysa, Borzhov, Zion. So yeah, Darkest Hour, Viscera Seer, you have that. You don't have Ashnods though, but whatever. If that's just play a sack outlet. Phyrexian, Nether Trader. Yeah, you don't have Nether Trader in your deck. A bunch of these are darkest. It's basically Teysa, Darkest Hour, some kind of sack outlet, right? Oh yeah, Painter Servant. Well. Oh yeah, Painter Servant. So yeah, so you're already running Darkest Hour to have black, but you could also run Painter Servant to have black as well. And then... Why is it showing me combos in blue? Oh, okay, yeah. So mainly, Painter Servant is like the big one that you're missing here. There's probably a better version of Anguish I'm making. There are much better versions. Well, I would rather give my opponent a 1/1 token with Stroke of Midnight than lose 3. So there's that. Also, you have Grave Pact, but you don't have the 5-mana Grave Pact, Dictate of Erebos. And I see you also, you have Teysa Karlov, but you don't have the black Drivnod that does the same thing. That doubles your death triggers. Yeah, those are some of the changes I would make. All right. More for the wheel. Ramos Fun critique requested by RhysticherDuden. All right, Ramos. Ramos Fun. So this is Ramos Dragon Engine, 6-mana artifact, flying artifact creature dragon. Whenever you cast a spell, put a +1 counter on Ramos Dragon Engine for each of that spell's colors, and you can remove 5 counters from Ramos, 5 +1 counters from Ramos to add double Wooburg to your mana pool. Activate only once each turn. All right. And no description. Are there tags? There are no tags. Okay. So right away with Ramos, I imagine that there's got to be some sort of combos that involve counters and removing mana, although the fact that you can only activate the ability once per turn means that if you can't find a way to like blink Ramos, then you can't do it. But I imagine there's got to be a combo that's like add counters to Ramos for some amount of mana, blink Ramos, and then the mana that you generate by removing the counters allows you to pay for both adding the more counters onto it and then blinking it immediately. Now, briefly looking over this deck. So first things first. So there are no lands. So all of the lands are modal lands. So we're doing oops all spells stuff, I guess. Right? That's got to be what's happening here, eh? All right, then. Let's try to figure out what it is that we're doing. So we've got a bunch of ramp, which appears to be every single talisman, Sol Ring, Serum Powder for some reason. Pendant Prism, Mox Tantalite, Opal Orb, Lotus Bloom, Charbelcher. Okay, yeah, so Charbelcher, Balustrade Spy, yeah. Assault Monolith, Arcane Signet. I guess I mainly just question why certain cards like Mox Tantalite and Lotus Bloom are in here. I guess you're trying to go like turbo, like just get the oops thing out as fast as possible, maybe. I still feel like it would probably be better to just run ramp spells. Also, is this all 10 talismans? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it is. Okay. It appears, looking this over, that you have 0 white cards in your deck, which means that all the talismans that tap for white here, half of them is useless. So I would swap those for other mana rocks that just produce different colors. You're also missing like Felwar Stone, which is the second best rock after Arcane Signet. So if I was going to fix this, I would want, I would just like cut all the talismans where that produce white and replace them with signets in more relevant color combinations or just other mono rocks. What else? So you've got Bridge from Below. Let's try to figure out what the combo is. Remora, Carpet of Flowers. Okay. So obviously, since you're running a bunch of MDFCs, there's a bunch of them that were introduced in MH3 that can enter untapped, but there's also a bunch of them, like if you need a proper land count, obviously a ton of these are going to be entering tapped. So you're by default going to be a turn slower than usual. Also, a lot of your lands aren't going to be green, so understandably, you can't really run green monodorks. Like, all your ramp has to be colorless because you can't count on having a land of any specific color. And this also means that you're, by definition, usually going to be a turn slower than normal. So I also question then, like, you're already running Tantalite and Lotus Bloom, so I would want, like, all the other fast mana as well. So, like, Lotus Petal really should be in here. And then I see you've got, like, Desperate Ritual. Do you have Simian Spirit Guide? Where's creatures? Okay, yes. Simian Spirit Guide, Elvish Spirit Guide, Rite of Flame, Strike It Rich. Okay, so mostly that seems to be good. So the MDFC lands is basically irrelevant what they do for the most part. I would just say that any of them that enter untapped are better than the ones that enter tapped. And then I would prioritize after that the 2-color ones. So when I see ones like Bayin Veil, that's where I start getting really iffy here, because it's one of them that's enters tapped that is also only producing 1 color. I guess, how many MDFC lands are there? So is MDFC and type land. There are, and you can't run actual lands, so let's say none of the pathways count, so it would be 50. So 50 would give you... So there are 3 lands per color that enter untapped that bolt you. So that's 15 there, and then you could run... And then it would be another 10 for the ones that are duels. So then you'd have to have like another 5 or so. Probably not even that much though. Maybe like another 4 that are untapped. And then specifically, or that are rather 1 color. And then for the ones that are 1 color, I would assume that you would mostly want those cards to be in the Grixis. No, not the Grixis. In red, black, and green, because those are all of the cards that you have that are either fast mana or are payoffs, right? Because all the fast mana is red or green or black, and then all the payoffs are like Charbelcher, Ballistered Spy, Hermit Druid. So I would assume that that for the remaining monocolor tap lands, I would want them in Jund combinations. Although, obviously, you need to cast Thoracle, so that's like another hiccup in that. I would really have to look this over to figure out exactly the color combinations that I would want for all of the lands. Let's see what else you have. So, obviously, so anytime I get to an MDFC, I'm just going to skip it because it's irrelevant what it is. So we've got Cabal Ritual, Consider, Culling the Weak. I don't know how many creatures you even have that can allow you to cast this. So you have 24, but a bunch of them are expensive. So this only really works if you have a bunch of cheap creatures, of which you've got, let's say, I would say anything that's 2 or less counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think you have enough to run Culling the Weak. And there's Dark Writ, Desperate Writ, Fell Profane, Hagra Mauling, Jwar. Okay, so a bunch of MDFCs. I really wish there was a way that I could filter those out, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, Malakir Rebirth. I don't know why you... Oh, no, this is an MDFC. Never mind. Monomorphos, Journey, Nature's Claim, Opt, Gaze, Pact, Pyretic. So, yeah, okay. Tons of MDFCs. Sink into Stupor... Pact Negations, Hazard, Summoner's Pact. Okay, so one of the things with the Pacts is that Thoracle is the only way you actually win. Like, Charbelcher hitting 1 player doesn't win, so There are certain times where obviously that's not going to be usable because your win con will be a Charbelcher and not another thing. Summoner's Pact, Valakut's Awakening. Basswood, Water, Wardly Tutor. Okay. Then in the sorcery section, let's see. I noticed you don't have endurance. I'm not saying that you need it, but that's something I would have thought of. I guess you have Memory's Journey as a way to not die. So let's see. Agademes, Cabal Therapy. I would assume rather than Cabal Therapy, like, you have 3 different opponents and you don't know what to name. I would rather just have straight up Thoughtseize and just always be able to take something. And I would probably even want Duress as well, because you're going to, the most likely cards that are going to stop what you're doing are counter spells. But if you're only going to run 1 copy of a hand disruption effect, I would want Thoughtseize, not Cabal Therapy. Oh wait, no, but Cabal Therapy is from the graveyard, right? That's why it's here, so that you can flash it back and trigger Bridge from below. Fi mills deck over into Narcomoeba with Bridge and Yard and Cabal Therapy. Yeah, I know the Oops combo. Fi mills deck over, Narcomoeba, Bridge and Yard, Cabal Therapy the Amoeba, which brings back Poxwalkers, and a zombie with which the Spy Dread returns Oracle. Also works with Hermit Druid. Cabal is needed for the combo because it brings Poxwalkers from the graveyard. Got it. Would you consider also just straight up running Thoughtseize so that you can get through? Or actually, you're all 5 colors, right? Why are you not running Silence? Or like Grand Abolisher or any of those cards? I get that that would mean that you'd have to also run like white MDFCs, but like, you know, why not? That's going to be the best possible way of you getting your combo off is silence effects. And you also, you have Desperate Rituals, but you don't have Cabal Ritual, which is really weird. Oh, no, you do have Cabal Ritual. Never mind, it's an instant. Okay, so Cabal Ritual, Gamble, Seal, Rite of Flame. So the majority of the deck is just MDFCs or setups. How many actual MDFCs are in here? I don't know. I'd have to count them. Alloymer. Why Alloymer? If you just want an artifact effect that can produce any colors, there's better ways of doing it that are not 3 mana. Balustrade Spy, Blackloom, Bloodghast, Boggart Trawler, Disciple of Frailes, Drowner, Elvish Spirit Guide, Glasspool, Hermit Druid, Hydroelectric, Dondu, Narcomoeba, Palladiumer, Pinnacle. Okay, so Poxwalkers is whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, yeah. And then Simian Spirit Guide, Tangled Floorhedron, Thassa's, Tenderwall, Mara Wizard, Undercity Informer, Wild Cantor. This seems like a lot of MDFCs. It's hard. Let's just types and tags. That's not gonna do it. I don't think there's any way I can sort this that is gonna show me MDFCs, so let's just count them. Actually, if I sort it by type, it doesn't show me lands at all. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38 seems like a lot. No one plays counter spells where I play, but yeah, those are better. Yeah, 38 seems like a lot. Although I imagine... So this deck is basically always behind curve. Well, it's not always behind curve, but it's going to often be behind curve because a lot of its lands enter tapped. Therefore, a lot of times you're going to be like... I guess you have like a mix and match of the untapped ones, right? I would want to see the exact set. So can I advanced search this? I guess not. Another question I guess I have is why Ramos? Because it seems like the fact that it's Ramos is completely irrelevant. I mean, I doubt you're ever casting this, right? And then you're like never going to build up to the counters. Is there a better 5-color commander? I imagine there must be a better one than a one that you'll never cast ever. ID equals Wooburg. Although technically you don't have no white cards in your deck, so it doesn't have to be all 5, but is commander. What do the talismans do in this deck? I feel stupid. They're just ramp. That's all they are. All right, so a command like Essica is one that hypothetically you could actually play. Like hypothetically on turn 3, you could go 1 green, cast Essica. There you go. You have a ramp spell at the very least. Like it actually does something. What else? Most, like the 5 mana ones, you're basically never casting in this deck, so move on from those ones. Cody screws you over, so not Cody. Yeah, I would just think Essica. Henry seems better suited. Yeah, but you're never casting it. Like, you're not casting or activating it in this deck. Like, this deck is practically almost never going to play its commander, so you may as well play a commander that you might hypothetically play in some situations. You also even have, like, the other side of Prismatic Bridge, so hypothetically, you could be, like, mill your whole deck over, Memory's Journey to put just Oracle back, and have Prismatic Bridge out, and then bridge Oracle into play. I'm not saying that'll happen often, but that's at least another option. And at least the 1 green here is a castable creature that actually does something, as opposed to every single other one in here, which is essentially nothing. Like, essentially none of them matter at all. Or, like, even Gigantha could be an option for being able to generate more mana, but I would just play Essica, given what you have in your deck. All right, yeah, so I feel like 38 is too many lands. I feel like you could probably play less than that. I would want the white silence effects so that you can just cast your stuff without issue. Because you will need interaction. And you do have, like, a Nature's Claim here. Like, it's good. You should respect that someone might have, like, a Rule of Law out. But in this case, I think you don't even want Nature's Claim. I think you just want Into the Floodmaw. You want just bounce spells that hit anything. Because, so for example, let's say you want to go off, right? And your opponent has Archon of Emeria in play. Well, this Nature's Claim doesn't do anything. Whereas Into the Floodmaw will bounce it. So at the very least, you can go, like, end of opponent's turn, bounce your Rule of Law effect, untap, win the game. Or if you have enough mana, just bounce it immediately and then win the game. So I would want, like, all-purpose removal that can hit anything for as cheap as possible. So blue bounce spells like Chain of Vapor, Into the Floodmaw, that kind of stuff. White silence effects. Don't have 38 lands. I don't know if you should actually be as low as, like, 30 or 29, but because, like, you always want to be able to go turn 1 land, turn 2 land, ramp card, turn 3 land, win game off of Balustrade or Charbelcher. I guess Hermit Druid you can play for cheaper, but, like, those are the only payoffs, right? It's those 3. And then you're just playing, like, all the fast mana stuff. I'm not really sure why it's Strike It Rich, right? Because, or right, so Rite of Flame you go up, Strike It Rich you stay the same. Wild Cantor, you know, you can deploy it and then use it like a treasure, right? But, so For the same mana as Strike It Rich, you could just play a Mana Dork. Like, you could just play Birds of Paradise. Because you're not using the token, right? Like, you're not using it in the same turn. So it may as well just be birds. Another problem when you have the Oops package is what happens if one of the things that you need to mill over is in your hand, right? So let's say you have Balustrade or Hermit Druid, but Narc Amoeba is in your hand, right? Or what if Dread Return is in your hand and then you can't win the game? So that's why you usually use Phantasmagorian, which is a card that you can activate from your graveyard to discard stuff into your graveyard, right? Like, what if Poxwalkers is in your hand? What if blah, blah, blah. Now, if Phantasmagorian is also in your hand, then okay, yeah, you're screwed. But this makes it so that when you mill your whole deck over, you have a way of discarding stuff. I don't know if there's a card that's been printed since Phantasmagorian that lets you just discard things from your hand, but this is usually what the Oops All Spells deck run. Sure, but you can cast Dread Return or Narc Amoeba too. What I'm saying is, what if Dread Return is in your hand, right? Like, what if your turn is you've got enough mana to play Balustrade Spy, but not that and Dread Return? So you Balustrade Spy, you mill your whole deck over, but Dread Return's in your hand. Now you can't win. Whereas if Phantasmagorian was in your deck, you could mill your whole deck over, activate Phantasmagorian, ditch Dread Return to the graveyard, activate it. Or cast it with Flashback. And then the other obvious one is, I would say play Silence Effects, but if you're not going to play Silence Effects, you have no white in your deck, so all of these white ramp spells should be replaced. Add Fellwar Stone to the deck. And then I don't know if, like, it's hard to tell based on which modal double face cards these are. If you are not running one of them that enters untapped, you should just be running the ones that are untapped. Before, I would run a single one that's entering tapped. And then it looks like you have the dual ones. Browner, Repass, Rush of Inspiration, and Stomp. Blood-Soaked Insight. I don't know. So if you're not running one of those, run them. Run all the... Basically, the priority list is the lands that enter untapped and bolt you, then the ones that are 2 colors, then the ones that are monocolor, if you still need more. Yeah, okay, Phantasmagorian will come in. Good. I don't know if there's another one besides Phantasmagorian. Let's see. It could be any card, doesn't matter what type it is. And it needs to say discard. It needs to have a colon in it, so that's an activated ability. And it needs to say graveyard in the text. I don't think there is. I think Phantasmagorian's the only one that does that. From your graveyard. Took your advice and won a banless EDH tournament today with my Braids deck. Well, congratulations. Glad I could help. Yeah, it's just Phantasmagorian. All the other ones cost mana to activate. Okay. I won a beautiful hand-painted taiga altar. If you have a picture of it, I was gonna say link us a picture so we can see it, but I guess you can't post a link. Post a broken link that doesn't work, and I'll just manually add the, you know, .com to the link or whatever, so that YouTube won't delete it. So yeah, I do really like the idea of the Oops All Spells deck, though, in EDH. I'm trying to think, is the only ways to win it's Hermit Druid or Balustered Spy to mill your whole deck? Wait, are you not playing the other one, Undercity Informer? Oh yeah, play Undercity Informer. Yeah, so there's Hermit Druid, Undercity Informer, and Balustered Spy, which mills your deck, and then you Dread Return Oracle into play. Or you have Oracle in your hand and you just cast it. Or Char Belcher, but then you have to Belcher 3 people in a row. So Belcher doesn't actually mill the cards, right? It just puts the, yeah, it just like cycles through them. Yeah. No, it's in there? Oh, is it? Am I not seeing it? Oh yeah, here it is. I am blind, apparently. Oh yeah, and then as I said, I don't think you can run Culling the Weak because you just don't have enough creatures. Assault Monolith Mesmeric Orb works too, but you need Reassembling Skeleton since you have no creatures on the field. There's also, well, not just Reassembling Skeleton, there's Unearth Creatures for 1 mana. So one of the most prominent cards I also tend to see in these types of lists is things like Fate Stitcher, because it's effectively mana neutral. Now, it does cost 1 to get it back, so it's not like Bloodghast or Narcomoeba that just come in for free, so there is that obvious downside. But Fate Stitcher is at least a thing that can come in and then, like, immediately tap stuff. And it might be a good card to also have for Char Belcher, potentially, I guess. Although, if you're milling your whole deck over, then you should just be winning that way. I like the Unearth guys, though. Unearth. Unearth for 1. Fate Stitcher's the one that always comes to mind as, like, the best one of all the cheap guys to unearth. I think that's it, though. There's also a black creature that unearths for a single black mana, but that's just so you can have a creature. Oh, yeah, Combat Courier is another one. Where is the black one? Dregscape Zombie. Here it is. I go to Advanced Search and I say contains 2 cards, and I want to find, can I specify that I want mill? Result, mill. Infinite, mill. Well, I guess not mill, self-mill is the phrase that we're looking for. 2 cards. Where's phrases? Contains the phrase infinite self-mill. Come on. Infinite self-mill without the hyphen? No. There we go. Basalt Mesmer, yeah, Cephalid Illusionist plus Nomad's Encore. That would be another one. Yeah, much more so than Mesmeric Orb. You could do Breakfast combo, and then you already have 2 creatures in play for Dread Return. What else? There's Breakfast. And then all the other ones are just bad, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Hopefully that was helpful. I really like the idea, although, again, you're playing a very, very linear deck, so this deck is going to basically play out the same way every single game. I mean, it's just a matter of which card are you using to mill yourself, and then, or are you charbelchering, but that's it. But yeah, basically just taking Oops All spells and porting it in EDH. I like it. I wonder if I should copy this over. You know what? I think it's going to be pretty fast to make this a list, so I'm going to make my own version of it. Oops. All spells. Essica. In EDH. I really like unique decks that do something different that isn't just the same old, like, piles of the same cards over and over and over. So let's add this and then cut all the lands, obviously. Actually, you know what? Probably most of this isn't even going to apply, right? Let's see, get rid of that. Heck is Beholder's Death Ray snuff out? Okay. I know I'm not going to play most of this stuff, so let's get rid of all of this. Let's not run Chain. Demon. And get rid of all these cards. We're going to still run Rhystic Study. Get out of here that. Get out of here Devoted Druid. Most of the ramp cards are going to get gone. We can't actually use Utopia Sprawl. The likelihood that we play Ragavan on turn 1 is also exceedingly low. Get rid of that and that. We don't have fetch lands, so we can't guarantee that Deathrite does anything, so get rid of that. Alright, then we're going to want all the fast mana. Where's fast mana? Nope. We don't want Burgi for this. Oh, there's a lot to go. All right, get rid of that. Keep Simeon. This one. Jessica's will. It's all red, though, so we can't do anything but cast Belcher. That one's a maybe. Okay, and then we're gonna want protection. So specifically not, I can't be Cavern, and then it's, okay, so Alice Shore Shepherd does not apply to what we're doing. Neither does this. Neither does this. Defense Grid's a maybe. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Doson, or Duress we don't want. And not this one, not this one. Most of this is gonna get gone. I really hate that it keeps flipping around over and over. The Fairy's interesting, but I just don't think we're going to have the mana for it a lot of the time. Actually, that's not true. And I still don't think we want it. To this, Xantid Storm's fine, and then... No, because we can't do it in the one turn. Let's get rid of that one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Big Trap, Ranger, Thieves. And then there is Calamity's Wake. And Revel in Silence. The Fairy Time Raveler is a very real possibility, actually. Alright, and then let's get rid of Rift, Fire Covenant, and Deluge. Don't want those. Alright, most of that's fine. Counters, get rid of this, and then I can already tell I'm not going to have blue cards for Force of Will, so cut that. Alright, then we need the whole package, so let me grab this deck so I can grab all the cards that I'm not running from it. So compare. Alright. Do we want Lotus Bloom? I would say no. Oh, I didn't add the green talismans. Alright, so add those. Looting to get through more cards. That makes sense. Gamble, no. Shooter, yeah, so we want to go grab that guy. We need Blood Gas for our combo. I'm not going to add any of these modals because I'm going to do it on my own. All right, Hermit Druid. Oh yeah, you're running Opt and Consider, but not Ponder and Preordain? That's really weird. Narcomoeba, Pact, Foxwalkers, Red Return. I don't think I want Serum Powder. I don't know. In your experience, how often do you want a powder and you don't have any like critical combo pieces in your hand? Oh yeah, Pendant Prism. Pendant Prism. Good. Balstrud. Journey. Oracle. Where's Undercity Informer? Or did we miss that? Okay, Cabal Therapy. Bridge. Summoner's Pact. Wait, Summoner's Pact? So you packed for Hermit Druid and then die? Summoner's Pact is a green creature only, right? Yeah, so this just doesn't work. Let's get rid of that. Okay, is there any other ones of these modal? Wait, you have Palladium Myrrh in your deck? Okay. I don't get that. There's Undercity Informer. The Monomorphos is just to cycle and fix colors. You don't have Gataxian Probe in your deck either then, right? So yeah, Summoner's Pact just straight up doesn't work. Alright, back to deck. Let's add Cephalid, Illusionist, and Nomad's Encore. And then... And then we need to add all the modals, right? Yeah. All right, between all the ramp, I'm probably just going to go ahead and cut all these signets. So, although it's possible that we want different combinations of colors than just all 10 talismans. So it's possible there's some talismans we want less of and we want signets instead. That's why I was like hesitant to cut all that stuff, but I'll just go ahead and cut all these signets. All right, can I advanced search MDFCs? I have no idea if I can. Card type. That doesn't help. Mana value, that doesn't help. I cannot search them here. Oh, that's going to be a pain. Oh, it will automatically convert your search into Scryfall's search syntax. Does that mean I can say Oracle is MDFC and that'll work, or will that not work? No, that didn't work. All right, so here's where we're going to have one window over here, and then another window over here. So, is MDFC. And is a land. And says 3 damage. Okay, says... How are these worded? Pay 3 life. Pay 3 life. Alright, Seagate, Resto... Agademes, Awakening, Batter, Skull, Think into Hell the Profane, Witch Enchanter, Burn Timber, Disciple of Frailes. A question, Jalian. When you're running this deck, how often do you have... How often do you have turn 1 tap land, turn 2 untap land? Pinnacle Monk. Hydro. We already added Hydro, right? Yeah. Bridge Perks. Fog Art Trawler. Thundering Eruption, and Razor Grass. Okay, and then we're gonna want not that. We want pathway. All right. So then after that, we're gonna want all the dual ones. That was 15. Then Suppression Ray. Rush of Inspiration. Crowner of Truth. Last Swing, Grace. Blood-Soaked Insight. Song, Mad, Treachery. No, not, that's monocolor. Strength of the Harvest. Waterlogged Teachings. Legion Leadership. Stomp. Revitalizing Repast. And is that all of them? Okay, that's all the duels. And then, so that means we're at 25 lands right now. So then I would prioritize the monocolor ones that actually do something. So, Bala Ged Recovery, Valakut, Awakening, not Salundi. Tangled Florahedron is probably the best one because it's actually a ramp spell that we can play on turn 2. Let's see. After that, what's the next things that are actually relevant to some extent? That's 3. And then I guess Salundi Vision. And Spikefield Hazard. Maybe we can kill something relevant with it sometimes. That's probably enough. All right. So then back to the deck. Where are we at? So let's say this is a land. And wouldn't you know it, we have so many untagged. So let's have all of this get sorted. Where's protection? Go. Razor Grass Ambush. Am I even counting this as removal? I guess it sort of is, so sure. And then Suppression Ray. What does this even do? Tap all creatures the player controls, then choose up decks, tap this way, stun them. Okay, that's a land and nothing else. This is also basically a land. I mean, I guess it's technically removal. Stomp is fighting, so land removal. And then Blood-Soaked Insight is Arch one is the top 3 cards of the library until the end of next turn. You may play this card. If you cast a spell this way, mono of any type can be casted. So it's kind of card draw. Did my link show in chat? Yes, I got it. I just didn't want to show it right when we're in the middle of doing a deck build. All right, Florahedron. This is land and ramp. Crowner is land, and when you cast a spell, if blank was spent to cast it, create 2. Okay, that's just a land. And then Boggart Troller is basically also just a land. So I have 30 lands in the deck now. All right, so we're definitely over the 100 card maximum, right? 116, yeah, so we're way over. So we got to cut a bunch of stuff. All of the green ramp cards, I feel like, are things that we probably can't use in a lot of cases because, well, basically, we have 3 lands that are green and come in untapped on turn 1. So I'm betting that most of the time we're not going to cast anything on turn 1. I imagine most of the time the sequence is going to be, we're going to have a mix of, we have 15 lands that come in untapped and then 15 lands that come in tapped. So our sequence almost always is going to be turn 1, tap land, turn 2, untap land, play a rock. Which means that all of the 1 mana cards are actually not good. So Pilgrim, Birds, Carpet of Flowers, Ignoble, Noble Hierarch, Wild Growth, like all those cards actually don't do anything. And it's more about turn 2, then playing the ramp cards, and then hopefully having an untapped land on turn 3 to go off. Now, aside from that, we also need to cut other things. If we're winning via silence, we don't actually need 1-for-1 counter spells, I think. I think that's the case. So I don't think we need Swan Song. Well, we have Pact Negation. Hang on. Before that, let me see if there's anything else I can cut. We can probably cut Jessica's Will. And then, as far as protection goes, so I was thinking Teferi, because Teferi is, it's both a way of protecting ourselves and it's also a way of bouncing like a stacks piece. But if I think about this really, what are the odds that we're going to be able to go Teferi plus something else, right? Probably nothing. And our deck is oops all spells, so we barely have any creatures. So probably what's going to happen is we're going to play Teferi, bounce something, then it's going to go around the table, someone's going to attack and kill Teferi, and then they're just going to replay whatever they bounced. So that's not actually protection. Whereas Grand Abolisher at least just sits on the table. We can play it, pass the turn, and then we still have a Grand Abolisher, unless someone kills it. But, you know, it can't be attacked to death. Then there is Tainted Pact, which combos with Oracle. Probably fine. Like, all the modal cards, we can't get rid of any of our lands. We can maybe go down to 29. If we were going to go down to 29, what's our worst tap land? It's got to be one of the basics, or one of the, not basics, one of the mono tap lands. The Balaghet is good. Where's another mono tap land? Valakut Awakening is also maybe sometimes useful. Florahedron's by far the best one. And then Spikefield Hazard's pretty bad. I think I can maybe, like, that's the one I would cut if I was going to cut any of them, I think. That or Balaghet, one of those two. I just think the number of things Spikefield can hit is very, very low. It's also very possible that we don't need the breakfast combo. So our combos right now is Hermit Druid, Bastard Spy, Undercity Informer. That's already 3 that do it, and Charbelcher. Actually, wait, do I even have Charbelcher in here? Oh, I don't think I added it. That's fine as well, though, because I actually don't want Charbelcher. I don't want my combo to be I play Charbelcher, and then I have to wait to activate it, or I have to kill one player at a time. I want to just win, in which case it's going to be the Oracle combo every time. So, yeah, let's cut the breakfast combo, because creature tutors that we play can just go grab one of any of these creatures that we need. So we've got Sylvan Tutor, Worldly Tutor, and then every other creature tutor costs more than this, right? But we should have Imperial Seal in the deck. Enlightened Tutor, on the other hand, doesn't grab anything that we actually need. Okay, it can grab Defense Grid, which may sometimes be worth it. And it can grab... I mean, I assume they had it in here for Charbelcher. So without that, it's just grabbing random Mono Rocks. So let's take out Enlightened Tutor. Mystical Tutor is another one that we also don't need, right? There's no spell that we need to go grab, like, really? Take Mystical Tutor out. And then, oh, we have way too much removal as well, right? Yeah. Way too much removal. So, ignoring all the MDFCs, we have the Blast, we have the Red Blast, and then we've got both Nature's Claim and Force of Vigor. I'm assuming Force of Vigor is probably not usable in this deck because, like, we're not going to have enough green cards. End of the Floodmaw absolutely stays. And then it's Nature's, Assassin's Trophy, and Abrupt Decay. Nature's Claim is the cheapest one out of all of those. We still need something that hits everything. So I'm going to make the decision to cut Nature's Claim. These two will basically hit... Well, Assassin's Trophy will actually hit anything, and Abrupt Decay will hit most things, and Floodmaw will hit anything. And then it's basically just, do we want these counter spells? Because this deck essentially doesn't have a lot of ways of finding the specific things that it needs. It has Faithless Looting to filter through cards, and it has, like, Esper, Mystic Remora, and Rhystic Study as card draw. And that's it. Doesn't have anything else. So... ideally, I would like to play Preordain, Ponder, and Gitaxian Probe, but I don't think... But we're still over budgeted at 101 at the moment. If I look at EDH Rec, can I search up Balustrade Spy and find all the decks that have Balustrade Spy in them and what else they play? Or can I look up multiple cards being in the same deck, or is that not allowed? I guess we can only look at high synergy. So yeah, Hermit Druid, Cantor. So yeah, if other people are playing Oops All Spells, then this is all stuff that would be in there. I see a bunch of Monodorks are in there as well. I don't think we want that though. I'm just seeing if there's anything obvious we're missing. We have Narcomoeba, yeah. They're also running counter spells and Thought Scour. Light and Tutor. Yeah, Offer. Yeah, Brainstorm's not nearly as good when you don't have fetch lands. That's why I didn't add that to my list of cantrips that I want to play. Not really seeing anything. There's Orb. There's Charbelcher. I just don't think we want Charbelcher. If we have a way to win that is killing, that just kills the whole table versus a way to win that's more mana intensive, gets shut off by Null Rod, only kills one player at a time, like... Oh yeah, Wish Claw. I don't think we want that either, though. Oh, well, that's very possible, actually. Hang on. Yeah, Wish Claw. You know what? That probably should be in here. I took out all the 1-mana ramp, right? Except for Sol Ring and Vault and whatnot. Okay. Opal. We have Library. We don't have Library. Sylvan Library should be in this deck. Alright, that's good. So, 3 cards need to go. Where's our fast mana? So the Sticker Goblin doesn't actually work because if we get a bunch of red, we're still not able to filter that into other stuff. So Sticker Goblin out. Culling the Weak. How many creatures do we have? Creatures count for the small ones is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay, that's not enough. So get rid of Culling the Weak. And we've got this. I think Rain of Filth is something we want. Then there's all the combo pieces, which we're not getting rid of. Then there's the lands, which we're not getting rid of. The ramp, which we're not getting rid of. I could go down like a removal spell. And then there's Monomorphose, which just changes colors into the colors we need in cantrips. This one seems very cuttable, as do maybe the counter spells. Of all the counter spells we have, Dispel's the worst one. So, rid of that. Alright, and so our protection is Silence, which is the best one, and then we also have Grand Abolisher, we've got Revel in Silence, which is the one on the back of this, and we've got Calamity's Wake. Your opponents can't cast. Are there any more ones that are worded like that? So CMC is 2 or less. Your opponents can't cast. Only during combat. Your opponents can't cast spells this turn. This is easier to cast than Flame Scroll Celebrant because it's not double white. All right, take this out. Mandate of Peace. And then so I noticed that, Abolisher shows up. There's Calamity's Wake didn't show up. How's Calamity's Wake worded that it's not showing up? Players can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Oh, sorry about that. Put Flame Scroll Celebrant back in. Flame Scroll Celebrant does say opponents, right? Your opponents. Okay, God. Well, I'm glad I caught that. So, the only other thing I want is, like, filtering cards. Gix Probe, Ponder, Preordain. But I don't see what I would cut for any of them. Yeah, obvious picks are Monomorphose. Although Monomorphose and Gix Probe are all essentially the same thing. Not exactly. I think between the two, Gix Probe is probably better. Strike It Rich can maybe get cut. I'm not sure about that one. So it's mill everything. Narcomoeba enters from... Oh yeah, we need Phantasmagorian. Forgot about that. We do need to cut something. Cut Trophy. Nah, that seems wrong. We're really tight on cards at this point. Card of opponent has a cast a blue or black spell this turn. Spells you control can't be countered this turn. We'll gain hex. These are all part of your a guide to every deck in EDH. Some of them I'll probably make videos for, but not all of them. I have to cut one card. The cards that I am most interested in cutting are Trophy, Monomorphose, Offer You Can't Refuse, there's also a lot of protection. Maybe cut Revel in Silence. Double white sounds like it might be a pain. Let's cut that. All right, so we're at 100. I flat out just don't think we have the room for playing like Ponder effects. So I think this is what's gonna have to do it then. All right, I think that's good then. That's oops all spells. So oops all spells in EDH. Here's the link. Before we move on, here is the hand-painted dual land that Edward Digma in the chat won at their tournament. Very nice. So it was a no ban list EDH tournament, Edward. Was it also a proxy-friendly one? Because I imagine no ban list playing a real Black Lotus would have probably been pretty difficult. Anyway, ooh, look at here. The wheel is actually down to a size that we can manage now. Yeah, we could use proxies. I imagine so. All right. The Jaya critique, requested by Guttler. Jaya Friendly Fire. Wait, you also have Jaya and the Eldrazi. Jaya. You have a lot of Jayas. Hang, which one is it? Jaya, is it the latest one? Top one? Okay. Jaya Friendly Fire. So it's Jaya Ballard Task Mage, 3 mana, 2/2, Human Spell Shaper. Red, tap, discard a card, Pyroblast. Well, actually, no. It's only a permanent. It doesn't counter anything. 2 mana, tap, discard, deal 3 damage to target creature or player. Creature dealt damages but can't be regenerated, so Incinerate. And then 7 tap, discard, deal 6 to each creature and each player, including herself. A mono-red control deck that aims to finish the game with dragons, Eldrazi, or triple damage. One of the best plays the deck can make is to give lifelink to the commander and use her final ability to gain a ton of life. Focuses on ramp cards that add 2 or more mana to allow you to get up to big spells quickly. So, types and tags? Aha! All right, very quickly, I'm just going to switch back to regular types so we can look at lands. 42 lands when you include MDFCs. So many lands, my man. So many lands. Okay, so, like, cut that by, like, 12. and then get rid of all the ones that suck. So okay, so you're trying to give haste to stuff, but your commander already requires additional mana to even activate it. And if you're trying to give haste to, like, these huge Eldrazi creatures, by the time you get there, I feel like, first of all, you're probably going to be maxed out on your mana, unless you just have absolutely tons of it. So I feel like it's going to be really awkward to have these lands where you have to pay for the haste, like Hanwar Battlements and whatnot. I feel like you're much better off just having Lightning Greaves and Ashling's Prerogative, Mass Hysteria, like other forms of giving haste, than making your lands intentionally worse by doing this. Especially when, and I saw it already, you have cards like Gauntlet of Might that care about you having mountains as lands. I feel like if you're doing this, you want to have as few non-mountain lands as possible. You have fetch lands in here. I'm not sure why. If this is relevant later, fine. Otherwise, I don't see why you would have them. So, like, sometimes monocolor decks will have fetch lands. It's usually black decks, because black decks will run Bolas's Citadel, and you want to change the top card of the deck. If there's something like that in here, I guess we'll see it later. But otherwise, I would want to get rid of all the fetches. Eye of Ugin, I would not want. Yeah, sure, you're playing Eldrazi. I still wouldn't want Eye of Ugin. And if you really want a card like that, there is the Shrine of Forsaken Gods that kind of does the same thing, but is an actual land earlier in the game. I would want to cut Flamekin Hanwar, Iron to gain life. Like, that doesn't sound good either. So there's Workshop. I would get rid of Myriad Landscape. Talon Gates, I'm not sure why you have this either. Ugin's Labyrinth, I would cut. And then Urza's Cave doesn't seem good either. I would cut that. And then Valakut. Valakut also seems just incredibly slow. And War Room. Okay, so you said life gain thing, so Witch's Clinic I get. But I would want to cut most of the rest of those lands. And just, I think if you cut all of those, then you would be down to 30-ish or whatever. And then you could just keep Arena of Glory as the only one that gives haste. And that would mean all of your lands would be mountains. And then the only non-mountains you would have would be Arena, or just all land that gives haste. Workshop. And Witch's Clinic. And then every single other land in your deck would have been mountain. Next up, we've got, okay, Fire Emancipation and City on... Oh, let's do the tags. Okay. 17 ramp cards. Ancient Copper Dragon is not a ramp card. If your ramp card costs 7, then it's not a ramp card. I would generally put the cap on ramp at like 3. Now, technically, yes, you might have mana, like cards that are at 4 maybe that are also ramp, like especially if you've got an expensive commander. So ramping to that commander still counts even when you're playing a card like Gilded Lotus. But in general, I don't count cards like that as ramp. And then looking through the ramp cards, you've got a lot of these cards that cost like more than 3, right? So we got Burnished, Caged Sun, Chromatic Orrery, Gauntlet of Power, Gilded Lotus, Jessica's Will, Mana Geyser. I wouldn't count Jessica's Will or Mana Geyser as ramp. I would consider them fast mana because the mana goes away at the end of the turn. Metalworker, Myriad, okay, no, Scepter of Eternal Glory, Sol Ring, Solemn Simulacrum, Thran Dynamo, Wafer's Bauble, and Worn Power Stone. I noticed that out of all of these, you don't have Throne of Eldraine, which would seem to slot right into exactly what it is that you're doing here. In general, I don't like these. I think cards like Mana Geyser and Jessica's Will are fine. I think Gilded Lotus is probably fine, considering how high your curve is, and like the Gauntlet type effects, Caged Sun. I definitely don't like Burnished Heart. And yeah, I don't like Burnished Heart. I really don't like Metalworker. It's actually surprisingly difficult to get this card to do anything. There's lots of times where it just doesn't work. Throne cannot pay for colorless? Oh, okay, then yeah, never mind. I remembered that it was like a monocolor rock. I just didn't remember that it had that restriction. So Metalworker, like, you could say hypothetically it's always worth it if you've got an artifact in your hand because you're paying 3 for 2. But a lot of the times you just don't. So it'd really depend. And And then, like, you've got Worn Power Stone, but you don't have Palladium Myrrh. In general, I would just want, like, a lot more 2-mana rocks in here. Like, you're not even playing Arcane Signet, for example. And then I just wouldn't even want Ancient Copper Dragon, period. Like, if you're at the point of the game where you're casting a 6-drop, I want that 6-drop to win the game and not just make a random amount of treasures. And if the idea is, well, I'm going to play Ancient Copper Dragon, hit my opponent, and make an average of 10 treasures, and then I can use that to play my other big thing. Sure. But, like, this is already kind of pushing it, running stuff like Caged Sun. That one's iffy. I could see defending that choice, though. Let's see. Utility. Crucible of Worlds. So is the... Okay, so this is the reason you have fetch lands. That's not worth it. Not really. Just like in the one-of case that you draw Crucible. Yeah, that does not feel worth it to me. But again, it's defensible. Lithiform Engine, sure. Pinnacle Monk. All right, that's Pinnacle Monk, Vidalcan Orrery. Do you really need to do stuff at instant speed? I feel like that's not necessary. Like, your commander already activates at instant speed. You've got stuff like Ugin and creatures that have to attack, that whether you cast them at instant speed or not is irrelevant. Alright, Sweepers, Dust, Ugin, yeah, that makes sense. Portal of Phyrexia, Blasphemous Act, Scourge of Courages. 6 mana, deal 6 to everything that doesn't fly. Okay, sure. No Balefire Dragon, though, eh? I get that it's only to 1 player, but I feel like that's enough. Okay, so multi-mana lands. Alright, haste cards, draw cards. Kaimil, Kozilek, Kozilek, Kozilek. Reforge the Soul, Wheel, and Wheel. The wheels are not good in general because it refills your opponent's hands and then they get to interact with you. They're usually only good when one of two things is the case. Either you're like Turbo Storm and you're just dumping fast mana as fast as possible, so you just go cast every single thing in my hand, cast Wheel, redraw, and then the fact that you're making your opponent's redraw doesn't really matter because they probably played like 1 or 2 cards. Or you specifically have a combo with them like Narset, like Notion Thief, where the fact that you're wheeling your opponents is actually a downside for them. And I get that card draw is a, you know, pretty limited in your options when you're in mono red, but I still wouldn't run any of that. And in particular, with how much you're trying to ramp your deck, I'm surprised you're not playing cards like Mind's Eye. The colorless Consecrated Sphinx, in a sense. And Sandstone Oracle is like another good colorless card draw thing that you can play. Runehorn Kelkai, exile it from your graveyard to wheel. Yeah, I just wouldn't play any of those wheels. Then we have, yeah, fetches, lifelink. Oh, you actually have multiple forms of lifelink. I don't think you need multiple. Also, if you've got lifelink that's not just Witch's Clinic, I would just cut Clinic and have just all mountains and then have these as your life gaining. And Batterskull's not good. Just do not play Batterskull. What is this thing? Flying, Vigilance, Trample, lifelink. Exile it from your graveyard. Choose a creature. It gets 4 counters. Flying, Vigilance, Trample, and lifelink. So it turns Jaya into a 6/6, so she still dies to her ability. So one of the things that I would want to figure out is... That's everything, right? I've seen all the cards. Punish one. Oh, you do have Balefire. Okay, I would consider that a sweeper. Hellkite Tyrant, Emrakul, but not Ulamog. Oh, I didn't see removal. Okay, Chaos Warp Fury, Ghost Fire Slice, Fire Blast, Tibalt's Trickery, Ugin. Oh, okay, here's Ulamog. Ulamog, Wild. Zoyowa's Justice. The owner of target artifact or creature with mana value 1 or greater shuffles into their library, then the player discovers X, where X is its mana value. So it's just like another, it's like an even more limited variant of Wild Magic Surge. Okay. So there's a number of cards I think are just straight up bad, like Ghost Fire Slice. That's one of them. I think this is also like too much. Well, Fury's okay, I guess. Like some decks play Pyrokinesis. Between Fury and Pyrokinesis, though, Pyrokinesis is the better card because it's an instant speed. So if you want this effect, I would still just run Pyrokinesis. Another thing that I think is definitely missing from your deck is a way to recoup a card, to like recoup the cards that you're discarding. So yeah, you have like straight up card draw, but I would want to find a card that you can continuously get back. So something like Squee Goblin Nabob as an example. So that you have a card where you just discard it and it doesn't matter that you discarded it. Or I can't think of anything that has madness off the top of my head that matters, but I guess let's just go look at that. ID red madness. You already have Emrakul. Yeah, Anji's Ravager. That one's iffy. And then the other ones all suck, right? Yeah, okay. But mainly I would want just like return from your graveyard to your hand. Like return... from your graveyard to your hand. Now, I know there's cards in black like Oval Chase Daredevil. I'm not sure if there are... when or at the beginning. So there's Squee, as I mentioned. That's probably the only one in red, though. Yeah, just Squee. I don't know. I would think about Squee as an option. And then the other thing I would want is, so I get that the Jaya combo is like you increase the damage that you're going to deal to everything. So either give Jaya lifelink and you gain a bunch of life. That alone doesn't seem very good. Or you have your like damage tripler, and then you activate Jaya. You deal 18 to all of your opponent's creatures and them, and then that like might be good enough to win. I would want to see a way of making Jaya survive her own ability. So something like maybe Commander's Plate that gives her... well, no, Commander's Plate is pro everything but her color. So something that gives her either pro red or indestructible so that she doesn't die to the damage. You could also hypothetically increase her toughness to 7, but the other ones seem easier. So what if we go CMC equals 1 and we say protection from or indestructible. Which color that it's not in its identity. Yeah, okay, so this is only a one-off. Okay, so we're not going to be able to find a way at 1 mana. What about 2? And I don't want it to be an instant or... As a Sanctuary Blade becomes attached to a creature, choose a color. It has protection from the last chosen color. So you're paying 5. Okay. Not a lot of great options there. What about on 3? Does Mithril Coat attach to target legendary creature you control? So this is the cheapest one so far because you've got 3. You could also use red swords like Fire and Ice. You give pro red. So Coat, Sword of Fire and Ice. Or Forge and Frontier, but probably Fire and Ice. One of those, or the... yeah, probably one of these would be the best option. Otherwise, so quick recap. Make most of your lands mountains, if not straight up all of them. You've got a lot of redundant effects, like you don't need this many lifelink cards. You've got a bunch of cards that are just actually bad, like Batterskull and Ghostfire Slice. Cards that are worse than other cards you could be playing, like Fury should be Pyrokinesis. You know, Valakut's too slow. Myron, I don't really see the point. Probably more 2-mana rocks, even if you are playing these more expensive rocks. And no wheels. And then play other card draw instead of wheels. That's probably mainly what I would do with Jaya. Anyway, I hope that was helpful. We'll now move on to the next deck. are we going to spin this time? Well, it looks like we're doing Oops All Spells again. tentativeOrch wants us to critique their Oops All Spells deck, so I wonder how close this is going to be to the last one that we looked at. Okay, so the commander is Garth One-Eye, and so they're doing the same thing with all the MDFCs, but this one is doing different stuff. So Garth One-Eye is a Booberg, tap, choose a card name that hasn't been chosen from among these spells. Disenchant, good. Brain Geyser, maybe good. Terror, maybe good. Shivan Dragon, bad. Regrowth, good. Black Lotus, good. Create a copy of the card with the chosen name. You may cast the copy. You still pay its costs. So we're doing, like, we still got all the modal double face stuff. So what's the win condition here? I assume it's going to be the same thing. There's no tags, so let's look at types. Creatures. Oh yeah, so we're doing the Balustrade Spy thing. So tentativeOrch, if you're watching this, we obviously already went over Oops All Spells. I even built an Oops All Spells deck, so I would look at that. The main thing I would want to look at here is see which cards are different this time. So from the last one. So let's go and pull up my Oops All Spells deck that I just made, and I'm going to copy this in here, and we're going to compare the decks, and then we're going to look at the cards that you have that I don't have. Well, for one thing, I'm already seeing, like, you're not running Hermit Druid, which just seems to be blatantly wrong. Aside from that, like, so here's all the cards that we put in our deck. Were Thoracle, like, okay. So yeah, Thoracle, Hermit Druid, like, those are the big standout ones, but then there's a lot of other ones that are probably things that I would want. Okay, so what is unique in your version? So you've got Ponder, okay. Carpet of Flowers is in yours. Charbelcher, Lotus Bloom. Flip out the back, Foundation Breaker, I don't know why. Consider, Treasure Map, Ornithopter, Preordained, Spelunking, Mox Tantalite, Merconvert, the Jiri Shelter. You know, Merconvert is actually something we probably want in ours. Let me fix that. And then what am I cutting? Because I would rather have a 2-mana artifact thing rather than a talisman that produces colors we don't want. What is the colors we have the least of? Colors. We have the least white. Although white is important. So we have the least white, and then probably red would be the other one. So let's cut the Boros talisman. Oh wait, no, we have a bunch of green too. Actually, we have less green. No, we have the same amount of green as we do red. I'm gonna cut the Boros talisman. Or I guess I could just cut something else, like Monomorphos. Yeah, let's cut Monomorphos. All right. So different MDFCs. Bunch of cards that I find kind of weird, like Mission Briefing, Leadenmer, Llanowar Elves, Fate Stitcher, Diabolic Tutor. Okay, so... And then I know you've got, like, Labman instead of Boss's Oracle. So my guess is this is basically the same concept, but on a worse budget. That's what it seems like. And you're running, like, Destroy the Evidence as a 5-mana version of Balustrade / Undercity Informer. So let's see. The only cards here that I really like that we're not playing that like I think are kind of defensible are like Ponder and Preordain, Nature's Claim as an option for a removal spell. I liked the Merconvert enough that I think it should just be in the deck and went and added it. And then after that, I really don't like any of these other cards that you're running. So your 2 win conditions are Charbelcher and Labman, and it's like you're running Labman instead of Oracle. It just feels like either budget considerations or different for different sake. Like the transmute cards. Ami, 1 hour ago, I can make this deck really quick, in quotes. I'm very glad you're taking your time with these, though. It really seems like you care about the quality of your input. I like that. Also, thanks for streaming on YouTube. Twitch ads are horrible. I wouldn't know. Well, so every time I look at one of these YouTube videos after it's finished being live, I see like YouTube automatically adds like a crazy amount of ads in the video. So if you didn't catch it live, I guess you're subjected to ads afterwards. I'm not sure. It's difficult for me to understand what the user end experience is like because I usually don't watch live stuff on YouTube. Although when I do, I guess I don't see ads there usually. So I guess that's correct. Anyway, so you're doing the recross of the paths thing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, tentativeOrch, this just looks like basically a worse version of what we've already looked at. It feels like it's just playing worse cards or worse versions of cards. And obviously, like, Garth also seems to be a card that kind of irrelevant. Like, Essica really feels like that's the commander you pick if you're trying to do oops all spells, and otherwise... yeah, otherwise not really relevant. And I think the Charbelcher kill is worse than the Oracle kill by a lot. And Oracle's better than Labman. So yeah, if you're interested in inputs, I already did the whole critique on the previous Oops All Spells deck, and I've built one myself, so you can take a look at that. All right, down to 6. Man, are we actually going to finish today? Ooh. Xavier or Javier, I'm not sure. Super Friends by Hutterson. And this is not... oh, yeah. Is this a critique or is this a build? I think this is a build, right? Yeah, so this is a build it. So... Javier. Xavier, Javier. I really don't know which one it is. Xavier Sal, Infested Captain. Okay. 3 mana in Sultai colors. Human Fungus Pirate, 3/3. Tap, remove a counter from another permanent you control. Populate. Activate only as a sorcery. Or tap, sack another creature. Proliferate. Okay, so you can obviously get more tokens or you can get more proliferating. And you specifically want to go Super Friends route. Xavier can go Super Friends, Sagas, Infect. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of different directions you could take this. I'm just trying to figure out... so their request, Hutter's request was obviously to make it Super Friends. But I'm just trying to think, what is actually the best route to take this? So populating actually seems quite poor. You're only making 1 additional token of whatever you've made, and usually tokens are small. And it has to be a creature token specifically, so you can't copy like treasures or whatever. Whereas proliferating can apply to a lot more than just, although the sacking a creature is a higher cost than removing a counter from something. So probably Super Friends, but Sagas sound the most fun. The thing with the Sagas, though, is that most of them just aren't good. But most of the Planeswalkers in EDH aren't good either. Making token copies of Sagas? I don't even know how you'd do that. I would think the main thing I would want to do... I'm trying to think. I think I would want to do a slight combination of multiple things. In particular, we're definitely going to want lots of ways to untap. It's Xavier Sal, right? And it's from Ixalan, which is Mesoamerican, so it's Spanish, right? So it's Javier. I'm just gonna say it's Javier. Xavier Sal. All right, first of all, add the starter kit immediately so we can just auto in all of these cards. Types and tags. Cut the Arid Mesa, and then our lands, we need to fix some of it. Let's get rid of Verges. Wow, why are we so much over? Let's cut the fast lands. So Blooming, Marsh, Mechanical Sanctum, and Dark Slick. And we're at 33. Is this a Cradle deck? It probably isn't. Although we do need creatures to sack, so maybe it is. I don't know. We definitely want Manamo. Want black market connections, so these look fine. Let's get rid of Deluge. And then we need to fix up these lands, so let's get rid of or this ramp. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of Druid. Let's get rid of Cold Steel Heart. Let's get rid of Farseek, Nature's Lore, Ornithopter. Then let's see, Monavault, get out of here. Liquid Metal Torque, Thought Vessel, Talisman, Opal, Mindstone. Mirror Signet. Then Fanatic Aronis is not going to apply, so let's get rid of that. Gloom Tender is really good here, though. All right, removal spells. All right, removal spells. Get rid of most of this. All right, we're gonna want a creature to sacrifice basically every turn. So Bitter Blossom's probably a good into the deck. Counter spells, that's fine. Get rid of Dark Ritual, we don't need that. 33 lands still after all of that? Okay, what lands can we cut? I'm just going to preemptively say Cradle. And then, let's see, what else? I want to cut at least one more. Hello, welcome, Chris. Maybe stuff with double activated abilities? What do you mean? I'm gonna cut the... We don't need two basics. In fact, we may not even need either of them. Get rid of them both. That means we have 6 fetchable lands and 9 fetches. What do you think of the best ramp options at the moment? Top 5? Sol Ring, Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond are by far the best ones, period, and they go into basically every single deck. After that, if you're in green, the best ramp cards are, depending on what colors you have access to, would normally be Birds of Paradise. If you have Golgari, Deathrite Shaman's one of them. Those are the best, or Arbor Elf, because Arbor Elf can do untap shenanigans by, you have like untap shenanigans with the Utopia Sprawl, and specifically you can use Alpha Maya and Gaia's Cradle together to untap your Gaia's Cradle again. Those are the best ones in green. Also, Carpet of Flowers is really good. If you're not in green, then after the first 3, Sol Ring, Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, the best ones are Arcane Signet and Felwar Stone. Add in the Dramatic Scepter combo for a boring deck? Indeed. Well, it's not infinite, though, because your ability does require you to sack creatures, so it's not infinite. Although you would get infinite mana. But the actual ability on Javier is not infinite, even with Dramatic Scepter in play. Let's see, we're at 18 ramp, that's good. Orcish Bowmasters is good for having additional tokens for Javier to get rid of. Then I probably have too much removal and don't need all of it, so let's get rid of... between these two, I'm not sure which one's better. I like free more than other stuff. Okay, let's get rid of Submerge, and let's get rid of... Trophy. Yeah. And there's the removal, or the counter spells, rather. Got Psych Rift. Okay. Next, I'm going to want where all of our proliferating shenanigans begin. So, what is the card called? It's the 2 mana, everyone gets poisoned. Each opponent gets... That's probably not how it's worded. Oh, it is how it's worded. Prologue to Pheresis. There we go. So, Prologue to Pheresis. And we can add Infectious Inquiry in here. So Infectious Inquiry. Then, I probably don't want Bite, though. Good morning. Am I still on the board? No, we went over your decks earlier. Let's get untapping effects. So we want all the untapping for Javier. So let's see. Alright, get rid of... a lot of these are going to go. So Mirren Spy, Future Seal, Pemon's Aura. Keep sacking creatures on other players' turns as well. That seems fine. Quirion Ranger, Coral Helm, Rib Ranger, Seedborn Muse, Sting, Thassa's, Block, Vizier, Construct, Servant, Nature's Chosen, Kelpie, Shadow. most of the stuff's going. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. This, get rid of this, get rid of this. Keep freed, keep rid of this. Intruder alarm. Definitely seems like it could be a combo. Wait, what about Ichor Rats? Doesn't that put a poison counter on everyone? Or is it on every player? Ichor Rats. ETB, each player gets a poison counter. That one's a maybe. Of Mercfiend Liege. Let's see. I probably want repeatable ones and not one-offs. I can use stuff like Hero's Follower because it's also mono ramp, so keep that. Let's get rid of Kiora, Iorith, and then Freed is pretty good. Hammons is pretty good. Moral Helm. I think I probably don't want Wirewood, Korean, and Scrib Ranger. Let's get rid of all those. And when does this turn, whenever creature control becomes tapped, put a quest counter on it, as long as there's 4 more quest counters. There's that one, Seedborn, Sting, and Awakening that are all on every turn. Intruder Alarm requires that we keep having creatures in play, which can only work if we were combos. So let's go to Intruder Alarm. Then Mage Right Stone is only once a... Yeah, once. 1,000-Year Elixir sort of lets us tap really fast. Then there's Tyvar, which is basically like a 1,000-Year Elixir, and specifically the request for this deck was Super Friends, so Tyvar seems like it fits right in. Let's get rid of Retreat Coral Helm, but I think the rest of the cards are good. All right, so we have how many cards? 90 in the deck. We'll probably wind up cutting other stuff. So that's a sufficient number of untaps, and then we've got a kill condition by giving our opponents poison counters. Now, there's a lot of ramp. What other... Oh, it added Voltaic Key and whatnot in here. You know what? Let's change the tags on these, because... these are untappers, not really ramp. Like, they're kind of ramp because you can untap Monovault and stuff, but they're not really. Get rid of Screwdriver, get rid of this, get rid of that. Need to go fix the packaging. Well, they're not in here though, right? Yeah, they're not. Okay. Okay, so now we've got sacking another creature. Bitter Blossom is not going to be good enough. So what are some other cards that are like Bitter Blossom? Whenever create creature token. Seems he's 3 or less. Pawn of Ulamog, I remember, is one of those cards. Whenever it or another non-token creature you control dies, make a spawn. The creature token specifically, because we need to have lots of fodder. Bye, Catcher's Monument. Yeah, there's Pawn of Ulamog. Whenever you cast an artifact, we're not going to have anywhere near enough for that. Draw, but then we have to pay for it. Scurry Oak, we don't have that combo. Genesis Chamber. Without being able to actually combo with this, I don't think that's good enough. Oh yeah, there's a Poppet Stitcher. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create it 2/2 with Decay. How many instant sorceries do we have? Like, I can't imagine that many. 8, no, 14, 16. I mean, that's a decent amount, but I don't think enough to play that guy. There's also cards like Jadar. All right, let's see. Instead of whenever, at the beginning. Black Market, Bitter Blossom, Ophiomancer. Ophiomancer slots right into the deck. Jadar, beginning of your end step. Awakening Zone is upkeep. Ophiomancer's every turn, which is why I like it. Beginning of combat on your turn, make a rat. Enters, is up to 1 card from the opponents. I guess Jadar essentially has the same rate as Bitter Blossom, so we can have that. Jadar. Enter the battlefield or on upkeep, mill a card. If it's a land, so you only get the insect 1 out of 3 times. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack a token. If you do, blah, blah, blah. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 2. Whenever 1 or more lands are milled, you make the thing. Alright, Kaido makes... Well, it actually doesn't make a token every turn. What's Doubling Season? Kaido, Shizuki. And let's specifically look at... So Kaido does what? He's sort of a cantrip. That's basically what he is. Let's look at... So let's make sure we have our Planeswalker theme down. How many Planeswalkers are in Bug anyway? Probably a lot. 128. It's not that difficult to go through. Let's look at the ones specifically that create tokens. So create creature token. Ugin, Liliana, Garruk. Liliana goes pretty well in here. Liliana, Dreadhorde. Oh, what would I consider her? I guess a sweeper, sort of. Oh, and she's also card draw. Then Garruk, which we don't have that many things that are actually powerful, although he does make tokens and they can also draw cards, so he's fine. Garruk, Primal. Then there's Death Majesty, who reanimates stuff. I don't care about. Then there's Teferi. Great Egg, dude, with whenever you draw a card, put a counter on this thing, and it draws. It says alt, target punches a permanent they control and returns it to its owner's hand. Then they shuffle each non-land permanent they control into its owner's library. Not great. Grist does make a token every turn and can sack to kill stuff. Sure. Grist. Hunger Tide. Nissa. So, okay, first of all, switch printing. And then secondly, she is a removal spell, but also a beatdown card. It's +1 for each forest you control. So I noticed, so we don't have Yavimaya in here. And no Cradle. So let's get rid of Topia and Arbor Elf. Hey, at work again, and seeing you got to Javier, thanks. Have you looked at Intruder Alarm? I have looked at Intruder Alarm. I don't think it's good enough. But it's possible it is. I can add it back. All right, add back Intruder Alarm. Okay, so there's that. Tevish Zot creates tokens, and then you can sack tokens to draw. Okay. Oh, Fraley's is pretty close to Nissa, eh? Creates tokens, although the tokens are much smaller. Also blows stuff up and draws cards. There's a lot of them that we can play. Let's see. Okay, Fraley's. Llanowar's Fury. Is that what it is? Yeah. So removal and card draw. Then Lolth, she draws cards and makes spider tokens. Okay, Lolth. What's the emblem? Whenever an opponent is dealt combat damage by one or more creatures you control, if the player lost 8 life this turn, they lose life equal to the difference. They lost less than 8. Since we're proliferating a whole bunch, I'm also looking for like really powerful ults. Tevish Zot. Let's do Tevish Zot as well. Tevish Zot. There's Teferi. Nissa. Nissa makes a plant token every turn. Nissa Voice. Vivian, Garruk, target creature, draw a card. Create 2 2/2s with when this creature dies, put a loyalty counter on each Garruk. Already got Kaido. This Garruk untaps lands. Kaido, up to 1 target creature, blubbity blue. How many planeswalkers does that have us at so far? 10? I think 10's good enough. What decks have you gone over today? A lot. I don't actually remember. We did Oops All Spells. That was kind of the standout. I want Ugin. Not particularly. Okay. So 99 cards. We're just missing 1. I'm also interested in... We've got a lot of untap, but we don't have a lot of creature fodder. So what are the cards that add a creature every single turn? There's like on multiple turns as well. I believe Tendershoot Dryad is one of them. Tendershoot. So Ophiomancer makes 1 on each turn. But then, and there's Tendershoot Dryad. Yeah, at the beginning of each upkeep, create a token. How is Ophiomancer written? At the beginning of each upkeep, yeah. So at the beginning of each upkeep, create creature token. Ophio, Coma, but it's 7 mana. Tendershoot Dryad. All the other ones are more expensive, right? At the beginning of each upkeep, if this is enchanted, create a 1/1. Okay, so not that. So Ophiomancer, then there's Tendershoot, and then you're getting real expensive after that. Like Wolverine Riders is the next best one at 6. I know that Intruder plus Basking Brood Scale and Skuriok is an infinite with Javier. Yeah, but isn't Brood Scale Skuriok already infinite or something? Whatever. Let's look at the combos. So find my combos. Submit URL. So the combos that are already in our deck are Sanctum Freed from the Real and Bloom Tender Freed from the Real. Sure. That's incidental. So the other combos that we can potentially run are Twitching Doll Freed from the Real. What? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Awakening Sands, Hullbreaker, Soul Ring. Yeah, we don't want those. We want stuff that combos with Javier specifically. Javier Intruder Alarm and Cloakwood Swarmkeeper. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield of your control, put a +1 counter on it. So you can keep proliferating or keep populating. That doesn't seem great. Ulamog's Dreadsire and Intruder, Animation Module and Intruder, and a bunch of other prerequisites. Basking Brood Scale Intruder, a bunch of other prerequisites. You control at least 1 additional creature. Javier does not have Summoning Sickness. Brood Scale has at least 1 counter on it, so that you can remove the counter. Oh, sack another creature, pop or proliferate, make a token, go infinite. Gotcha. Is this a You may create... Okay, so it's not mandatory. It's not a mandatory loop. Alright, so you don't even need Scurry Oak then. Basking, Brood Scale. Now we're over. So what card are we getting rid of? I guess Pawn of Ulamog. Let's say you have a creature token and you've got Javier and Pawn of Ulamog and Intruder Alarm. So you go sack something, populate the creature token. Intruder Alarm triggers untapping Javier. So you get infinite untaps, but but that's it. You have infinite ETB, death, sack, triggers, but can't actually do anything with it. All right, let's take that out. Propagator, King Makar, tribute to the World Tree, Railway. You should add your Mox field in the description. Oh, in the description for these? Do I not have it somewhere on my... I don't have it in videos. Don't I have it on my channel? I'm not sure. I put Moxfield links in like every video that's a deck tech. Arlen, Sharp-Eyed Rookie. Wait, really? Whenever a creature enters under your control, if its power is greater than power and toughness. Infinite clues, infinite creature tokens, infinite mana creatures you control can produce infinite untap of all creatures. What's the other prerequisite here? You control a permanent that has a counter on it. A token that has base power toughness greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookies, because I'd rather have Sharp-Eyed Rookie than Brood Scale. Sharp-Eyed Rookie actually does stuff. Sharp-Eyed. Whenever a creature enters under your control, if its power is greater than this power, put +1 counter on it and investigate. So I would call this card draw, and then in this deck specifically, it's a combo piece. And yeah, someone mentioned Javier's Sagas could be a fun lower powered brew, but I'm already working on Narky Fable Stinger Saga deck, which could also be a suggestion for the wheel. Narky? Yeah, I've looked at Sagas because they seem like there's multiple commanders now that care about Sagas in one way or another, but Sagas just suck. They're so bad. There's only like a handful of them that are any good in EDH. Most of them are just terrible. And even the commanders that specifically care about Sagas are not even good. All right, I think that's fine. So we've got a bunch of card draw. We've got some combos. We've satisfied the Super Friends thing. We've got a bunch of untap effects. I think the main stopgap is just actually straight up killing people because we've got Infectious Inquiry and Prologue Dephresis and Ichor Rats, and those are the only things that cause our opponents to have. I had Ichor Rats in here because I was like, well, what if I have something that tutors for a creature and I want to go grab that, but I actually never wound up putting anything in that tutors for a creature. So there's another spell that isn't Ichor Rats that I could go with, although Ichor Rats is a creature that we can use to sack to Javier, so that's something. What does EDH Rex say about Javier? So I assume there's lots of different ways to build him. Marvin, eh. Oh, Dreamtide Whale to keep proliferating. I think the Javier himself can do that well enough, right? Evolution Sage. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there's Intruder Alarm, there's Tyvar. This Vraska draw. Target creature becomes a treasure. More proliferating type stuff. Sure. There's Brood Scale. Fury Oak. I think we built him up well enough. Obviously, I would have done something different than, like, Super Friends if that had been the instruction, but it seems fine. And there's all these spells. I wonder if they're going to show the other 3-mana black spell that adds poison counters. Probably not. Yep, they didn't. Oh, we're still going. There's Inquiry. Oh, here it is. Each opponent gets poison counter, then each creature opponents control get -1 until end of turn for each poison counter its controller has. So I think I would rather have that than Ichor Rats. Or Recess Outbreak. Yeah, Narki is the only Saga commander that I can think of that turns Sagas into a way to sort of kill people, even if it isn't the most efficient. There's the Selesnya Saga commander. But Sagas are like all the different colors, so I would prefer a creature that has at least 3 colors. But you know what? How about we do this? A Sagas theme deck. Narki, question mark? Yeah, all right. I think we're good. This seems like a decent enough build of Javier. I'm not seeing anything here that's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't add this. I guess Oko, although... Yeah, you know what? If we are super friends, we really should have Oko, right? Oko's just one of the best walkers we can play. Come on. All right, what are we cutting for Oko? Oh, I never took out Instill Energy. Let's take out Instill Energy. All right, there we go. And what else? There's all this stuff. There's Kiora. Oh yeah, this Kiora also untaps things, but she triggers off something that we're not going to trigger most of the time, so whatever. This Garruk. Yeah, we got her. We got Vraska. Garruk. The Fairy. All right, I think we're done. All right, that is Javier. So mostly just about... So there are some combo loops, obviously, although we can also just set up, like, untapping shenanigans with... Ophiomancer and Tendershoot are the ones that make tokens every single turn, and then if we have the untapping effects like Seedborn Muse, for example, or multiple of these other ones, we can keep untapping Javier and keep doing proliferate stuff. And the only thing we can really proliferate is poison counters, so I wonder if it would be incumbent upon me to have stuff that puts counters on everything, although I guess Nissa does that, right? Where's Nissa? Nissa, Voice of Zendikar, puts +1 counters on all of our guys, so... Type, Planeswalker, or I guess no. CMC is less than or equal to 3. Put... +1 counter each creature. That's 2 on each creature. Anduril sort of does it. Saga does it after a while. There's nothing in green that does it, really? It's all targeted. Yeah, basically just Nissa and Anduril. Alright, we're good. Xavier Sal. Here's the link. Xavier. Oh, wait, that's the wrong link. This is the link. All right. What's it going to be this time? Oh, we went over the line. Architect Sigarda critique from Ozzyfish. Oh, here we go. Sigarda, oh, wait. Arena Brawl, Host of Herons, High Power Bracket 3 to 4. It just says Sigarda, so I'm going to assume it's this one. Okay, so the original Sigarda, Host of Herons, 5 mana, 5/5 flying and hexproof, so... And then spells and abilities your opponent's control can't cause you to sacrifice permanents. So that ability is basically irrelevant, I guess, except for... What does Chain of Acid say exactly? Or is Chain of Acid target? Destroy target, yeah, okay. So I was thinking if there are chain spells where basically like you cast it and then your opponents make a copy and they can go back at you. If any of those are sacrifice-based, then Sigarda would just blank any negatives that you have for there. But mainly Sigarda to me just says Voltron Commander. It says, here's Sigarda, ramp to Sigarda as fast as possible, and then just slap on a bajillion auras and equipment and whatnot, and then just try to pummel people with Sigarda. Because it has hexproof. That's like the main deal. So... with that, let's see what they've done with their deck. So it is Arcane Signet, Batterskull. Don't play Batterskull. Do not stop playing Batterskull, people. Blackblade, Reforged, Chrome Mox, Colossus Hammer. Okay, Commander's Plate. Yep, so go in the Voltron route. Fire Shrieker, Hammer of Nazan, Uldra Complete, Lightning Greaves, Loxodon Warhammer, Mithril Coat, Robe of Stars, Selesnya Signet, Battlespear, Solring, Swiftfoot Boost, Sword of Body and Mind, Feast and Famine, Fire and Ice, Sinew and Steel. Which one's this one? It's destroy Planeswalker and an artifact. Talisman of Unity, Trailblazer Boots, Umezawa's Jite. I'm giving a quick glance at the deck and I'm already seeing this is not enough ramp. Arden to auto-equip all your equipment. Aven Mind Sensor. Bastion Protector. Commanders, creatures you control get +1 and have indestructible. So the problem with this is, like, it still doesn't even protect your commander, right? So you say, like, Sigarda's hexproof and is indestructible, right? She still dies to exile sweepers, and she still dies to negative toughness sweepers, although she has 5 toughness and you're going to be equipping her with a bunch of stuff, so probably not that one. And she still dies to mass bounce, which in particular is Cyclonic Rift. So I would think you would want phasing in order to protect her more than anything else. But this is reasonable. Birds, Lighted Halfling, Dragonlord Jamoka, which should just be Abolisher. Here's Abolisher as well. There's no Kutzel in here, right? Yeah, Kutzel should be in here. Fnatic Aronis, Halvar. I would really want to see stacks in this deck because you're Voltroning a single thing and trying to kill people with it. I would definitely want to see stacks. Mom, which if you are... Why? We're already hexproof, so the only thing this protects you from is damage sweepers. Have you gone over Teysa yet? Yes. Pure Steel, Kasali Pride Mage, Sigarda. Another thing is when it comes to Voltroning, different cards care about equipment versus auras and enchantments. So I think you would want to mostly pick one and stick to it because you're going to have your cards that are like, whenever you cast an enchantment, draw a card. And then you're going to have your other cards that say, whenever equipment enters, draw a card. And so if you have like half equipment, half auras, then you're going to have a bunch of cards that don't work. So the other Sigarda, which seems weird. Other permanents have hexproof. Like, okay. Silverblade Paladin, Skyclave, Solitude, SRAM, Stoneforge, and Sun Titan. It seems like you've mostly gone the equipment route. Yeah, basically, there's no enchantments in the deck at all, so mostly the equipment route. Dueling Grounds. No more than one creature can attack. You don't need this at all. If Sigarda is big enough and you just give it lifelink, no one should even be able to race you. Duelist Heritage, Forge Anew, Sigarda's Aid, Sylvan Library. Chroma's Will, Beast Within, Light and Tutor, Generous Gift, Path. Swords, Teferi's Protection, Veil, Worldly Tutor. 35 lands. Too many lands, too many basics. Again, it's the same thing every time. All the Bandit Lord to give Sigarda haste, I don't actually think is... So, while I do think it's important to give Sigarda's haste, I think Hall the Bandit Lord is one of the worst haste cards there is. And in particular, in a deck where you're going to be very mana intensive, I don't like it. And you've got 3 visits, Nature's Lore, Open the Armory, 7's Reclamation, Steel Shaper's Gift, and then a maybe board of cards that you didn't wind up playing. All right. I think this is a reasonable take on the deck. However, I think I want to build this from scratch and fix up a lot of the problems here. So let's do Sigarda. Host of Herons. This is 100% going to be a Voltron deck. So here, add in the package, add in the mana base, add in the protection, add in the ramp, add in the... I think that's going to be it. No, haste. We want haste. I think that's it. All right. Oh, no, we want stacks too. Okay. If we decide to play Null Rod effects, then we can't run equipment. And I think equipment are going to wind up being very important. I think we are actually going to want both, but there's ways of mitigating the problem. So, first of all, fixing up the mana. We are going to have 3 fetch lands we can't play, so let's get rid of all of those. This is definitely not going to be a Gaia's... Well, I guess I was going to say not a Gaia's Cradle deck, but we are going to have a ton of mana dorks. But we'll come back to that. All the Bandit Lord. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of... let's see, which ones are we not able to run? Polluted Delta. Pool. Arn. Urborg, obviously, get that out of here. And... there should be another fetch that we can't play. Red and blue, red and black. Bloodstained Mire. Okay. Floor gone. Get rid of most of the mana rocks anyway. Brim, Mana Vault, diamonds, stones, amber, obviously. Get out of here. Opal. Nature's Lore. Maybe. We're going to have a lot to cut. Signet, Talisman, Thought Vessel. Okay, we'll follow Haven and Fertile Ground if we wind up having Enchantress effects are relevant, so we're not just going to junk them. I will junk Arcane Signet, though. And I'll junk Bloom Tender, Belwar. Smothering Tide's the same deal. I probably wouldn't play it unless we're going to run Enchantress effects. Okay. Then for our protection, we obviously don't need like any of the hexproof stuff. It's mostly anti-counter stuff that we need, so let's get rid of this. Lightning Greaves for haste is still fine, though. Ranger Captain. Silence is not necessary. 12. Enchanted Swarm, Sylvan Safekeeper, obviously not necessary. Galadriel's Dismissal, I do want phasing-based protection, though, so let's get rid of Doson, City of Solitude, and Defense Grid. So now we got these ones. We can get rid of Xanted Swarm. And so we got this, this, and this. Okay. Removal spells. We don't actually want creature-based versions of them now, so let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's... we're probably having some amount of Enchantress effects. Sword Stroke, Nature's Claim, Force of Vigor. on all of that. Then card drawing, that's fine. Fax cards. All right, Rule of Law cards, those are good. Armageddon effects, also good. 1,000-year elixir, get out. Lava Spur boots. Out. Or it's either that or Crossroads. Yeah, I'll take out Crossroads and I'll have boots in here. Now, you know what? No, let's do Concordant. Light and Tutor. All right, Mind Sensor, that's fine. Collector, oof. So the problem, I do think we are going to wind up with enough artifacts for this to matter, though. So let's not have that. We obviously can't play Cursed Totem. Doorkeeper Thrall, no creature ETBs, and that's probably fine with us. I don't think we're going to have any creature ETBs. That's fine. Granith, Eidolon, if we're doing Enchantress stuff, then this matters. Elish Norn, that's basically just Doorkeeper Thrall, but more. So get rid of that. Get rid of Canonist. We cannot play the taxing effects. Arn, Ataki. Linvala can be in the deck, though. Null Rod out. Phyrexian Censor. This one can go. Ravages, Rule of Law. Well, actually, no. If we're doing Enchantress, then I actually want regular Rule of Law. And then I would cut Archon. Static Orb, get out of here. Actually, is Static Orb even a problem? All we need to do is untap Sigarda, so that's probably fine. Static Orb, Winter Moon, get out. Winter Orb, stay. Vryn Wingmare, out. Trinisphere can stay. Torpor Orb can stay. Thorn out. Tabernacle out. Thalia out. Stony out. Spirit. We're going to wind up running card draw, so get out of here. And then get Sphere of Resistance out. That leaves us with this. And then we've got what? Druid. Get rid of Reprieve. Now, I want cards that cost less than 3 are in my color identity and say phase on them. Not going to be that many. Oh. Oh, 29. Okay, yeah. So I want to see phasing or phases out. Target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls phases. Okay, yeah. Not that one. It's basically what? We already have dismissal. Target creature you control phases out. All right, yeah. This one. We just want to survive sweepers and like other or edict. Well, I guess not edict effects. Sweepers, basically. Robe of Stars. Yeah, that's another one. I think that's it. Beginning of your upkeep, put a time counter on this. 2-tap, untap target creature you control. It phases out until this leaves the battlefield. 3-tap, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value less than or equal to the number of time counters on this. Then sack it. All right, no. So that's the ways we're going to protect Sigarda. Now we need to start adding in all the beatdown stuff. So we're going to need all the like awesome auras and equipment. So what ones do I want? Sword of Feast and Famine. Fair Umbra. Wow, that kind of ran out quickly. Idolized. All that glitters. The one that's lifelink and exile's a thing. What was that one called? Type aura or type equipment. We're not skull clamping. Although we could, I guess. But let's not. I don't particularly want Mithril Coat. Let's see. Shadow Spear, that's fine. Plate. Yeah, the protection doesn't really matter, so you're basically getting +3. That's irrelevant. Nettle Cyst is reasonable. Well, basically a 5 mana version of all that glitters. Yeah, you know what? That's not reasonable. Attach it. Equipped creature gets +2/0 and indestructible. No ethereal armors per enchantment. That's fine. Ethereal armor. I think we're mostly going to be on the enchantment route. Proliferate. Spirit Mantle. And the cool thing is if we phase her out, then all the things that are attached to her also phase out with her, so they can't even get killed by other sweepers that like hit auras and whatnot. Actually, this makes me want to have, what is it called? Cloudsteel. Cloudsteel Kieran. Can't, equipped creature has flying and you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. All right. So Sigarda's Aid. We need cheating effects. There's that one. There is Pure Steel requires we have Metalcraft, and I don't want that. But there's also Forge Anew. And then there's Arden, but I think one at a time is fine. Sword of Fire and Ice, maybe. I'm not sure about that one. We're paying 5, or cheating it, but 5, let's say, to draw a card. Ancestral Mask. And Ancestral Mask. Then what's the other one? Daybreak Coronet. And what's the new green one that's Daybreak Coronet? I don't remember what it's called. Also, we should have some enchantment-related draw spells, so Scythus. How many actual enchantments are in the deck? 20? Oh, 20 plus a few creatures, right? Is Destiny Spinner actually an enchantment? It is actually an enchantment. Okay, that changes my... Then I would rather have, instead of... where is the protection? I would rather have... Instead of Alistor separate, let's just have Destiny Spinner. Oh, we already have Destiny Spinner. Never mind. I am blind. So for us to be a 2-hit kill, we need Sigarda to be an 11-power creature. It's all fine here. Daybreak Coronet, yeah. Which is the one that is like Daybreak Coronet? It's green. Well, it's mana equals And it's aura. Lion Umbra. There we go. So it's +3 vigilance, reach, and Umbra armor. I don't know. Lifelink is much better than that. So I'm not going to bother with that one. All right. I assume we are way over budget on our deck count. What are we at? Oh no, we're at 99. Well, all right then. So the main thing we don't have is just draw spells. All right, so let's see. We've got Armageddon, Ravages, Linvala, Eidolon, Dranith, Doorkeeper, Deafening Silence, Mind Sensor, Winter Orb. Okay, I'm fine with all of that. We have a lot of ramp, like more ramp than we need. Let's get rid of Farseek and 3 Visits and Nature's Lore. And now that leaves us with all of this. We still kind of have a lot, although that's also taking into account Sword of Feast and Famine and Bear Umbra, so it's like we're 1 over, sort of. All right. We can almost run Stony Silence, right? Basically, the stuff that doesn't allow us to do that is Greaves Shadow Spear, Cloudstone Kirin, and where are the other equipment? It's those ones, and it's Sword of Feast and Famine, so it's 4 cards. The trade-off is probably not worth it, actually. So I'm going to get rid of Shadow Spear, Cloudsteel Kirin. Let's get rid of the cheat spells that cheat on equipment. And we keep 1 ring and then the 4 best artifact ramp spells. Let's get rid of Greaves. And oh, Robe of Stars is also an equipment. And Haystack is also an artifact. All right, I guess never mind. We do have to keep them. All right, Shadow Spear, Lightning, Greaves. I think I'm still going to keep Sigarda's Aid out, actually, because it doesn't work to anything that we play after, anything that we have played before we find the Sigarda's Aid. I feel like there's almost certainly some like big pumping effects that I'm not taking into account, or just like other good abilities for Sigarda that are auras. CMC is 3 or less, type aura. Plus. Rancor, no. I want it to be like a lot of plussing. So we've got Glitter's Ethereal Armor and Mask already. We got Daybreak Coronet. That's kind of irrelevant. Cloak. Do I have Idolized? Yes, I do. All right, well, let's say we have enough beatdown. What about, instead of that, how about whenever enchanted creature does something, probably damage, do a thing. Keen Sense. Could do that. Keen Sense. Sixth Sense. I just feel like there's better ways of drawing cards than these, but I don't know. Maybe those are fine. Whenever enchanted creature... No, that's not correct. How about... So by the time we get to Sigarda, we've got 5 mana. So what about the ones that are more expensive? So 4 mana and up auras. Yeah, there's Bear Umbra. I don't want Eldrazi Conscription because that's a lot. Mantle of the Ancients might be relevant. And then, let's see. I do not want Colossification or Destiny. +3/+3. No. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an aura. Put it on the battlefield. Rest on the bottom. Eh. Not a lot of good options here, eh? Okay. When... Sure. Utopia... Authority... Where is it? Where is it? Sheltered by Ghosts. There it is. Sheltered by Ghosts. And then whenever enchantment draw. There's a bunch of them. There's Scythus and then, yeah, Scythus and Gothian Enchantress. That's the other one. Argothian. Then all the other ones are at 3 mana or higher, right? I guess Elvish Archivist. Okay. How many creatures do we... 27. There's a fair number of them that are cheap too, so Gaia's Cradle could actually be useful. All right, I think that's going to do it. So we've got the Forge Anew to cheat the few equipment that we have. Like, we do have some equipment, but not that many. And then we've got, like, a bunch of beatdown enchantments that can make Sigarda really big. And then we've got a bunch of card draw, whole bunch of ramp, bunch of stacks cards to keep the opponent in check. Some removal. In particular, phasing removal is important so that we don't get swept. Mantle the Ancients to rebuild if something happens. I think that's pretty good. Is there anything that I, like, horribly overlooked? Sigarda Host. Like some really weird, obscure card that works perfectly with Sigarda that I just didn't even think about. Well, that's a pretty good one. Strong back. Oh yeah, Sterling Grove too. Although I don't think I really care if my opponents try to, like, spot removal my enchantments. Like, that sounds fine. Alright. That does look like it's mostly... Yeah, destroy all creatures that aren't enchanted. The problem is that kills all of our other mana dorks, so I don't want that. Class where X is the total mana value of permanence. Of historic permanence. So Sigarda alone makes this reduced by 5. And then after that, it's basically just mana rocks. Yeah, let's get Excalibur in here. Excalibur. Helm of the Gods. I'm not going to bother with that one. Holy Avenger. Whenever creature does combat damage, you may put an aura card from your hand on the battlefield attached to it. Oh, and it gives it double strike. I'll pass on that one. This is Power Fist too. Whenever this creature does combat damage to a player, put that many +1 counters on it. So basically doubles its power every hit. I think I'll also pass on that one. Fire Shrieker, same deal. Although Inquisitor's Flail, well, no, Inquisitor's Flail is basically the same thing. I'll also pass on that one. I think you're probably just going to take over the board more so than you will, like, one-shot people. And here we are at the auras. Base power and toughness 9-10 and is indestructible. Eh. I think we're good here. Oh, Sarah's Sanctum. Well, most of our auras are like, or most of our enchantments are auras that are going on Sigarda, so by the time we have like multiple out, we're already winning. Sarah Sanctum's probably not necessary. Our enchantment count that. 25. I assume most of that is auras. So there's, which ones are not the auras? There's Carpet, Concordant, Darksteel Mutation, Deafening Silence, Fertile Ground, Enriths, Brawl Growth, Wolf Willowhaven. Some, not a ton, although it's about the same amount as like Gaia's Cradle, so maybe it is fine. So Sarah's Sanctum. What can go? Do I have my slow land here? I do. And then, what is the fast land? Fastland's Razor Verge, right? Now let's get rid of the slow land. Let's get rid of Overgrown Farmland. Okay. And then we need to cut 2 cards. So I think I have a little bit of redundant protection because like Allosaurus Shepherd, we already have Destiny Spin. Like we have a lot of it, right? We've got Cavern Delighted Happening, Destiny Spinner, Grand Abolisher, and Cutzel are all basically doing the same thing. So I say we get rid of Allosaurus Shepherd. Although it's obviously very important that Sigarda resolves, so we can't get rid of all of them. Allosaurus Shepherd is also the cheapest one. I like that Cutzel allows Sigarda to deal damage and draw cards, but it's also the most expensive out of all of them. It's also basically just saying you draw 1 extra card a turn once it's enchanted, but that alone I think is fine. But I think we just get rid of Allosaurus Shepherd, and then the next kill is probably Kieran. Like, while it's cute, basically the only value this has is essentially saying, like, well, I'm attached to Sigarda, so you can't win the game, so you can't, like, Thorkel kill me. But they can still kill the Kieran itself. Like, they don't have to kill Sigarda. So yeah, let's just get rid of Kieran. All right, and we're at 100. Okay. So basically, ramp to Sigarda, put a bunch of beatdown onto it, use stacks to slow down the opponent, or just like, oh, do I have Sigarda and, you know, one thing enchanting it, Ravages of War, Armageddon, boom, field blows up, or Light in Winter Orb, or whatever, and then you just beat people to death. Cards, I'm dubious on how good they are. Keen Sense and Sixth Sense. Mantle the Ancients. Possibly we want more beatdown type stuff. Yeah, I think that's solid. That is Sigarda. There's the link. And then let's make this next spin the last spin of the day. All right, what'll it be? A Saga theme deck, possibly being Narky. Okay. Requested by Hutterson. So, first of all, what is our commander? Is commander, and it must say Saga in the Oracle text. So there's Tom Bombadil if you want to play all 5. As long as there are 4 or more lore counters among sagas you control, Tom Bombadil has hexproof and indestructible. Whenever the final chapter ability of a saga you control resolves, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a saga card, put it onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom in a random order. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this to me sounds like the best one because it's all 5 colors. What does Narky do? Whenever you sack an enchantment, draw a card. So when the sagas finish, you sack them and you draw. Whenever the final chapter ability of a saga you control resolves, each opponent loses X and you gain X, where X is that saga's mana value. That also seems fine. Then there's Satsuki, which is even fewer colors and is not even that good. Put a lore counter on each saga you control, activate only as a sorcery. When this dies, choose up to 1, return target saga or enchantment creature you control to its owner's hand, or return target saga card from your graveyard to your hand. There's this one, deals combat damage to player, you may mill that many cards, you may put a saga card and or land card from among them onto the battlefield. And Sigar, Jarl of Ravensthorpe, put a lore counter on target saga you control, or remove 1 from it, activate only if this creature attacked. And whenever you put a lore counter on a saga, put a +1 counter on up to 1 other target creature. Well, if I've got to pick between any of them, it's going to be Tom Bombadil because it's 5 colors. The next best one after that's probably Narky. And then I would just ignore the mono white ones, period, because they're mono white. Just your critiques on my decks. Thanks a bunch for the feedback. I love blunt feedback, and I for sure will be making changes. Sasaya seems like a lost cause. Thanks again. Well, it would be very difficult. Like, it's for sure not high power level. Like, you're not going to make it based on the theme of Sasaya. You're not going to make it, like, strong. There's just no way. I could take a crack at it, though. You know what? Let's add it to the wheel. Build a Sasaya deck for Etyman. I will add that to the wheel. It sounds like a fun challenge to try to figure out. Glissa can go into the Narky deck anyway. Which Glissa are we referring to? Blue is nice, lets you do freed from the real combos. Well, I'm not necessarily looking at combos. I'm looking at... Okay, so... we'll put Narky and Glissa and Atraxa at the top. Basically, which one's better, right? Well, first of all, Tom Bombadil is just... he has hexproof and indestructible straight up, as long as you have 4 or more lore counters among your sagas. So he has inbuilt protection. Secondly, so Narky, you draw cards and you burn people. Tom, you cascade into another saga, right? And then you just put it onto the battlefield. And Tom is 1 more mana than Narky, but also 2 more colors, including blue. Tom also works well with trigger copying. Whenever the final chapter ability of a saga you control resolves, reveal cards from the top until you reveal a saga. I mean, I think they're both interesting. It's just a matter of, like, if you were to build a saga deck using one or the other, I feel like you would just build the same deck, except Narky, you just wouldn't have blue and red cards, right? So it feels kind of like boring to have both of them. Admittedly, amongst sagas, I'm betting that the blue and red ones are not as good, or like not as interesting. All right, let's build Tom Bombadil. I'm not precluding building Narky. We can come back and build Narky another time. So, Tom. Starter kit. And then we're going to want protection. I should really take the fast lands out of the starter kit because I wind up cutting them like basically every single time. I guess here's the question. Are they in... What order is this in? Are they in the two-color mono bases? I imagine they are, right? Yeah, they are. Okay, let's cut them from the starter kit. So, Black Cleave. The Verges, too. Let's just cut the Verges. Except for Hushwood. Hushwood's good. Blooming. Guild, Copperline, Dark Slick. Flood Farm, get out of here. Bloom Lake. Now, you know what? Screw Hushwood. Get rid of that one. Alright, we're good. So, back to Tom Bombadil. Look at all that. Alright, get rid of Dark Ritual, get rid of Bowmasters, get rid of... Where was that card? Dressstone I might want just because it's an enchantment, and we might have enchantment-related stuff. We got better protection than the red stuff, so Bolt Bend, get out of here. Deflecting Swat I'll keep. Defense Grid, Solitude, Destiny Spinner, and Allosaurus Shepherd are fine. Mostly Destiny Spinner. Let's get rid of Allosaurus. Let's get rid of Gladriel's Duress, Dosen, Giver, Grand Abolisher can stay. We're gonna wind up cutting this. Imp's Mischief. Cutzel can stay probably. I'm not sure. Now, you know what? It's not. We're going to get rid of that and that. And then Lightning Greaves. Yeah, get rid of Lightning Greaves. Misdirect. Mother Ranger. Ricochet Trap. Silence. Skrelv. Slip out the back. Spellskite Sylvan. Teferi. Thoughtseize. Veil Stays. Xantid Swarm out. Okay. Removal. I'm going to guess this is going to get cut down to very, very little because I imagine a bunch of our sagas are essentially also going to be removal. So get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Trophy. Lauren, this one. This one. And now... We're probably not even going to have enough room for, like, Oppo Agent or whatnot, but I don't know. We'll keep it for now. I know some of the sagas are also sweepers, so we got to consider that. Tom Bombadil's a 4/4, so these are all technically fine at the moment. Get rid of Tainted Pact. Devoted. These non-blue counter spells. And then these are all fine. I think I'll get rid of Delay. And then we gotta cut the lands down by a lot. So it's going to be... All the fast lands are gonna get gone. All the Verges. We're gonna cut most of the shock lands that are not in Sultai color combinations, probably. So, Blood Crypt out. This out. This out. Breeding Pool stays in. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. These go. Flooded. Flood Farm, get out of here. We're gonna not need... any basics at all. So Forest, Cradle, not doing that. Verge, Godless, Grove of the Burn Willows, gone. Hallowed Gone, Hushwood, Inspiring Vantage. Get rid of the island. Get rid of... Oh, Manamo? Probably, yeah. We're not going to have the room for it. Overgrown, Plateau, Razor Verge. Sea Chromes. Odoar and Sink into Stupor. We're just not going to have the room in this, how many colors we are. Fire Bluff. Steam Vents, Stomping Ground, Temple Garden. And then Urza Saga. Yeah, that's gone. And then we're still way over the limit, right? Yeah, 42. Oh, Sacred Foundry, get out of here. So then we've got all of the commander lands. We're probably cutting all of them again, except for the Sultai combos. So let's get rid of this, 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 this. Not that one. This one. And Morphic Pool stays. Luxury Suite out of here. Bountiful Promenade out of here. And we're at 34. 34 is a little high, but acceptable. Urza Saga might be good just to fetch Hex Parasite. That's a good point. Urza Saga... Well, do we care about continuous sleep? Well, I guess we do. Hex Parasite. What other things remove counters from stuff? There's, not Conversion Chamber. What is it called? Remove a counter. Power Conduit, that's what it is. There's not a lot of things that remove counters, eh? There's Soul Diviner, which doesn't actually remove it from enchantments. Yeah. Just say is just awful. Goldberry. Move a counter of each kind not on Goldberry from another target permanent you control onto Goldberry. So you can strip all the Saga counters off of it and move it here. That's pretty good. Goldberry. Move a counter. Scholar of New Horizons. Enters with a +1 counter. Remove a counter from a permanent you control. Search your library for 8 planes and reveal it. If an opponent controls more lands than you, put that card on the battlefield. Otherwise, this one's decent. Scholar of New Horizons. Okay, Scholar of New Horizons. Also, let's get rid of a lot of this ramp. Needs to go. And we're the enchantment deck, so we need Fertile Ground. All right. What are we cutting? Like most of the mono rocks. Ball, Opal, Mindstone, Signet. Talismans. All right, talismans that are... Now let's just get rid of all of them. And then let's get rid of not wild growth. Let's get rid of the elves, the monodorks that don't produce a color that isn't green. So Arbor Elf, Utopia Sprawl. We're not gonna have consistent enough forests for that. Mothering, Sanctum, Priest, Doctor, Noble, Nature's Lore. Okay, Llanowar Elves, Fintorn Elves, Elvish Mystic. Still a lot of ramp. I feel like I can cut this down more. How about if we get rid of revisits? And Nature's Lore and Priest, because we cut a bunch of the elves. Fanatic. Even though Tom is a 4/4, but I don't think that matters that much. I don't know. It actually probably does. Fanatic. Bonus. Do I already have Devoted Druid gone? Yes, I do. That looks all right. Then we're obviously enchantments.deck, so Scythus and Argothian Enchantress for draw spells. And where are we at now on the deck count? We're at 94. Okay, there's going to be a lot of rejiggering because we're going to want a lot more sagas. But for now, this is where we're at. Actually, no, let's cut some lands. What can I even cut at this point? I guess all the rest of the commander lands. So like Morphic Pool, Undergrowth, Stadium. Let's see. Watery Grave. Let's get rid of Necro. Let's get rid of Citadel. $32. Overgrown Tomb. All right, I don't think I can cut the lands down more than that. Okay. All right, let's look at some sagas, I suppose. So, advanced search, our type is saga. How many sagas are there in total? There are 151 sagas. And every single one of them is an entire novel to read, so let's get going, I guess. And most of them are expensive, right? Yeah. So, what does Tom do exactly again? Hang on. As long as there are 4+ counters on sagas, hexproof indestructible. Final chapter ability resolves, meaning the saga has already been put in the graveyard. Reveal cards from the top until you reveal a saga. Put the card onto the battlefield, regardless of whatever cost it is. So we want our sagas to be more expensive so that we have a better chance of hitting them. Put that card on the battlefield and the rest on the bottom. This ability triggers only once each turn, but we can double that trigger with Roaming Throne. Okay. All right, I guess we're going to go read every single saga now. Ajani Fells the Godsire. Exile target creature and opponent controls with power 3 or greater. Create a 2/1 with vigilance. Okay. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Not very good. An Unearthly Child. Reveal cards from the top until you reveal a doctor, a card with a doctor's companion, or a vehicle, and put it into your hand. Okay, that does nothing in our deck. These decks also usually run Strionic Resonator. Sure. Arnie Slays the Troll. Target creature you control fights another creature. Add red. Put 2/1 counters on a creature. You gain life equal to the greatest power. Nope. Ascent of the Worthy. Choose a creature you control. Until your next turn, all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Which, no, that's not very good. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with flying counter on it. The creature is an Angel Warrior. No. Just as many journeys. Play an additional land. Not very good. Ballad of the Black Flag. Mill 3, you may put a historic card from among them into your hand. That depends on how many we have. I guess it's like 3 mana. Mill, at worst, you get what, like a Mana Rock? Actually, no, we don't, because most of our deck is not Mana Rocks. So there's a pretty high chance of bricking on this. Historic spells you control, you cast cost, this turn costs 2 less. Not great. Battle at the Hell Vault. For each player, exile up to 1 target non-saga, non-land permanent the player controls until it leaves. And then Chapter 3, create an 8/8 with Flying Vigilance and Indestructible. But the problem is, the part that I care about more is the O-Ring effect, and the O-Ring effect goes away. Battle for Bredagard. Create a 1/1, create a 1/1, choose any number of target tokens and or creatures with different names. For each of them, create a token that's a copy of it. Not good. Battle at the Hell Vault's like barely good. So maybe we'll add that. Battle Frostfire deals 4 damage to each non-giant creature and each planeswalker. So that will kill Tom Bombadil unless we have four lures going on, which I imagine we won't a lot of the time. Actually. Scry 3, whenever you cast a spell with converted mana cost 5 or greater this turn, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. But this is a saga that's also a sweeper, so I guess we'll do that one. Befriending the Moths, not good. Behold the Unspeakable. Creatures get minus. If you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, draw 4 cards. Otherwise, scry 2, draw 2 cards. Exile this and return it as a thing. Okay. Destroy target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Okay. Search your library for a forest card, put it on the battlefield tapped. Shuffle. Creatures you control gain Death Touch. Alright, well, it's something. Go get a land, blow something up. Sure. Birth of the Imperium. Create a 2/2 for each opponent you have. So create 3 2/2s. Each opponent sacks a creature. Okay. Draw 2 cards for each opponent who controls fewer creatures than you. Alright, a decent saga. Blink. Choose target creature. Its owner shuffles it into their library, then investigate. Wait. It's chapter 1, then 2 here, then 3 here, then 4 here? Okay. So, tuck a creature and make a clue twice. And create a 2/2 token with Vigilance, First Strike, and whenever an opponent casts a creature spell, this permanent isn't a creature until end of turn. So, shuffle a creature, 2/2, shuffle a creature, 2/2. It's alright. Book of Mazarbol. Amass Orcs 1, Amass Orcs 2, creatures you control get +1/0 and Menace. No. Osage reaches skyward. Search your library for 2 basics. Well, we have none, so that's already a brick. Raid's Frightful Return. You may sacrifice a creature. If you do, each opponent discards a card. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Target opponent may sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent. If they don't, they lose 2 and you draw a card. Nope. Chainer's Torment. I already know that one's not good. City of Death. Create a treasure. Create a token that's a copy of target non-saga token you control. So it's basically treasure, and then if you don't spend it, make another treasure, make another treasure, make another treasure, make another treasure, make another treasure. This one seems decent insofar as it's a saga that's also a ramp spell, basically. So, you know, that's fine. Choose a creature card name, then goad all creatures with the name chosen for this. All right, no. Death in Heaven. Target player mills 2, then exiles their graveyard. Put all creature cards exiled with this onto the battlefield face down as 2/2s. Not a saga. Elspeth Conquers Death is also not one that I care about. Elspeth's Nightmare is also not one that I want. Era of Enlightenment. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That one's good-ish. Ball of Gilgalad. Scry 2, put 2 counters on a creature. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, draw 2. Then that creature fights something. No. Ball of the First Civilization. You and target opponent each draw 2. Exile target artifact opponent controls. Each player chooses 3 non-land permanents they control. Destroy all other non-land permanents. No. Ball of the Imposter. Put a +1 counter on a opponent creature. Exile creature with the greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. Ball of the Thran. Not really. Alright. Purge's Retribution. Create a 4/4 with Flying and Vigilance. Until end of turn, angels you control gain tap, destroy target creature with power less than this creature's power. Angels you control gain double strike. Nah. Create a treasure. Create a treasure. Search your library for a card named Halvar, God of Battle, or an equipment. Founding the Third Path, we're not going to use that one. Fugitive of the Jadoon. Create a 1/1 with Ward 2 and a 4/4. Make a clue. You may exile a human you control and an artifact you control. If you do, search your library for a doctor and put it onto the battlefield. Nope. Gadwick's First Duel. Create a cursed roll token. Scry to when you next cast your thing. Blah, blah, blah. No. Genesis of the Daleks. Create a 3/3 with Menace for each lore counter on this. So, 1/3/6. Target opponent faces a villainous choice. Destroy all Dalek creatures, and each of your opponents loses life equal to the total power of Daleks, so up to 18. Or destroy all non-Daleks, which would include Tom Bombadil, who would be indestructible at the time this resolves. Okay. Herald unites the elves. Mill 3, may put an elf or Tyvar from the graveyard onto the battlefield. Put a +1 counter on each elf whenever an elf... Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so not that. Heaven Sent. Investigate. Deal 1 damage to each opponent. Then if an opponent has 0 or less life, draw 7 cards. Otherwise, exile this and you may cast it this turn. And we keep getting it back. So, 4 mana draw, 6 mana draw 2. And we can keep replaying it. So we can keep triggering more and more Well, I guess it seems okay. Let's go for it. Hidetsuga consumes all we don't need. History of Benalia we don't need. That's not a saga. In the darkness, bind them. Create a 3/3 with Menace. The ring tempts you, and you do that 3 times. And then for each opponent, gain control of up to 1 target creature that player controls until end of turn. Untap the creatures, they gain haste. The ring tempts you. What's the ring tempting you when it goes all the way up to its final mode? What's this card? In the Darkness. Where's the ring tempts you? Okay, so the 4th mode is deal combat damage to player. Each opponent loses 3. That's not even that good. Invasion of the Giant. Scry 2, draw a card, then you may reveal a giant from your hand, which we're not going to do, so no. Inventive Iteration. Return a planeswalker or creature, and turn an artifact from grave to hand if you can't draw. Exile this and return it as... whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same value as that spell until your next turn. Jin-Gitaxias, ignore that. Jugon defends the temple, is sort of a ramp spell, essentially, but then the rest of the card is not good, like, at all. Carter's Vicious Return. You may sacrifice a creature. When you do, it deals 3 damage to any target. Each player discards. Ugh. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, okay, moving on. Each player... King Narfi's Betrayal. Each player mills 4, then you may exile a creature or planeswalker from each graveyard. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among cards exiled with it, and you may spend mana as though were mana of any color to cast those spells. So you have to hit randomly... We don't care about casting any of our own creatures, so you're hitting 12 random cards out of opponent's decks and hoping that those are creatures that we want to play. Doesn't seem that great. Urabest Sea God. This one's fine. It's pretty expensive, though. The main mode I want on it is the 3rd chapter, and that takes 3 turns to go off, but... Yes, that's fine. I guess I could also be examining a lot of these based on the idea that we can remove the counters from them with, like, X-Parasite and keep doing them over and over. Horvold and the Noble Thief. Create a treasure twice. Exile the top 3 cards of target opponent's library. You may play those cards this turn. Okay. Mono, Life of Toshiro Umezawa. Long List of the Ents. Note a creature type that hasn't been noted. When you cast your next creature of the type, it enters with a counter on it. No. Long Song of Night and Day. You and target opponent each draw 2. Create a 1/1 flyer. Put a +1 counter. Metamize Prophecy. Scry 2. Choose a card name. When you cast a spell with the chosen name, draw 2 cards. Look at the top card of each player's library. Definitely not. Michiko's Reign of Truth. No. Nico Defies Destiny. You gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. So, Chapter 1, do nothing. Add white-blue. Spend this mana only on foretells. Okay, so yeah, all that's with foretelling. Oath of Yorl. Create 2 1/1s. Create 2 2/2s. Put an indestructible counter on up to 1 creature, and you become the monarch. Let's skip that. Oath of the Grey Ghost. You and target opponent each get a food. Each opponent loses 3, create a treasure. Create 3 tapped 1/1 flyers. Of Herbs and Stewed Rabbit. Put +1 counter, make food, draw card, make food, create 1/1 for each food. Kiba Reckoner Raid. 1 ring to rule them all. The ring tempts you, then each player mills cards equal to your ring bearer's power, which is going to be 4. Destroy all non-legendary creatures. Blows up all of our mono dorks, though. I don't like that. Each opponent loses 1 life for each creature card in that player's graveyard. Nope. Origin of the Hidden Ones. Deal 4 to any target. Create 2 1/1s with Menace. Whenever an assassin attacks this turn, create a 1/1 with Menace that's tapped and attacking. Phyrexian Scriptures. This one is also another one that's similar to One Ring, where Mode 1, do a thing. Mode 2, kill everything but our commander. Mode 3, whatever. Growl and the Implicit Maze. Deal 2 damage to each creature and planeswalker your opponent's control. You may discard a card. If you do, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them until the end of your next turn. Create a token that is a 3 mana 2/2 with when you cast a non-creature, put a counter on it. What the heck? Rite of Belzenlock. Create 2 0/1s, and then create a 6/6 that has to sack stuff. All right. Grove of Sealdor. Gain control up to 1 target artifact for as long as we have this. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Draw a card for each tapped creature target opponent controls. This one seems like it's going to be really funny if you could keep removing the counter from it and triggering it again every turn. Like, just start stealing everyone's artifacts. So maybe that's worth it. And at worst, you're drawing some cards, so it's fine. Showdown of the Scalds. I don't like Impulse Draw in a deck that's going to have a bunch of high mana value stuff, so let's move on. Song of Arundel. Try 2, draw 2. Okay. Create a treasure and a 2/2 with flying. All right. Put a flying counter on each creature you control without flying. So for 5 mana, we're going scry 2, draw 2, 2/2 treasure, which is all right. Song of Fraley, skip that. Tale of Tuvinial. Target creature you control gains indestructible for as long as we have this. Return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. Up to 2 things get lifelink. Tales of Master Sashiro. Put a +1 counter on a creature or vehicle and give it vigilance. Exile the Saga and then return it as a 5/5. Okay. Tameo meets the Story Circle. Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you, it gets reduced power. Discard any number of cards, then investigate twice for each card discarded this way. Shuffle up to 3 target cards from your graveyard into your library. I would only want that if we were like a control deck where the games are going to go super long, so I want to start recycling Sagas at some point. And it can't recycle itself, right? Because you have to choose targets before it's in the graveyard. The Akroan War is so funny to copy also because you just steal everyone's commanders. Well, we'll get to that. Teachings of Kiran. Mill, counter, and then return this as a bunch of words. Okay. The Aesir Escape Valhalla. Exile a permanent card from your graveyard to gain life equal to its value. Put a number of +1 counters on something, and then return this and the exiled card to their owner's hands. All right, Crowan War, sure, you've convinced me. Antiquities War, not doing anything with that. The Apprentice's Folly. Choose target non-token creature you control that doesn't have the same name as a token you control. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary, and it's a bunch of other stuff. And then sack all the reflections. So this is basically like copy target Monodork twice, and then we have to remove stuff from it, but then we lose them all. Not really great about that. Bath Song. Draw 2, ditch a card, shuffle any number of target cards from your graveyard into your library, add blue. And once again, this can't target itself, so unless we're going to run both of these blue Sagas to loop with each other, I don't think we want either. Although draw 2, ditch 1 is like a more reasonable effect, but I still don't want to play it. Create a 2/2 with Changeling. Any number of target shapeshifters have base power toughness 4/4. Choose a target creature or planeswalker. Each creature with PT with power 4+ deals damage equal to its power to that permanent. Now, the Binding of the Titans. Each player mills 3. Exile 2 cards from graveyards. Return creature or land from graveyard. Birth of Melita, skip that. Bloody Massacre. Create a 2/3 with Menace. Whenever it attacks, you draw a card and lose a life. Add red for each one. Until end of turn, you don't lose this. Seems bad. The Brothers' War. Create 2 Power Stones. Choose 2 target players. Until your next turn, each creature they control attacks the other chosen player if during combat if able. Brothers War deals X to any target and X to any other target, where X is the number of artifacts. Alright. Caves of Androzani. Put 2 stun counters on 2 creatures that are tapped. For each non-saga permanent, choose a counter on it. You may put an additional counter of that kind on it. Search your library for the Doctor and put it in your hand. Creation of Avazan. Search your library for a card, exile it face down, shuffle. Turn the exiled card face up. If it's a creature card, you lose life equal to its mana value. Chapter 3, you may put the exiled card onto the battlefield if it's a creature card. If you don't put it on the battlefield, put it into its owner's hand. So it's basically Grim Tutor. And I don't think there's any creatures in our deck that we want to cheat out, is the thing. No, that's not true. We want to cheat out stuff like Hex Parasite because it works really well with our Sagas. So we actually do want that. And then Cruelty of Gix is not very good, but it's also a tutor. Is fine. The Curse of Fenric. For each player, destroy up to one target creature that player controls. For each creature destroyed this way, its controller creates a 3/3 with Death Touch. Okay. Target non-token creature becomes a 6/6 legend and loses all abilities. Target mutant fights another target creature named Fenric. Seems pretty bad. The Day of the Doctor. Exile cards from the top until you exile a legendary card. You may play it for as long as this remains on the battlefield. Put the rest of the exiled cards on the bottom. I don't think we have that many legends in our deck either. Choose up to 3 doctors. Okay, well, we have no doctors. The Dragon Kami Reborn. Gain 2, look at the top 3. Exile 1 face down with a counter on it. Then put the rest on the bottom. Exile this and then return it. Whenever it dies, or a dragon dies. Yeah, okay, moving on. Elder Dragon War. Deal 2 to everything. Discard any number. Draw that many. Create a 4/4. Reasonable. Eldest Reborn is also pretty good, if a bit expensive. Search your library for the Doctor, create a food and a human, and yeah, okay. The Fall of Lord Khanda. Exile target creature with mana value 4+. Each player gains control of all permanents they own. Exile this and return it as a 1/3 that... First Eruption, pretty bad. First Erroan Games, also pretty bad. The First Tyrannek War. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If its mana cost contains X, it enters the battlefield with a number of counters on it equal to the number of lands you control. Double the number of each kind of counter on target creature you control. No. Flame of Keld, moving on. Flux. Deal 4 damage to target creature your opponent controls. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn, so Impulse draw 4 times. And then add a bunch of mana. Alright. The Girl in the Fireplace. Create a 1/1 with Vanishing 3 and prevent all damage that would be dealt to it. Create a 2/2 with Doctors Have Horsemanship. And whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, time travel. The Horus Heresy. For each opponent, gain control of up to 1 target non-legendary creature the player controls for as long as it remains on the battlefield. Draw a card for each creature you control but don't own. Probably going to be 3 most of the time. Starting with you, each player chooses a creature. Destroy each creature chosen this way. Not for 6. The Hunger Tide Rises. Create a 1/1 3 times. Sacrifice any number of creatures. Search your library and graveyard for creatures with mana value less than or equal to the number of creatures sacked this way and put them onto the battlefield. Again, we're mostly just going to find Mana Door. I guess we're finding Hex Parasite after 4 turns. Is that right? So I can protect my doctors from all the people playing Roiling Earthquake. Yeah. Huntsman's Redemption. This one's also good to go find Hex Parasite or the other guy. Kami War. Exile target non-land permanent. Excellent. Return up to 1 target non-land permanent to his hand. Each opponent discards a card. All right, yeah. Kami War. 100% in the deck. Long Reach of Night. Each opponent sacks a creature unless they discard twice, and then this comes back as a thing. Yeah, sure. Mending of Dominaria. Mill 2, return a creature from grave to hand, return all lands from graveyard to the battlefield, shuffle graveyard. Return instant, return sorcery, and then copy stuff. Modern Age, looting. The Ninth of the Doctor. Destroy all creatures. Return target legendary creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put your choice of a first strike, vigilance, or lifelink counter on it. So, depending on our Saga count, if we have another Saga out, Tom Bombadil might survive the Purge. Although, again, it kills all our Monodorks. I guess I could switch like a lot of our ramp from Monodorks to other forms of ramp so that we can play all these sweeper cards. So I shouldn't be discounting them. Exile the top 5. So Parting of Ways, exile the top 5. Reach non-land card exiled this way. Put a number of time counters on it. And then give it Suspend. Time travel. For each opponent, disrupt one target artifact. Okay, that seems cool. This is the most, like, bad topic cringe art. I don't know what the heck this Bad Wolf thing is about. Doctor Who fans, let me know what this is going on here. Phasing of Zalfir. Another target non-land permanent phases out. It can't phase in for as long as you control the phasing of Zalfir. Actually, wait, no, because the sweeper effects kill our Hex Parasite, so I actually don't want those. Exile up to one target creature. Target creature you control gets flying. Okay, Raven's Warning. Create a 1/1 flyer. Whenever look at the top player's hand, draw a card. You may go with flying, deals combat damage. Okay, nope. There and back again. Up to one target creature can't block. Search your library for a mountain, put it on the battlefield. Create a 6/6 flyer haste. When die, create 14 treasures. Only problem is you can cascade into it without wanting to cast it. Yeah. You get a mountain, and then you make a 6/6. That's not great. Restoration of a Gonjo. Sort of ramp-ish. Search your library for... Oh, basic planes. Never mind. The Revelations of Ezio. Destroy target tapped creature and opponent controls. Whenever an assassin you control, return target assassin. Okay. Sea Devils. Create a 2/2 with Island Walk twice. Until end of turn, whenever one of them hits a player, it deals that much damage to a creature. Shattered States Era. Gain control. So Threaten, Pump. Don't care. Tale of Tameo. Mill 2, Mill 2, Mill 2. Exile any number of sorceries, instants, Tameos. Moving on. Mill 3, return up to 2 snow permanents. Alright, moving on. You may exchange control of creatures. You may exchange control of non-basics. Nope. Until end of turn, something gets pumped and then fight. War Games. Each player creates 3 tapped 1/1s. The tokens are goaded. Put a +1 counter on each warrior. For them too. You may exile a non-token creature you control when you do exile all warriors. What in the heck is this? I'm sure this makes sense in the story. You draw 3 cards and you lose 3 life. Mill 3 cards. Choose up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 8 or less in your graveyard. Return each of them to the battlefield with a Necrodermis counter on it. They're artifacts in addition to their other types. So basically 6 mana, draw 3, and get some things back. That also sounds pretty bad. Search your library for a basic. Nope. Destroy target creature and opponent controls mana value 2 or less. Food token. Look at the top 7. You may reveal a non-saga permanent and put it into your hand. Put up to 2 non-saga permanents from your hand onto the battlefield. Nope. Mice. Time of Ice. Trial of a Time Lord. Exile target non-token creature and opponent controls until it leaves. Starting with you, each player votes. If you get one type of vote, the owner of each card exiled with it puts that onto the bottom. Tribute to Hirobi, Triumph of Gerard, Tyrant Calls the Dead. Urza assembles the Titans. This is Planeswalker related, so we're skipping that. Create a 1/1 and a food, and then something or an equipment related. Tap up to one target creature and stun it, and then pay energy, whatever. For each opponent, you create a 1/1. Each player secretly votes, and then we're going to do something. Vault 12. There's so many vaults. All right. Each player gets 3 rad counters. Create X zombies, where X is the rad counters among players, which may not be around by the time it gets to Chapter 2. For each player, exile up to one other target enchantment or creature the player controls until this leaves. You gain 2 and scry 2. Return 2 cards exiled with it to the battlefield under the owner's control and put the rest on the bottom. Vault 21. Discard a card, draw a card. Reveal up to 5 non-lands from your hand for each of those that has the same mana value as another revealed. Create a treasure token. I mean, the rummaging part is okay, but it's also not anything I ever want to cascade into. Exile all creatures with power 4 or greater, which would include Tom Bombadil, so we're not doing that. In control of target non-mutant for as long as we have the vault. Put a +1 counter on the thing. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among mutants you control. So at worst, you can like target your Tom Bombadil and then 3 turns later, you'll finally draw 5 cards. That seems bad. Destroy target land. Put target land from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Choose target opponent. If they control fewer lands than you, create a number of 4/4s equal to the difference. Search your library for a legendary creature. For each opponent, up to 1 target non-creature artifact becomes an 0/4 wall with Defender. Create a 3/3 with Trample and Haste. Destroy all walls. Sweet Tooth. And finally, Yodia declares war. Create an 0/2. Create an Ornithopter. Tap any number of untapped artifacts. Deal that much damage to target creature or player. And then become 4/4. All right. Wow. How goes things here? We've just finished looking at like a bajillion sagas, so holy crap. Okay, so this is 22 sagas. We'd have to cut a lot of cards. I'm assuming a bunch of these are, let's see. I'm really not interested in Battle at the Hell Vault. Like, I really don't think it's that good, so. I guess it's another one where it's like really, really good when you have Hex Parasite or something. So we also probably want to play Power Conduit. We want to play as many of these things that allow us to just rip counters off of them as we can. All right. So what would I categorize this as? Sort of like removal and then beatdown-ish. Battle of Frost and Fire is definitely a sweeper. Each non-giant creature in each planeswalker. Right, I don't want it to kill my guys, so let's not do that. Binding of Old Gods. So this one's removal and ramp, I guess. Then there's Birth of the Imperium, which is... I mean... it's sort of removal and sort of beatdown and sort of card draw all wrapped into one. Then this one is removal, and then you make some 2/2s, but it's mostly shuffling the thing, so let's just say removal. So with so many things being removal, I think we can afford to get rid of our sweepers, like some of them, except Psych Rift, and then our removal as well if they only hit creatures. So let's, where are they? Let's get rid of Abrupt Decay and Dress Down and Kenrith, just because we're going to need to make space for all of these additional sagas in our deck, and we're putting a bunch of cards in the same category, basically. Not a card draw spell, this is filtering. Would you run Clock Spinning? That's the one with buyback, right? No, because of the mana intensivity. Cruelty of Gix, I actually don't think I want just because it's so freaking expensive. Elder Dragon War, 2 damage to each creature. Again, the problem is, well, we can read ahead though, so we don't have to shoot the whole board down if we don't want to. So I'm gonna say it's essentially card draw and a sort of a sweeper. Then there's Long Reach of Night is... doesn't exactly fall into any specific category. All right, Kami War's removal. And then return up to one of the non-land permanents to its owner's hand. Each opponent discards. Yeah, okay. Huntsman's Redemption. This one is a tutor. Then the Hunger Tide Rises is essentially also a tutor. The Flux is removal, and then it's Impulse Draw. Eldest Reborn, what would we call this? A sweeper? Oh, no, it's more removal because it's an edict. And then it reanimates something. Then there is... where are the other ones? City of Death is just like ramp, basically. You know what? I'm not going to run City of Death because it's a terrible saga to... Well... Where is it? It's something we can do on 3 that helps us get to Tom, sort of. Now, you know what? I'm going to get rid of it. Orvold the Noble Thief. So this one also creates treasures, but then it impulse draws 3 cards. Roll of Isildur. I don't really know what the heck I would categorize this under. I guess it's sort of a card draw spell. This is card draw as well. Rowan War, sort of a sweeper. Gorbest the Sea God. I guess if I was going to categorize it under anything, it would be beatdown for the 8/8 and then removal for the theft effect. Heaven Sent. Card draw for making clues. Creation of Avacyn is a way of cheating something into play. Well, it's a cheat and it's a tutor, so it's both of those. And then there's Genesis of the Daleks, which I don't really like because it only targets one opponent. Although getting a bunch of 3/3s is fine, so let's just call it beatdown. All right, if we are going to get rid of 5 cards, what are some additional cards that we don't really need that we can get rid of? Lots of card draw. How many total enchantments are there in the deck now? All the sagas added a lot. Yeah, okay. What do you think of running Therapede or Glissa Sunslayer? Therapede. Deals combat damage to player, may remove a counter from target permanent. I definitely wouldn't want this one because it's 3 mana and it needs to connect. I understand that it's unblockable, but it's more expensive than all the other ones. So right now, the ones that we have that remove counters are Power Conduit, Goldberry, Hex Parasite, and Scholar of New Horizons. So all of those cards are 2 mana and under, and we already have 4 of them. This one's 3 mana, and we need to connect with it. And then the other one is Glissa, and Glissa also needs to connect, right? So, and then remove up to 3 counters from target permanent. Like, yeah, this one's fine too, but it also needs to connect. It's also 3 mana. It like also doesn't do anything immediately. It's better. It's a lot better than Therapede, but I wouldn't want this one either. And then Clock Spinning is buyback. It's just too intensive. It's 4 mana every time you want to do it. Don't know if I missed it, but if you critiqued my Oops All Spells deck, not only did I critique your Oops All Spells deck, somebody else submitted an Oops All Spells deck before you, and I critiqued that one first. So I wound up building Oops All Spells. You can see in the, you can go back in the chat and find the link to that, or just rewatch the VOD later to see me talking about it. All right. We have 23 ramp, which includes this 4 mana saga and this 4 mana saga and the 4 mana Smothering Tithe. So let's see. I'm inclined to cut at least 1 card here, and my top picks are Farseek or Ragavan, or maybe Smothering. No, I don't want to cut enchantments. I'm going to cut Ragavan. Then in the card draw section, we can probably get rid of Black Market Connection. Yeah, I want that. Library, like these are all good. Oh, cutting the Run Ring seems like not correct at all, but yeah, it's definitely not correct. All right, beatdown, ramp, removal. Most of this is taking the form of this stuff. Okay, what about counter spells? So we've got some protection already, right? Where is it? In these things. Oh, Force of Will. That can get out of here. We don't have enough blue. And and then Fierce Guardianship for when Bombadil's in play. Seems fine. 3 more cards gotta go. How about everyone sacks a creature and discards a card twice? That doesn't seem terribly good. 2 more. Oh no, 4 more. Ugh. Alright, I'm not really a fan of Corvold and the Noble Thief. Get rid of that one. And 31 lands. Pick up Beseiju. Alright, we'll cut Beseiju. And what do we have for tutors here? Mystical Tutor grabs what in this deck? Neither of those. And then there's just a bunch of instants. Okay, yeah. So let's get rid of Mystical Tutor. One more card to cut. We could cut Oppo Agent. He'd add Brago to blink Sagas and combo with Stronic Resonator. Bombadil. So yeah, here's the Saga-related stuff. Yeah, another one that removes counters, but it's more expensive than the other 2 mana guys that we already have. There's Glissa, there's Gen. Entity Tracker. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of enchantment-related draw cost stuff that I didn't add. I basically just added Argothian inside this. That was it. Whenever an enchantment enters, you may create a token that's a copy of it. Do this only once each turn. That also seems really cool, but it's also a 4 mana card that does nothing the turn you play it. And yeah, and then there's all the proliferating stuff, which I think we can ignore. I think we can just allow the Sagas to just go as they please. Maybe Flux Channeler of the both of them. The problem is I have to cut things. So, like, what do I add for that? And it can't be, like, all the Sagas, because then that defeats the point of what it is that we're doing. How many Sagas do we have? We're currently at 20 Sagas. Oh, so we can actually cut a lot of them. Let's cut Fable. Alright, what if we just say screw it, no opposition agent, and then play Flux? I don't even really want to. I would rather just have the ones that move the counters off of them to keep going, rather than proliferate. Like, I want to keep my Sagas around. I don't want them to run out faster. There's Power Conduit, Strionic. I'm not going to do Lithoform. And here's all the enchantments, most of which are Sagas. Uh-huh. Ooh, Annie joins up is interesting. That's basically like another roaming throne. Annie joins. And it's an enchantment. All of Heliod's generosity so that we can reuse Sagas. That also seems like it's the correct thing to have, but then we got to get rid of a land. All of Heliod's. Which land are we getting rid of? So realistically, with how the mana base is right now, the only lands that we can get rid of are Breeding Pool and Rejuvenating Springs. So I guess we get rid of Breeding Pool. Well, Crystal Skull, so let's see. How many things does that actually get? We have... It's going to be based on types, right? So we've got 8 artifacts in our deck. Then if I subtype it... We have 19 Sagas, so that's 27 cards. So we're 1 and 3 on the top. I don't think that's good enough. Fervent Relief and Replenish are also kind of busted in the deck. What's the other one that has Miracle? I guess it's not 6. Is it 5? Apparently not. Redress Fate. Return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. I guess Replenish is fine. Let's do Replenish. Gotta cut another card then. So between all of these, Scholar of New Horizons is probably the worst one. Maybe, I don't know, or it's Goldberry. But I kind of like all of them. I'll go to 29 lands. That's okay. Alright, have we cracked it? Are we finally done? So Tom Bombadil Sagas. Playing a bunch of Sagas that do a whole bunch of different things. And we've got sort of an enchantment theme here with Argothian and Scythus to draw cards. What is the total enchantment count in the deck right now, not counting creatures? It is 28. Yeah, so a fair amount. With a bunch of other card draw as well, and then a lot of this stuff winds up being removal, and the 4 cards that move counters off of things so that you can keep reusing your Sagas over and over. Looks good to me. Tom Bombadil Sagas. Link in the chat. Alright, and with that, we are done for the day. We only have this stuff left on the wheel. But of course, that's if nothing new gets added. So if you showed up today, hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope I was helpful for anybody who wanted to get their deck critiqued. And I will come back again. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be another stream, but it probably won't be more than like 2 days. I might just come back tomorrow as well, though. I'll see you then.